two public hearings to do this morning. So I'm going to do those public hearing addresses. We'll start with the one from Area F. This is a proposed Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen bylaw number 2461.15 2021. The proposed bylaw and related information, including written comments received to date, is available for review on the Regional District's webpage. At this public hearing, all persons wishing to speak will be given an opportunity to do so and are asked to commence their remarks by stating their name and address. Written comments may be submitted before closure of the hearing. Anyone wishing to speak at this public hearing is asked to do one of the following. If you are participating by computer, please click the raise hand button, which can be found in the participants panel on the right-hand side of your computer screen. This will indicate that you wish to speak. If you are participating by a phone, please press *3 on your phone's keypad. This will also indicate that you wish to speak. Having indicated that you wish to speak, you will then be placed in a queue until you are invited to speak. All speakers will be restricted to a time limit of 5 minutes until everyone who wishes to speak has had an opportunity to do so. Anyone wishing to speak a second time may do so by following the same protocol of selecting the raise hand button on your computer or by pressing *3 on your phone's keypad. To submit written comments, please email them to planning@rdos.bc.ca prior to the close of the public hearing. I will now ask Christopher Garish, Planning Manager, to outline the specifics of the proposed bylaw. Go ahead, please, Chris.
Sorry, took me a while to get in there. I've got a few slides I can run through if I'm able to share some content. Okay, let's get the slideshow going. Okay, so further to the chair's address, this is a rezoning of the property at 8475 Princess Summerland Road. The property owner is seeking to amend the designation of the property on the zoning map to the electoral area F zoning bylaw. The current zoning of the property is small holdings 2, which has a 2-hectare minimum parcel size for subdivision. The property owner is asking that the board amend this to small holdings 3, which would introduce a 1-hectare minimum parcel size for subdivision. And just for the board's benefit, this is what the proposed subdivision of the parcel would look like. So you can see that the two new parcels, each of which would be over a hectare in area, as well as the remainder, which comprises the existing house and some other outbuildings.
Sorry, Don.
And then just there's a few other things I want to touch on because I know there's been some interest in the community on this proposal. So in relation to the Falder Water Service Area, as the board may be aware, that service area is near capacity. That particular community well has gone dry in the past due to a low water table. The subject property, however, is about 1.5 kilometers southeast of the water system service area. But it is in the same aquifer. Staff are not aware of similar, I'm going to say extreme water shortage issues in this particular area of Deans Road versus the Falder Water Service Area. And again, just for the board's benefit, this is some provincial mapping which shows the extent of the aquifer in the Meadow Valley Falder area. The blue notation towards the top of the image is the existing well location, and then we can see the red star is the approximate location of the subject property. And just some information on the aquifer itself for the board's benefit. So the aquifer hasn't been evaluated for how much more development could support. Existing studies that we are aware of do not state that the aquifer is at capacity, only that it's vulnerable due to recharge and droughts. We're also aware that downstream properties are less impacted by the shortages in Dark Creek The further away they are from where trout and dark creeks meet, and that particular location is near where the existing well for the water service area is. However, we are aware that any new well could potentially cause an impact to other wells in the aquifer, especially wells in close proximity to any new one. And that's it for my presentation, I think. Oh, no, sorry, a couple more slides. And again, just for the board's benefit, and I think this is mentioned in the staff report that you'll consider later at third reading, there have been other rezonings in this area. The yellow highlighted parcel is the parcel that's being considered today. The red dashed line is for the parcel immediately to the northwest. It was rezoned by the board in 2016 to allow for a two-lot subdivision. And then, of course, to the southeast is 15 Deans Road. It was rezoned in 2018 to allow for a two-lot subdivision. The northern parcel, I don't believe a subdivision application has been submitted to the ministry yet, but the southern parcel, there is an active application with the ministry, and the regional district has advised the ministry that that particular subdivision meets all of our bylaw requirements. And sorry, just to wrap up, so some of the policy statements that were considered during the assessment of this particular rezoning. So we are aware that the OCP discourages subdivision of properties in the Falder area to maintain the rural character of the area. 1 hectare parcels are seen to be characteristic of the Deans Road area, particularly in relation to those previous board decisions to rezone adjacent parcels to allow 1 hectare subdivisions. We also recognize that parcels in the area are drawing water from the same aquifer, and local residents have raised concerns regarding additional parcels being created and the impact on their wells, but we recognize due to the lack of studies that this is anecdotal concerns. And that's it for my slides. Thank you.
Very much, Chris. Before we ask for comments from the public, I'm going to open up the next public hearing, and that's for electoral areas D, E, F, and I, the Solar Energy Systems Amendment. So I'm going to read that address. This is a public hearing for proposed Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen bylaw number 2911-2021. The proposed bylaw and related information, including written comments received to date, is available for review on the Regional District's webpage. At this public hearing, all persons wishing to speak will be given an opportunity to do so and are asked to commence their remarks by stating their name and address. Written comments may be submitted before closure of the hearing. Anyone wishing to speak at this public hearing is asked to do one of the following. If you are participating by computer, please click the raise hand button, which can be found in the participants panel on the right-hand side of your computer screen. This will indicate that you wish to speak. If you are participating by phone, press *3 on your phone's keypad. This will also indicate that you wish to speak. Having indicated that you wish to speak, you will then be placed in a queue until you are invited to speak. All speakers will have a limit of 5 minutes until everyone has an opportunity to speak. If you wish to speak a second time, then please follow the same process in the raise hand button or *3. To submit written comments, please email them to planning@rdos.bc.ca prior to the close of the public hearing. I will now ask Christopher Garish, Planning Manager, to outline the specifics of this proposed bylaw. Go ahead, please, Chris.
Thank you. And I've just got a few more slides in relation to this one. Let me just get them up and running here. So I just want to emphasize that for these solar energy systems, it is only electoral areas D, E, F, and I. These regulations are being proposed for. In terms of the extent of the proposed regulations, so we are proposing the introduction of a new definition for solar energy device. We're proposing that that be defined as meaning a device designed to collect, store, and distribute solar energy, so fairly straightforward. There's a number of new projection regulations that we're proposing, and it's primarily to allow for these to exceed the allowable height for structure in the applicable zone. And so these particular ones here would allow for 1 meter above the existing height of a building. We also have a separate projection, this time related to setbacks as opposed to height, and it would allow for ground-mounted solar energy systems that are less than 1.2 meters, which I think is about 4 feet, approximate conversion, to be sited on a parcel and within a prescribed parcel line setback area. So if somebody wanted to put one of these in their rear or side setbacks, or potentially even their front setback, that would be allowed if it's less than 4 feet. And then finally, and this is primarily related to residential zones, we are introducing or proposing to introduce a minimum parcel size requirement of a quarter hectare, so 0.25 of a hectare, to essentially, I guess, prohibit large ground-mounted systems. So on parcels less than 0.25 of a hectare, solar energy devices that are either attached to the principal structure, such as on the roof, would be allowed, or if it's the ground-mounted system, which is basically, I think, the 1.2 meters in height again. The amendment bylaw does have exemptions for this, for the administrative and institutional zones, as well as the industrial zones, subject to compliance with other building envelope allowances, such as height, setbacks, and parcel coverage. And I believe that is it for my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, Danny, you're on. Okay, thank you. Thanks very much, Chris. And I now declare both public hearings open. And I ask if there's anybody present who wishes to make a comment for the record. If you do, please indicate which public hearing you are speaking to, either the Area F subdivision or the solar energy bylaw. So I'm just having a look at who's in the lobby for participants. Please click the raise hand button or *3 on your phone if you have a comment to make for the record. Danny, are you seeing anything right now?
There is one person, I believe, who's calling in though, and may not have their microphone.
Okay, we're just checking directors. Sorry, Danny, are you seeing that there is somebody with?
Is it Bill Coates, I believe?
Yeah.
He's an agent for somebody.
Oh, there he is. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Coates, were you wanting to make a comment for the record?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay,
My
go
name
ahead.
is Bill Coates. My name is Bill Coates, and I'm with Okanagan Development Consultants in Summerland. And I just want to make some brief comments with regard to the proposal in Area F for subdivision and rezoning.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. The owners purchased this property in 2015, and currently it's one lot, and their intention is to subdivide and create 3 lots. Access doesn't appear to be an issue. There is already property off Dean Road that will access one of the proposed lots. We did look at several options here and decided on the layout that we've proposed here to provide privacy for, possible new homes with reasonable access. We have done 2 studies that were recommended or actually required by the regional district. One of them was an environmental study, and the other was a sewage proposal. And both were successful, so we don't foresee any problems moving ahead with that. There is a well located on one of the proposed new lots. We don't have a lot of information on that well since it was drilled several years before the owners purchased the property. There wasn't a requirement for a hydrological study, so one hasn't been provided at this point. The owners don't anticipate water shortage issues, but that's something that we would certainly address moving ahead. So unless there's any specific questions, that's about all I have right now.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Coates. I will now ask if there's anybody else present who wishes to make a statement for the record on either of these public hearings. Danny, do you see anyone?
See any raised hands? I'm not sure if there's a name associated with the other bylaw at all.
Okay, and I'm going to ask a third and final time if there's anyone present who wishes to speak to either of these proposed bylaws. Danny, I'll ask you one more time. Anybody? No? Okay, seeing no hands up, I will now declare both public hearings closed at 9:17 a.m. Thank you very much. And both of these will be coming forward this afternoon to the board. Okay, directors, that takes us to our first committee meeting, which is Planning and Development Committee, and I'm going to turn it over to Chair Canodal. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to call the meeting to order and ask for a motion to accept the agenda for the Planning and Development Committee meeting for Thursday, May 6, 2021. Director Monteith, Director Pendergraft, thank you. Motion carried. First issue B, residential zone update. CAO Newell, would you like to comment on this, please?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So this is our continuing on with the effort to get consistency within the Okanagan Valley with regards to development. And we're working our way through each of the land use zones individually, the residential zone being the largest. So we're getting closer, but it is involving more and more people. So as we get into residential, which is the majority of our land use out in the rural areas, this is where most people will get interested. So the Planning Department does have a presentation on this, Mr. Chair, so I'm going to just turn it over to Mr. Garish and he'll introduce the speaker as far as this phase 4 residential use.
Thank you very much, CAO Newell. Mr. Garish, would you take it away, please?
Sure, thank you. And we've got a presentation video that we're going to start with. So I'm just going to try sharing my screen again.
I'm just going to say a few words first.
Oh, sorry, Evelyn's going to say a few words first.
Yeah, sorry, just very quickly. So it's the first time I've presented this way, so hopefully everything will work out the way it's supposed to. So as Mr. Newell said, that this is the last phase, and it's probably the most complicated because there's so many properties involved and nuances of differences between residential zones and small holdings, and also there's sort of a need for being more creative in this new normal and how to enhance the engagement opportunities for people to to get information and to share that information. So we've come up with several ways to kind of enhance that. So on the website, there will be additional information. We are going with the regular engagement stuff that, the website postings and so on, but there will be a backgrounder report, which I believe was attached to your report. And if you have any comments about that, feel free to send them my way. It's supposed to be an easy sort of explanation as to what the RDOS is doing with the residential zones. And we're also using this new GIS storyboard tool. And it allows people to navigate through the area using a map-based storyboard. And to help use that, we've created a quick tutorial video, which we're about to show if all goes well. And then people will be able to use a storyboard to kind of navigate around and look at areas and flagged properties. So maybe we'll see if this works, knock on wood. Turn it up. This storyboard will help you. concerns with.
You seem to be having an audio issue there.
The RDOS website, you'll notice that historic boards broke down.
It's 100%.
Areas, so you can go into your own search on those layers. So this is exactly. I don't know how to make it. So this is what you
have to crank it on there.
So, simply scroll down and see how this tool works. There's a base map in the background. Is Armada.
Okay, Evelyn, sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. We can't hear you. So I'm not sure if you're able to start over and just try it again. If you could just tell us what's on the screen.
We can do that.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, so
That's
I don't know
better.
what, we have the sound up 100%, so I'm not sure why it's not coming through. We'll have to figure that out. But sure. Yeah, the first boards were just sort of explaining the project. And so what this is doing is showing the map. We're using electoral area E as an example. There's a base map down below. And so you can simply scroll through. So what this does is that each of these areas that are proposed to change has a PIN number. So in this case, it's number 2. And then there's like a short explanation as to what zone it's going to and from. So in this case, RS1 to RS3, and a little explanation basically that there's no significant changes. And it's basically just a title change for the residential zone. So I'm not quite sure what I said next, but yeah. So anyway, so the you can continue to scroll down if you want. You can just like use your the sidebar to go down, but what makes more sense if somebody scrolls into a particular area, and you can use your plus and minus signs there, and you'll see the pins noted there. And from there, if you're interested, you can click on one of those, and it will come up with a sidebar showing that particular area. And you can see that sometimes I've just put the pin in the middle, but the map on the side will show all the areas affected. So in this case, they're all going from RS1 to RS2. And again, this is just basically a title change. There's no real significant regulation change. Number 8, for example, those are going to an SH2 zone. From SH4. So in this way, you can navigate around, you can have a look at what else is happening in your neighborhood. And at the end of the tutorials, we have information on a comparison table. So we'll have a comparison table showing the small holding zones, and you can just click on that to highlight it. You can see what's in electoral area E now, and then using your forward arrow button, you can see all the regulations there. And then using that forward button, you can see what the proposed small holding zones are. So you can compare what you are now. If you're in SH2, you can go and see what SH1 is, for example, if that's a proposed zone with the new regulations. So it gives people all the information that they need to look at what is being proposed. And we've done the same with the residential on the next tile. So you can see that there too. We're showing the current zones versus the proposed residential 2 zone, which most zones are going to. And the last slide is basically the contact information. That's me, the project coordinator. You can set up a in-person or telephone appointment, and we can talk about any concerns or issues, or you can also talk to Christopher Garish, the planning manager. So that's basically the tutorial. And then on the website, we will have the actual storyboard. People can click on their electoral area and search around. So that's what we are planning to do. Next week, we're hopefully ready to launch. which means letters are going out, website will be updated for this, press releases will be sent, and so on. So essentially, that's what I wanted to let people know in case you get questions on what the heck the RDOS is doing now. So there you go. If you have any questions?
Director Canola, you're on mute.
Sorry, Mr. Garish, do you have anything more to add to that before I open the floor to questions?
I do not.
Right, any questions from the floor, please? Director Monteith.
To the chair, is there an area or a holdings that is experiencing more change than others? I didn't really pick up on many significant changes, so I guess I'm looking for is it area E going to have more change than area I? Like, have you kind of targeted areas that may be experiencing more change?
Want me to answer that? Through the chair. Basically, how this worked is the first thing we did was basically table all the zoning regulations, all the RS1, RS2, small holdings, and so on, and did a comparison to come up with the new kind of standards, which basically sort of compromises all of them. And then the next part of this whole project was to go on the maps, on the zoning maps, and basically pulled up all the RS zones and all the small holding zones. So, each electoral area has a different amount of those. And then we went through and basically looked at that, and does it make sense that this is residential, or, we're no longer, an RS1 zone, for example, is going to be a 350 square meter parcel area, and does that make sense where it is? And does this, so we basically went through kind of a checklist to determine what the new zone, the more appropriate new zone is going to be for that property. So, yeah, there's no, we didn't sort of pick on areas. We did the same thing for all of 6 electoral areas. We did, yeah, there was quite a thorough review on every zone that was listed as an RS zone or as a small holding zone, and figured out if that made sense. Some were, there's some that are maybe a bit more significant than, that we found. And those few, I think we are going to send emails to each director so that they know. But the massive majority are very, very insignificant changes. Like they're going from a small holdings 2 to a 4, but basically that's like the same thing. I think the biggest changes are the residential zones. I mean, they used to be zoned, like anything that was a small property was zoned as a residential zone, but really, they're not in a growth area, they don't have servicing, all that. And so really they're like a small holding zone because they're never going to be able to subdivide anyways. So they've changed from say an RS2 to a small holdings 1, simply because of that. So that's how we went through it.
Director Monteith, did you have a follow-up?
I do. So I guess my follow-up question is, I know with Kaleden we're doing a sewer project right now. And part of the public engagement is that residents can put in their physical address. And knowing that you kind of put a pin in the middle, I'm wondering if that's a searchable option by address, and just making sure that people are able to get all the information.
Well, the storyboard isn't searchable by address. It just shows the sort of the groups of areas. But I know when we looked at Kaleden, everything within that new service area for the sewer, we're keeping as residential. So none of those residential lots became small holdings. So we are keeping all the residential zones as is in Kaleden.
Thank you. Director Roberts, please.
Thank you to the chair. My question in regards to the tutorial, I thought you said at one point, like you could, not only that you've got it in, but there's a place for people to put in their comments and concerns. And I was wondering if you could show us if that is true and how would we do it?
On the storyboard itself, no, it's just a map-based project, but we will on the website have feedback forms like we do for all of our draft bylaw amendments. So people will be able to provide feedback that way, or, email or phone as usual.
Very good. Any other questions for your staff? Seeing none, I think we'll move on to item C. We'll close out item B. Item C, renew a vacation rental temporary use permit. CEO Newell, would you like to elaborate, please?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So for the board members that have been with us for over a decade or so, you remember back sort of in the 2011, 12 era that vacation rentals were a big issue, just a burgeoning issue within the regional district, in some areas more than others. And we had a landmark case where we were trying to impose rules on vacation rentals, and our initial attempt at that failed at court. So we were investigating different options as to how we could manage vacation rentals, and the temporary use permit, because we don't issue business licenses, we don't have that authority. The temporary use permit was the preferred methodology. So we put rules together around that initially, and because it was such an issue, there was an onerous public consultation presentation methodology. They were to be sent out to, there were supposed to be public information meetings, they were out to the APCs. It's a laborious process. After time, and now that we're more used to the process, some of the APCs, specifically Area E APC, has recommended that we remove the requirement for public information meetings and distribution to the APCs for renewals, not for the initial applications, but for renewals. So that's why this report is coming forward, Mr. Chair, to see what the appetite of committee would be for that sort of reduction. Its intention is to make this an easier, quicker process on the renewal part, so that we can expedite those applications. So I would then see if Mr. Garish has anything further that he wanted to say on that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, CIO Newell. Mr. Garish, would you like to elaborate?
No, I think the CIO did a good job of outlining the proposal. I think the only comment I would add is that we would still continue to notify renewals through letters to adjacent neighbors, and depending on the feedback that was received in that process, the option for the board to defer consideration and send an application to their APC and to a public information meeting obviously would still be available to them. The proposed changes would just cut that out as a mandatory requirement prior to board consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garish. I see a hand from the boardroom. I assume that's Director Kazakovich. You have a question?
Yes, thank you, Chair Knoll. Not a question, I just wanted to speak in support of this. Obviously, if the renewal has letters of complaints against it, or we've had issues through bylaw with noise complaints, then certainly we would want to have another public information meeting and have it go to the APC. But what I've been finding in Area E is we do have a fair number of the permits in place, and the renewals have not been an issue. We actually just sit there and kill time because there hasn't been anybody attending the meetings, and this happens over and over again. And it takes extra time up of staff and APC members, and then we just approve it. So I brought this forward as an issue that we need to just look at a second meeting if there is a complaint against the property or bylaw has been dealing with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kazakovich. Any other questions? I see none. I also would like to speak in favor of this. I think it would streamline things for APCs considerably. That, would anyone like to move the administrative recommendation, please? Director Roberts, second, Director Kazakovich. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Item D, proposed amended subdivisions servicing bylaw 2000-2002. CAO Newell, would you like to comment on this, please?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We have a number of these, so we've got 5 amendments that we're proposing on the agenda this morning, and Mr. Garish is going to run through those for us. But we have an old subdivision servicing bylaw, so initially back in 2002, it's had a number of amendments. Since that time, you can see that we're up into the teens with the number of amendments. We're working diligently to try and bring a revised, updated, consolidated bylaw forward. But this is complex in a rural area, specifically with regards to water and wastewater, and the technical requirements for that, and the different aquifers that are accessed. It's becoming very complex. So we need to make some, changes in the meantime until we can get that consolidated bylaw forward. And in order to give us the controls that we need in this environment. So Mr. Garish is going to present on all 5. They're all distinctly different, and he'll provide feedback that he's had from referral agencies as he goes through. So we'll turn it over to Mr. Garish, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, CAO Newell. Mr. Garish, please.
Thank you. I've got some PowerPoints I'm going to share here. Let's get them up. Okay, so this first set of slides relates to Amendment Bylaw 2000.11, which is proposing a change to the subdivision servicing bylaw in relation to requiring new parcels in service areas for sewer established by RDOS bylaw to have to connect to the sewer. So I want to start with some background. I myself always find this interesting just to see how regulations change over time. And what we asked for in the past, and why we may not ask for that in the future, and going into the future, what we might want to ask for. But just so the board's aware, the first, I guess, true multi-electoral area subdivision servicing bylaw that was adopted by the board was in 1976. And it was a very simple document. I think it was about 4 pages, and it primarily only dealt with water issues. There was nothing in there in relation to sewer. Now, I think within about a year or 2 after that bylaw being adopted, the funding became available to establish the sewer treatment plant in OK Falls. And at that time, the board had a discussion about what types of sewerage standards would be built into the subdivision servicing bylaw, and also requirements around connecting new parcels to hook up. So as you can see here from some of the headlines from the local papers at the time, the board took a position that new parcels would have to be connected to the OK Falls sewer system after it was completed. And that was built in, I think, between 1977 and 1978. And so this is just a direct quote from one of those amendment bylaws, basically outlining that, yes, any new parcel will be required to connect. And that's just a picture of the old system as it existed in 2001. So over time, as the board is aware, things change. There was an amendment to the bylaw in 1986 that allowed for the connection to the sewer system to be put off until time of building, subject to a covenant being registered. 6 years later, that covenant requirement was deleted from the bylaw. And then 4 years after that, with the introduction of a new subdivision servicing bylaw, the regulations were changed in a way that there was no longer a requirement to have to connect to the sewer system, and that was replaced with a minimum parcel size requirement for new parcels. And if you were below, I think it was an acre or 2, that you had to connect to the system. And of course, as the board is aware, in 2009, responding to direction from the province, we introduced the 1 hectare policy, which now requires everybody below 1 hectare to have to connect to the sewer system, but doesn't address above 1 hectare. So the issue is, that's been identified by staff, is we have about 15 parcels within the OK Falls sewer service area that theoretically could be subdivided without having to connect to the sewer system. And that's primarily because these parcels are greater than 2 hectares in area, meaning if the property owner so chose, they could create new 1 hectare parcels served by a septic system, which is of concern to staff. Now, I just want to run through some of those 15 parcels in OK Falls and what they are. So, you know, as you can see here, these are ag parcels in the ALR. So even though they theoretically could be subdivided to 1 hectare and on septic, because they are in the ALR, we don't think there's a likelihood of that happening. There's another parcel that's owned by Nature's Trust. As you can see here, the developability of that parcel is probably very remote. So the likelihood of it being subdivided to 1 hectare parcels is unlikely. A couple mobile home parks, one shown here, again, unlikely it's going to be subdivided into 1 hectare parcels on septic, similar with Golden Arrow. We do have 1 residential parcel currently being farmed. It's not in the ALR. There is potential for it to be cut in half, but again, probably unlikely. Which brings us to the main area of concern, which is the industrial area in OK Falls, primarily the former Weyerhaeuser industrial site. It is a very large site. It is in the sort of sewer service area. Our concerns here are related to a proposal that we are aware of, where the property owner is proposing 1 hectare parcels. In fairness to the property owner, though, they have indicated through the rezoning process that the board recently considered to allow ag uses on this parcel. They have indicated the whole way through that process that they are intending to connect to the sewer system. But we do have that concern that, you know, things change over time. We recognize that. And the way the servicing bylaw is currently structured, those 1 hectare parcels could be serviced by septic, even though they are in the sewer area. And again, this is just some context to show the location of the Weyerhaeuser site in relation to the existing OK Falls wastewater treatment plant. As you can see here, there are the Weyerhaeuser site, or sorry, the former Weyerhaeuser site, where it fronts onto Maple. There is infrastructure for the sewer running directly in front of that parcel, so connecting to it shouldn't be too much of an issue. I also just want to flag for the board too that there are provincial best practices that speak to subdivision in service areas. These do speak to discouraging on-site sewage disposal systems when a property can practically be connected to a sewer system, and so that was the point of this slide. We do have the infrastructure running right past the Weyerhaeuser site. We do think it can be practically connected to a community system. It also suggests that where commercial and industrial development is occurring, that should be connected to the sewer system where possible. And that's primarily because these types of commercial and industrial uses can produce wastes, which can lead to source water protection and environmental concerns, which again, in the context of OK Falls, is something that we are aware of and through the OCP have attempted to try to address, because of course the aquifer that's relied on by the Okanagan Falls Irrigation District runs right underneath of the industrial area in OK Falls. We do have an industrial DP that speaks to aquifer protection, but we feel that you know, requiring parcels in the industrial area to connect to the sewer system would further support that policy direction and also hopefully protect or further protect the aquifer for the community. I also just want to mention too that we do have another sewer area established by RDOS bylaw outside of OK Falls, and that's of course the Gallery Lake sewer area. But at least at a staff level, we don't feel that a requirement compelling new parcels to have to connect to the sewer is going to be an issue in Gallery Lake, and that's primarily because of the nature of the parcels that are already in the sewer service area. Basically couldn't be subdivided to a 1 hectare parcel anyway. I mean, the only exception would be the Deer Park Estates, but again, similar to the mobile home parks in OK Falls, it's unlikely that that particular parcel would be cut into 1 hectare parts given the existing form of development on it. So the recommendation that we've put before the committee today is asking or requesting that the subdivision servicing bylaw be amended to require connections for all new parcels being created by subdivision in the service area to be connected to the service area at subdivision stage. And I believe that's it for my presentation. I'm happy to try to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Are there any questions? Director Robinson, please.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, where is the Ministry of Environment and the water quality officers in all of this?
Mr. Garish?
Well, I think, I mean, I'm not entirely sure I can answer that. I mean, my understanding of the way our subdivision servicing bylaw works is that, you know, as an organization, we've only established the connections or the required connection to a community sewer on less than 1 hectare. Above 1 hectare, currently, we're content for it to be by septic. Unfortunately, I can't speak to where the province might be on that.
Yeah, I was just wondering because I have a daughter on the island who is a water quality officer, and this is the kind of stuff that she deals with on a day-to-day basis. Whenever there's a new application there, the Ministry of Environment seems to be all over it. So I'm kind of wondering where ours is.
Mr. Pitt?
It would make sense that they would be the experts in this.
Mr. Garish?
Well, I mean, depending on the direction that the board gives in relation to this amendment bylaw, I mean, I'm happy to investigate that further prior to consideration of first reading.
Thank you. Director Pendergraft, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm wondering how this would affect Area A, specifically the Northwest Sewer. It's a slightly different scenario there than OK Falls, for example. The town operates that system. So as long as it isn't going to be problematic, I'm generally supportive of the concept of this bylaw. Curious.
Mr. Garish?
Well, the way the amendment bylaw is structured is that it would only compel connection to a sewer within a service area established by an RDOS bylaw. I mean, I stand to be corrected, and I can look into this further prior to first reading, but my understanding with the Northwest Sewer is that that's not necessarily a service area established by an RDOS bylaw, although
It is.
Oh, it is. Okay, well, I can investigate that further.
Okay, please.
Thank you, Mr. Garish.
Chair Knodel.
Yes.
Chair Knodel, just to let you know, CAO Newell would like to speak.
CAO Newell, would you like to comment at this point?
So I'll just add on a little bit. The requirement to hook up to a sanitary sewer in an incorporated community is a standard clause in their subdivision bylaws. But it's more, rather than from a water quality point of view and what impact waste would have on an aquifer, it's more from the cost of infrastructure. Anybody that's on a mechanical system knows that wastewater treatment collection and treatment systems are very expensive. So you don't want gaps in the service area of those who are paying and those who are not. If a line runs in front of somebody or is connecting or available to a property, it's beneficial to everybody from a financial point of view to have them connect to the wastewater treatment system. That only just makes sense. But on the other hand, it is one of these issues in a regional district where, especially in an industrial area, you want to be careful about what industrial properties are injecting into the aquifer. And in an area like Weyerhaeuser, where an intent is to have sort of market garden greenhouses, it would not be surprising to see production facilities develop around that. And food production facilities, while they look nice, have really bad waste. So any sort of wastewater coming off of a food production facility, like either potato, peas, any of that stuff is toxic, and you'd want some control over what they're going to be injecting into the ground. So we just think generally this is another tool that we'll be able to use to have to allow the board to have more control over what properties that are going to be producing wastewater are required to do. And it would be prudent for us to put that back into the bylaw.
Thank you, CAO Newell. Director Obert, please.
Yes, and thank you. First, I want to say thank you to the CAO. Everything he just said, I agree with. For OK Falls specifically, this is a very good amendment. It's really important for environmental protection, for infrastructure and development and community development reasons. So I support and I want to move the administrative recommendation, please.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions before I call, the motion, please? Director Kozakovich, please.
Yes, I was just going to second Director O'Rourke's motion.
Motion seconded. I see no other questions, so. Oh,
Hello.
Director Robbins.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just wondering if we couldn't do at the same time a referral to the ministry to ask them. I mean, these are huge decisions that we're making on behalf of all our constituents, and it seems to me that with aquifers and water being such a dominant concern, that perhaps we should pull in some of their expertise and find out a little bit more.
Mr. Parrish.
Okay, Director Knoll. Sorry,
Yes.
CAO Newell would like to speak, please.
Thank you, CAO Newell.
Oh, thank you. So that is a very good question from Director Robinson. But this is our subdivision servicing bylaw that we're talking about right now. And just to remind the board that we are not a subdivision approving authority, that we rely on the province. So we don't really have control over subdivisions, but they do rely on our subdivision servicing bylaw as a referral. So whatever we have in our bylaw is really what they're going to impose. And this would be a good first step. We should, there is still some confusion with regards to water quantity and quality and with wastewater in rural districts as to what the ministry does, what the regional district does, what AHA does. So it is a good point that we need to straighten that up, but this would be a good first step for us.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, CAO Newell. We have a move and a second on the motion. At this point, if there are no other questions, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing no opposed, motion carries. Thank you kindly.
And Chair Knodel, we do have our delegation here for the next meeting, so it might be a good time to break, and then we will resume your meeting after Protective Services. Yeah.
Thank you. I will turn the meeting back over to the chair. We'll carry on.
Okay, so thank you. Chair Knodel has recessed that meeting. This committee, and I'll turn things over to Chair Roberts. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to have a motion to approve the agenda of Protective Services. Director Bauer and Director Gedden. All in favor? Perfect. Anyone not in favor? There we go. If right now we have a delegation here from the RCMP, I can pass this on to CAO Newell. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Roberts. CAO Newell has left the room, so I think what we're going to do is we're just going to go directly to Superintendent Hunter to give us an update on his report that you all have in your agenda package. So I'll go to Superintendent Hunter.
Thank you to the chair and to the board. Really appreciate everyone having us here today. I know those on the call appreciate our area commanders here, and I really do appreciate our area commanders here having a great bilateral discussion on what's happening in their communities. So just really quickly, we have Sergeant Jason Beta from Soyuz, myself, Sergeant Rob Hughes from Princeton Detachment. We have a passing of the torch, so to speak, today with Karamias Detachment. Corporal Brian Evans is here, and he has transitioned to Penticton Detachment, part of our major crime unit, and transitioning from Penticton Detachment to the The NCO-IC in charge of Karamias is Corporal Chad Parsons, and they'll be speaking later. Dave Preston, the sergeant in charge of Summerland, is here, and Sergeant Don Wrigglesworth is on his way. He'll be here shortly, and he's in charge of Oliver. So just real briefly, in regards to Penticton, I'd like to update the board in regards to our policing priorities this year. We have 4 priorities last year, and they all remain. Crime reduction with a focus on property crimes and drugs. Traffic, road safety, impaired drivers, ensuring we have safe roadways for our community. Family and sexual violence is a very important priority. It's a very serious matter in all of our communities, and we work collaboratively with other agencies in the community to assist those victims. Employee wellness is a priority at our detachment in trying to cope and manage the stressors of the job, which can be quite significant at times. In addition, this year we've added a strategic priority of homelessness, addictions, and mental health, another very serious and prevalent issue in all of our communities, and working collaboratively as well with our municipal and regional partners, staff, and other agencies to ultimately, and you've heard me say it before, try to get a lot of these folks out of that cycle of addictions, which can lead to crimes. And I outlined at a council meeting earlier this week that it's very exciting to hear some media reports and discussions in the community of our next BC housing project with a recovery focused mandate, which is very, very exciting. If we can get any of these folks out of their cycle of addictions and crime is a really, really, really good thing for the community. So I'm very excited about that. I'm not going to go through all the numbers for the municipality and the Penticton rural area. I would like to highlight a few things though. We've had what I call a pandemic effect in the entire area, and certainly in the municipality of Penticton, we've had quite an uptick of uttering threats. A lot of those threats are in relation to the restrictions and the public health orders that are out there in regards to wearing of masks and physical distancing and certain amount of people that are allowed into retail spaces, and people are getting upset and threatening our workers out there, which is completely unacceptable. They do not deserve, nor do they need this threatening behavior and harassment. So we've received them from establishments, the hospital, retail stores, fast food restaurants, the homeless shelters, hotels, and other government agencies are being treated in this regard, and that's where we have an uptick in our uttering of threats. Mischief is up in the city. A lot of those are in relation to unwanted persons. It can be defined in the criminal code if you can no longer enjoy your property because somebody is in the vicinity and unwanted. That's a mischief, and we've been dealing with those. Frauds in the rural area are up. A lot of those are in relation to unauthorized transaction and people's accounts, identity theft. You know, you have a theft from a vehicle, a wallet ID, and it's just a criminal's opportunity to try to fraudulently obtain money through various avenues, and we've seen an uptick in that. Assaults in the rural area are up a little bit. Most of them, about 50%, are domestic in nature, which is unfortunate and in alignment with our policing priority of trying to assist with that family violence and get to the root cause and prevent those events. Of the 17 occurrences, 15 of the events, the victim and the suspect previously knew each other. So it's not a stranger on stranger event in that regard. We have made lots of arrests in the community as recent as last week. An individual responsible for a lot of our mischiefs and thefts was arrested along with significant warrants out there. We made a huge arrest yesterday on a prolific. They were caught with a significant amount of drugs, loaded sawed-off shotgun, just very, very dangerous to the public. And I do want to point out our violence has increased significantly in the area. At the end of March, we had 4 events involving a firearm. One of them likely are aware that our police officers were involved in trying to apprehend people in a stolen vehicle, towing another stolen vehicle. It was a really protracted event where our members were rammed in the vehicle. Police officers. I got to tell you, it's absolutely disgusting. It has a very, very, very strong negative impact at the detachment. It's very upsetting, and I'm upset. The members are upset, and that it's come to this level of violence. And we're doing everything we can to hold those folks to account. But it's concerning, the level of violence that's happening in the community. Myself and Sergeant Bayless met with Director Oberick a couple of weeks ago to discuss things happening down in OK Falls, looking at some community-based solutions to some of the issues down there. The meeting went really well. I know there's been some subsequent meetings or discussions with Sergeant Bayless and as well as Rick Delaber, who's in charge of our community policing initiatives, such as Crime Watch and Citizens Patrol and that type of thing. Really happy to report that our relationship with Interior Health continues to be very, very strong. We've always had a strong relationship with them, our community response team, in assisting our clients, our vulnerable clients that are in need of extra care. They've been very, very good with us, and it's been enhanced to the point where we have a dedicated nurse for our detachment. They're not 24/7 working with our detachment, but it is a liaison person that's going to work with us in managing some of our clients with addictions and those types of things. So that's a report for Penticton. And to the chair, I'm not sure if you want to do questions and answers with myself, or perhaps we'll just go around the room and then questions and answers afterwards. I'll leave that up to you folks.
Thank you, Superintendent Hunter. Is there any questions now before we move into the individual detachments? I see the hand of Director Oberick.
I'm so sorry. I have trouble with the unmute button. First off, I wanted to say thank you for the meeting we recently had, and it was very positive. I have 2 questions, and the first is, a while ago, we used to get a breakdown for the rural areas, OK Falls, Kaleden, Naramata, and I notice we don't get a breakdown anymore, and that is that's information that would be really interesting by community. And the second is, so my question is, could we get that information again? And then the second is on the priorities, and it's on page 54 of our agenda. And what I noticed is the policing priorities, that there's no mention of rural area priorities at all. Again, for OK Falls, we would have desire to have the same priorities as Oliver, for example. So those are my 2 questions. What are the priorities for us who are not in the municipalities? And then secondly, could we get a breakdown for our areas so we could see what's happening in our communities? Thank you.
And thank you through to the chair. So for the Penticton, that's our entire detachment, including the rural area and in the municipality. Those are our priorities for the detachment, not unlike the other detachments that also have a blended municipal and provincial component. That's the priorities for the entire detachment. And as for the breakdown for the communities, So the issue there is the numbers are so small when you break them down. Even if you look at rural Penticton in and of itself, the number of calls for the entire rural area for the quarter, they're very small. Certainly, we can bring them back if that's of interest to you. But like I say, the numbers were so small, and we just felt to talk about the region as a whole. But I have no issue with bringing back that breakdown, and we will take care of that for you.
Thank you, Superintendent Hunter. It sounds like there's a couple that would be interested in that. And again, maybe it's something that the individual directors could reach out for that kind of further information, so that we don't necessarily have maybe a need for it in the larger setting as we are now. Anyways, any further questions before we move into the separate detachment? Well, not seeing any. Superintendent Hunter, if you would.
Chair Roberts.
Yes, hello.
Excuse me, Chair Roberts. Director Monteith has her hand up.
Okay, sorry, Director Monteith.
To the chair, I wanted to echo directly what Director Obrecht has said. In the past, we used to get it by area, and I'm going to speak on behalf of Khalid. We have a Citizens on Patrol, and that information was important to my community. I shared it on our community pages. People were engaged. It was important for them to see what was going on in their community. And especially when you got a community like Apex, that's very separate from Penticton, and they have separate issues. So it's important that we see by areas, and I think that residents want to see that as well. And I think that it should be in the board report, because I feel that that is where it's appropriate. So, thanks.
And through to the chair, no problem. We'll bring that back.
And I see Director Obrecht. Is that your hand still up or a new one?
It's a new hand.
Okay, Director Obrecht.
Oh, thank you to the chair, and thank you very much to the superintendent. And I just want to echo what Director Monteith just said. I think this is important to the whole board, and I do also, on behalf of our community, we're kind of interested in what's going on in the region. We want to know what's happening in West Bench and Naramata, and we can learn a lot. You know, Toledo's just a great example. We can learn from them and work with them, you know, because our community cares about community policing. And so for us, that information is really interesting. And so I just want to say thank you, but I just wanted to add that clarification.
Thank you. And no more follow-up. I don't see any other hands. So Superintendent Hunter, if you'd like to move us around through the detachment.
You betcha. Thank you to the chair. We're going to move on to Princeton detachment.
So I always sit here first on purpose, so I get to go first. So thank you to the chair and to the board for having us. Our Princeton's priorities this year, we changed them a little bit. COVID restrictions and things that we can and can't do, and contacts that we're unable to make dictated a little bit of a change here. The first one being substance abuse and drugs. This primarily is to target the offenders, the dealers and the users. It's not just for drug offenses. It's taking that element and really targeting them for any offenses that they commit with a zero tolerance. We've adopted a true prolific offender program, and adding names to that, where we present the offender with a form, they sign it. We're offering them help first and foremost, and if they refuse to have that help, then enforcement is the avenue that we're going to take, and that's showing success already. Our next one is traffic with road safety. Of course, you know, our highest number of calls for service in the Princeton area is traffic. If you take traffic incidences, MBIs, all together, that's one of the highest things that we get called for. And then we've added employee wellness this year, and it's a decision that we made at the detachment, and I don't feel with the COVID pandemic, all the stresses that families go through, I feel that it would be naive of me to believe that our members aren't going through those stresses tenfold. they're dealing with all the people that are dealing with that. So I cannot take care of our community without taking care of our members. And that includes our PSEs, our victim services, our cell guards, everyone. It's not member wellness, it's employee wellness, and it's the entire detachment. So that's a new priority for this year, and I'm quite happy and proud of that. As far as our stats, most of the numbers are down. Our theft from vehicles show a massive increase, 600%, from 1 to 7 for the quarter. I reviewed all those files. We had a little rush of people come through town where they were stealing license plates and stealing things from unlocked vehicles. One of those files is somebody that in January left his vehicle running outside the liquor store and somebody stole his keys. They didn't take the vehicle, didn't do anything, just took the keys, and we think threw the keys away. And then mostly unlocked vehicles. One was only one event at Manning Park where a visitor from Ontario was here hiking and left his tools in his vehicle, came back after a couple of days of hiking, and everything was smashed. So all in all, I think our numbers are looking pretty good. Our threats are way down. Our assaults, common with weapon caused bodily harm, are about the same. They're up 2, which is a huge increase. And as we've said before, I think in most of the detachment areas, most of our assaults, the violent offenses, are known to each other, parties that are known to each other. So anything above 0 obviously is not ideal, but I think the numbers for Princeton look pretty good right now. That's what I have.
Do we have any questions for Sergeant Hughes? Sorry, I've lost off my screen Mayor Coyne. I see his hand up. So Mayor Coyne, Director Coyne.
Not a question, just a good work, guys. Things look way better this year than last year, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd like to say the same in regards to those concerned citizens in Headley. Really approve and supportive of the events and the individual constables that have come out to Headley, and appreciate all that you've been doing and continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we can move on to Superintendent Hunter, who we have next.
Thank you, and we're going to move on to Karamias, but before I hand it over to Corporal Evans and Corporal Parsons, as we all know, and I'm sure those gentlemen will talk about it, when we're dealing with numbers and statistics, and there's some really catchy headlines that a newspaper can use, and certainly one of our local news agencies has done that with Karamias, violent crimes up 223%, but there's a narrative that comes with that. When you have extremely low numbers and it goes up by a couple, the percentages can look egregious. And I just really want the community to listen to our 2 commanders over there of what is happening in Karamias, and that particular headline that's out there, albeit the number is accurate, the story is different than what the headline says. So it's just a point of a comment from myself, and I'll hand it over to Corporal Evans.
Okay, thank you, sir, and thank you to the chair. Yeah, here to speak for the final time to the board. So appreciate the opportunity I've had in the last 4.5 years in Karamias. And we have a new commander here with me, Corporal Parsons. So his first opportunity to meet everyone here, which is wonderful that he's able to make it. Can speak just about our priorities that were set for this year. Again, very similar to last year's priorities, police community relations, so developing those relationships within the community. It was a little tough last year. We're hoping things lighten up this year with some of the restrictions to make that a little bit easier later on in the year, as well as traffic concerns as well, which continue to be an issue with speeding and impaired driving and those road safety issues. So that was what was set as far as the priorities go. Speaking to the statistics, Superintendent Hunter mentioned it. Obviously, there's some lot of concern about the percentages, or as they appear on the statistics. Done some research into the historical trends and whatnot, and it appears that certainly in 2020 we had an exceptionally low year for our statistics. So we had quite a drop that year versus the previous year. Speaking specifically to the assault category, which is a 300% increase. And for example, in 2019 we had 12 in that year as well. So that would be certainly in line with historical trends. 3 is a very low number, and which is great, and it's wonderful to maintain that. But I think we're coming back into some historical norms. In regards to sex offenses, I can speak to those as well. I've looked at all of those files. One of those is a historical sex offense from 30 years ago. The other was one from the previous quarter. So it's not necessarily a significant increase in those. And domestic violence, again, was exceptionally low, with only 1 file in 2020 for the first quarter. So 8 files for a quarter, although we'd love to see 0 files, but that's not something that's exceptionally out of the range of normal. Some of our property crime numbers are down, some are up. Auto thefts, again, some of those, and theft from autos, those relate to vehicles that are being left unlocked, or thefts of license plates and validation stickers from vehicles. So again, we always encourage the community to keep their property secure, and to help us in making it a harder target. And the frauds, again, just as mentioned with Superintendent Hunter, is that those are identity theft type frauds that have come up. So we've looked at all those numbers, and it's nice to be able to give you a little bit of context of what's going on there in Carameas. Other than that, I don't think we have anything else to add, unless I'll leave it to Corporal Parsons if he wants to add anything to the presentation.
Not too much to add. It's just my day 4 in Carameas, so I'm still just getting logged into all the computers and learning the lay of the land. I've been in the area for quite some time, and I'm looking forward to working with the board here.
Okay. If there's any questions, happy to answer.
Any questions for Corporal Evans? And of course, we'd like to welcome our Corporal Parsons. Any questions? I see from Director Bauer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to thank Corporal Evans and Parson for introducing themselves at the village office. It's much appreciated. And of course, wishing Corporal Evans all the best in his new career in civilian clothes, and we will not tell anybody where you're going. I'll leave that to you. Definitely a big welcome to Corporal Parson. We're looking forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see a hand up for the boardroom. Is that?
Yes, thank you, Chair Roberts. I just had a question, and sorry if this was mentioned. Is it a typo where it has no change, even though uttering threats went from 0 to 2? So should it just be a 0 there, or is it actually a percentage increase?
I think because it's a 0, it doesn't register as far as an automatic percentage. I think that's just a...
Yeah, I could speak to that. Just mathematically, that equation doesn't exist.
Okay.
So that's why it's and C there.
Okay,
yeah.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Corporal Evans or Corporal Parsons? Not seeing any. I just, again, for being rural Carameas, Olalla, and Headley, like to welcome Corporal Parsons. Unfortunately, we all got called on different calls, me going one direction with BC Ambulance and you going another, so we couldn't meet up the the day that I was given the call, but look forward to spending some time together. Superintendent Hunter, move on to the next detachment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to move on to Summerland Detachment and Sergeant Dave Preston.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. It's especially nice being here when a lot of these numbers are green, so that is good. We did have a 20% increase in calls for service in Summerland, but in spite of that, our numbers do look pretty good. In that violent crime, there's a reduction of 22% in those type of crimes, and property crime, we did see a decrease in that as well. Those numbers, I think it was touched on in vehicle thefts, that was 186% increase in those numbers, which again, just kind of going over some stats on that, 35% of theft of vehicles involved those vehicles were unlocked. Another 20% of those thefts were uncompleted attempts, and then 20% were just the license plates. So it is one of those things, I think, to remind the public too, just that check their license plate. A lot of people don't even think to check their license plates, but sometimes criminals will swap and take a rear plate from their vehicles, and next thing you know it, they have a different plate on their vehicle. So our priorities in Summerland didn't really change that much from last year. It's still road safety is one of our priorities. Police visibility. Then in consultation with our CAO in Summerland, we were discussing some concerns with bylaws, and we want to really work and develop that partnership with the bylaws and kind of have more of a focused attention on that for this year. So other than that, that's all I got.
Thank you, Sergeant Preston. Is any questions for Sergeant Preston? I see a hand of, there, Director Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Sergeant Preston. As I'm sure you're aware, we had another traffic fatality on the highway at the intersection coming into Summerland recently, and I'm just wondering, are you aware of any kind of commonality with all the accidents we have at that intersection? And is there an opportunity to communicate with the MOT? Is there any way we can do to improve the safety of that intersection?
No, that fatality really had nothing to do with the infrastructure, the way the highways are, or anything like that. So from the other ones, though, I'm not sure. I would have to look more into that. But in speaking of that fatality there, just was that 2 or 3 weeks ago, that there was no commonality with the other ones that was evident. So,
okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Sergeant Preston? Not seeing any, we'll move back to Superintendent Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Sergeant Rigglesworth, and he brought his second in command with him here today, and I'll hand it over to them to talk about all of our detachment.
All right. Thank you. I'll start off and introduce Corporal Paul Simons, who has arrived and will be here in my place, perhaps from time to time. So thought he better not sweat it out on his first visit. It's good to have Paul. He grew up in Oliver. He's from Oliver, and now he's moved back. So it's kind of a homecoming. We didn't have balloons or any parties, but he's here, and that's good. Has a lot of contacts in the community. But getting right into it, our Oliver performance plan for this year. I have spoken with Director Canolo and Mayor Johansson, as well as Chief Louis, briefly outlining it. We want to, as you've heard from a number of other people, have one of our focuses on traffic. Since I've been in Oliver, I seem to be inundated with emails from the community members as well as from the town office that have passing on the emails from community members about speeders. Speeding is a big concern in a number of hotspots. And so we, as a detachment, although we're not a traffic unit, we have the ability and we're going to be out there stopping vehicles. And we want to increase that, just to have that visibility of the lights, a vehicle pulled over. A number of my junior guys that have been at the detachment for less than 2 years, they haven't received their radar training yet, and training has been a problem with COVID, but they're encouraged to stop and interact. Verbal warnings, written warnings are preferred, and sometimes that leads to some other tickets. So you'll definitely see some more lights on and vehicles stopped out there. Last year we had crime reduction as one of our pillars, and we're going to continue that this year with a focus on curfew checks. We sometimes bemoan what happens with the courts, but when the courts do issue a condition on a person, this is a criminal who's been convicted or somebody facing court, they have a curfew. It gives us an opportunity as police officers to go to their house, knock on their door, make sure they're there. Often that can lead to other investigations opening up. So we have been monitoring, we have always done curfew, but I'm definitely going to be asking the officers at Oliver Detachment to increase those and just keep track and measuring it so we have a base. As you heard from Sergeant Hughes in Princeton talking about employee wellness, it's also on our plate, making sure that my people are healthy and in turn can do the job the best to serve the community. There's a number of ways we're going to be doing that. There's a new constable that's come in from Prince George, Constable Ingham. You may have seen an article where he provided a profile in the paper. He's a very motivated community person, and he wants to put a gym together at our detachment. He's piecing that together. I'm not sure how it's going to work, but I've tasked him with figuring it out, and that's good. And then the last part of that is the community relations visibility, not just coming to the meetings like this, but being out in the community. I have an officer assigned to each school. It's not just me coming to these meetings or going to a meeting with Chief Louis, but just being out there and being available, and also working with our volunteers. We have a great base of volunteers that are still keen to be out there. I always want to say Citizens on Patrol. I think they call themselves Crime Watch. That's it. I should get that on my tongue. They're working at getting funding for a new vehicle. They've been out liaising with some of the businesses in the community. And I have one dedicated person that, not just with the community relations and visibility side, but back on the pillar of the traffic and slowing down speeders. He's out just about every day, sends me emails, big long lists of these vehicles have gone. You know, I clocked 700 vehicles in this time frame on Tuckanuit Road, and these are the ones that were going this many over, this many over. I've asked them to narrow it down a little bit, and in turn, I typed some letters to those people and just let them know that they were seen going a little bit too fast, and slow it down. This is a fine you could have faced. So that's where we're at. As far as the numbers go, it looks really green, and I'm going to take full credit for that, because there'll be times here when Oliver is going to have red, because numbers change all the time. So I may as well bask in this. The one interesting thing is the violent crime totals being down. I saw that OCC was separated. The jail crimes reported were also down. And speaking with acting deputy warden there, COVID has a big influence on that. Their numbers were lower, numbers of inmates, and the interactions and socializing was down as well. Their reporting process hasn't changed. There's still, if you have two prisoners that are in a fight and neither of them want anything done about it, they're still obliged to report it to us, and we have to open a file with no further action than that. So that's how those numbers are. I'm going to cut it off there and leave it for questions.
Thank you, Sergeant Wrigglesworth. Anybody have any questions, Sergeant? I see Director Knodel.
Just like to say I had my opportunity to meet Sergeant Wrigglesworth here yesterday. It was an outstanding meeting. Our time was a little limited, so we didn't really get to any thick things. They were more like two dogs meeting in the park. We were kind of circling each other, getting to know each other, and it was at the risk of painting an ugly picture. That's kind of the truth. We didn't meet in the park. To that end, I'd like to thank Sergeant Wrigglesworth very much for his dedication to our community. He's already made a huge difference. He's supported the Crime Watch people in an outstanding manner, and it's been just absolutely fabulous. And I'm looking forward to meeting with him a little more and getting the opportunity to talk bad about people who aren't around to defend themselves. We didn't get to that point yesterday, Martin, so you were safe. Thank you very much, Sergeant Wrigglesworth. Have a good day.
I see another hand up from the boardroom.
Yes, thank you, Chair Roberts. Great looking stats. I have a question for either Superintendent Hunter or Sergeant Wrigglesworth. I had a citizen in rural Oliver indicate or mention that his understanding was that for 4 hours every night there's no RCMP response other than for major emergencies. Is that correct, or is he misinformed?
Oliver at this time does not have 24-hour policing coverage. The numbers and the manpower that we have, we look at the time, and to spread out for 24 hours, we lose coverage and backup. The primarily calls are during daylight hours, but we do have police officers on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday till 4 a.m. And the members, there is that period of 3 to 4 hours where there are police officers on call, and they do respond to the priority. But we do not have police officers. We don't have the funding for those numbers. I would love to have more police officers. I need more bodies to have that coverage, but we don't have that right now, as in many rural areas. So it's not just where, go ahead.
Yeah, and through to the chair, just to add to that, we are 24/7 policing. It's just a matter of, is there an officer on the road at that time? You would need, and I haven't done the math for Oliver, but 20 police officers to have a member on all the time. So there's 2 members on call, plus there's backup from a Soyuz detachment, and they work together all the time, supporting each detachment. I'm very satisfied with the coverage we have in the South Okanagan, especially the coordinated effort between Soyuz and Oliver, which enhance our ability actually to respond to calls for service 24/7.
Thank you. And Chair, could I just follow up?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just to Superintendent Hunter, then, is it the same situation in Karamis or Princeton or elsewhere in the RDOS?
Through to the chair, that's the situation across the province. Any detachment that doesn't have the number of resources to actually be on the road 24/7, you're in an on-call situation. So these members are being paid to be right beside their phone, to answer the phone and go. And I'll suggest, depending, say for example, Princeton, you have some members an hour away from the detachment at a call on a Thursday evening, and a call happens in Princeton. I'm going to suggest at 3 in the morning, a member receives a phone call in Princeton, they're going to be able to respond in 10, 12 minutes of that call. So it's all relative. I'm very confident all of our police officers are available and ready to respond to a call in the entire PSOS region 24/7. But it is to have boots on the road working, you just need the resources.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Superintendent Hunter.
I was just going to say, perhaps the good corporal wants to say a few words introducing himself.
Just Corporal Simons. Like my sergeant just said, I did grow up in the area, so it's nice to be back home. Came from Langley. I was on the prolific offender section there for several years, and worked general duty as well. So a lot more volume of calls, but certainly change of pace is nice. It's different. And I've seen the priorities that have been outlined by the sergeant here, and I think those are good ones for the area. Probably traffic is one. It's not just unique to small towns. That was always a priority in Langley too. Every side road you went down, then someone would flag you down and tell you how fast everyone's going. So at least here, I think maybe it's a little more attainable that we can actually get out and do a little more. And so I'm looking forward to it. If anyone has any questions for me.
No, that's great. Unless there are questions, I just welcome aboard to our team. It's a lot of fun here and a great area to live, work, and play for sure. And if the chair is good with it, we will move on to a Soyuz detachment with
Thank you, Superintendent Hunter, but we do have a question coming in from Director Johansson. Director Johansson, are you on mute?
Sorry, I guess I'm still learning the mute button as well. Just welcome to Corporal Simons, welcome to Oliver, and just to echo the comments of Director Knodel to Sergeant Wrigglesworth, you and your team, I think, are doing a really good job here, having a real good positive impact on the community. You told me the other day, which I thought was very impressive, you're out doing a few foot patrols and talking to your team about getting out into the community, and I think those kind of little things have big impacts at the end of the day. So job well done, and looking forward to a continued good working relationship. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Johansson. I'll pass it back to Superintendent Hunter.
Okay, Sergeant Bader, over to you.
Thank you to the chair and board for having me. Regarding the Soyuz priorities, we maintained the same ones we had last year with the addition of employee wellness. Crime reduction is, we felt, it's one that needs to stay on there. We're still seeing some theft from autos, and the majority of those being license plates and what have you, but it's still something that we want to help educate the public on, and in regards to how we can reduce crime and how they can do their part. One thing that we haven't talked about before with license plates is a lot of license plates are put on with very simple screws that any thief can grab a simple screwdriver to take off. It's just an idea or suggestion is to perhaps attach your license plate with a different type of screw, maybe something like a Torx screw or something that the thieves don't necessarily have the screwdrivers for, and or just something that makes it a little more difficult for them to get off. Traffic, our traffic safety includes marine safety, as we have a Soyuz Lake, very busy lake, and in some past years we've unfortunately seen some fatalities on the lake. Last year we made it a priority, and we significantly increased our police contacts with vessels out on the water. I think we had about 155 contacts last year. Those are proactive contacts to make sure that people are obeying the laws on the water, and as well as having all their safety gear. And I'm pleased to say that although the lake was very busy last year, we had no major marine incidents. So I think the extra patrols we did out there certainly played a factor in that, which I'm pleased about. Employee wellness, again, like many other detachments have mentioned, it's important, especially during times like now, to keep our employees healthy and their families healthy, so that they can come to work and continue to police their communities and keep our communities safe. Going on to the stats, see a bit of a cross here between some red and green. Overall, I'm quite happy with the overall stats. There's sex offenses went from 1 to 4 when compared to the first quarter last year. I reviewed those files. One of those was, two of those were incidents where people were in a common law relationship that was somewhat going sour, and there's incidents that happened there that we're investigating. 2 of the incidents involved care workers at seniors care homes, and where there was some inappropriate touching by the person being cared for. So that was something that we looked into as well. Domestic violence is up slightly from 2 to 7. Those are numbers that are going to fluctuate quarter to quarter and year to year. It's especially during difficult times that a lot of people are going through right now. When we go down to the property crime area, again, as I mentioned, theft from vehicles is our number one large increase, and those again were mostly license plates. So people are doing a good job at keeping their vehicles locked compared to in the past. And just going to touch on something there. I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought with theft from vehicles. But I'll get back to it if I remember it. Frauds, slight increase in frauds. What we're finding with the frauds is we're seeing with the cost of real estate jumping, and especially the rental market and the lack of rentals. We've had a number of frauds where people are finding a place. The criminals are basically working from, some of them are finding from overseas, and they're researching places that are available for rent. They're taking that post or that picture, making their own post for it. And when people are contacting them to rent it out, they're having them send money overseas to them with an agreement to rent it. Now, I just want to caution people that although I know it's very frustrating when it's very difficult to find a rental home or a place for your family to live, be very cautious of where you're sending that money to. Do what you can to physically inspect that place. If the person has the key to get you in, they're most likely eligible to rent it to you. If for some reason they cannot let you in, they say that they're overseas and they have no one else managing the place that can let you in, there should be some red flags there. So we've seen some people lose a significant amount of money by wiring it, to these people that we simply have no way of getting back. So I just want to make sure people are, especially at times right now when the rental market is what it's like, I just want to make sure people are being a little more cognizant and keeping their money safe. When I look at our top 10 calls for service, traffic incidents are number 1, and a lot of those are, when we say incident, those are concerns that the public have brought to us, speeding in different areas. And the town of Osoyoos has a traffic safety committee, which I'm part of, and the committee does a very good job at sending me any concerns from the public about areas that need enforcement, and we do our best to act on those right away. Second call for service was property, and again, that's the majority of that is theft from vehicles. And then we go down to a lot of it is just alarms and assisting other agencies, whether it be ambulance, just to help them get into a place, or assisting fire with roads, keeping the road blocked or people out of the way while they're attending to calls. So overall, I'm pleased with the numbers, even considering we had a slight increase in calls. So yeah, well, like we say, quarter to quarter, we'll see these things fluctuate up or down. So right now we're on the good side. And I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions for? I see. Where am I looking? Director McCordoff.
Mayor McCordoff.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Sergeant Beta. We always appreciate hearing your positive message and identifying things that we need to work on. I would just have 2 things that have been mentioned today. What about, do we have anything about Crime Watch, and do we have any citizens on patrol in Osoyoos? I know it was something we'd had in the past, and I wasn't sure whether we had that right now.
So thank you, Mayor. That's a good question. So I did attempt to, so when I first got to Osoyoos, we did have a citizens on patrol. Where we saw that fall by the wayside is citizens on patrol or volunteers that want to come out to our community to help us and help keep their community safe. But they also need to feel included and involved as much as they can. When I started policing 20 years ago, our citizens on patrol did a lot of great things for us. They were on our radio system, and when they heard the police go to a certain area, or when we needed them, they would be there in a heartbeat. Unfortunately, with the changeover in our radio system to an encrypted system, we're not permitted now by our security department to provide them with a radio, and we found that it's changed their perception of what citizens on patrol is, because they're out there and they feel they're not hearing what's going on in the same. Unless they get a phone call from us, which often is, if it's a serious situation, we're not able to make that call, or we're tied up doing other things. So they felt that they were out there, and although they were the eyes, they didn't have the ears, and they didn't know where we were, or they didn't know where things were happening. So we've lost a lot of them. We've also lost some due to age and retirement. I mean, the citizens on patrol do a great job. We just unfortunately at this point don't have any that are volunteering in a Soyuz.
Thank you very much for that. And could I just say that we would always welcome having you come to one of our council meetings. I think it might be really important to, before we have more people in our community in the summertime, and who knows how that's going to work, whether we are going to have more but normally we do. And I just wondered if we could arrange for a time for you to come and talk to us at council one day before, in the next month or so. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, Mayor McCorduff. We come to speak about the quarterly report. The way the last council meeting worked out, I didn't have the report yet, so my intention is to come to the next one to read that to council and then talk about the policing in the summer as well. And as I've told CAO Alan and yourself and the rest, anytime you need me there, you just let me know. If there's something that you have questions for, I'll certainly be there.
Thank you. I'll get our corporate officer to send you an invitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant Beta. We're getting over time now, and I see we've got one more question from Director Gettens, and then it's going to be break time. So if there's anything else that we need to do, we need to move along. So Director Gettens.
Great, thank you to the chair. I've just actually got 3 quick comments. I want to applaud your employee wellness as a priority, especially when the priority is so well supported and I think exemplified by your leadership. We haven't seen the full impact of COVID, so I think you taking a head start on that is a really great thing, and I applaud that. I also want to say about Sergeant Andrew Bayless, he is such a pleasure to work with. He's so good at communicating, and he follows up with everything, and I've really enjoyed working with him, so I just want to give him a bit of credit there. And then finally, I'd also like to support the earlier request from Directors Monteith and Albrecht. I would appreciate more details on the rural area. I often ask area citizens to report everything because the stats matter, even if they don't think they necessarily need an officer to attend. So I'd like to be able to share that information with the citizens just to keep encouraging them to report those incidents. And that's everything. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Gettens. So Superintendent Hunter, if there's nothing else from you, but it does look like a good portion of the directors are interested in a little bit more of a detailed statistics in regards to the small communities, such as in my area, Headley. But I'd like to thank you for your reports and all your due diligence. Could I have
Chair Roberts, Chair Roberts, we have a comment here from the board. Go ahead, please.
Sorry, Sergeant Beatty here again. Sorry, I remember what I wanted to say about the property crime stuff. I just wanted to give a shout out, although we're regional and we have regional borders, I wanted to give a shout out to the Midway detachment, who's not part of our region, as they've been tremendous in helping coming over to Soyuz area to help with a prolific offender that travels between our jurisdictions, and they were extreme help in catching our prolific offender last week, who's now sitting in jail waiting on to answer to some other charges, some new charges. So again, just wanted to ensure that the board knew that there's other detachments out there that are also helping us. So thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant Beta. I don't see anything else up there. Could I have a motion to adjourn? I see Director Bush and Director Getz. All in favor? Okay. Protective Services is adjourned. Thank you again, Superintendent Hunter, and all your detachment leaders.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Chair Roberts. We will now recess, and if we can reconvene in 10 minutes at 11 o'clock with Chair Knodel, who can resume the Planning and Development Committee meeting. Thank you. Chair Knodel, are you ready to get going again?
I am. Thank you, Chair Kabaka. I'd like to reconvene.
Thank you, Carla.
Reconvene the meeting, the planning and development meeting. I believe we left off at item E, proposed amendment to subdivision servicing bylaw 2000-2002. CA Noel, would you like to expand on this, please?
Mr. Garish, I know he's presenting on all of these. Just a reminder, though, that we have still 4 reports to get through in our 30 minutes.
Yes, sir.
You may have to call Chris. He won't speak unless asked.
Mr. Garish?
There we go.
Thank you. Let's get my presentation up here. Okay, so yeah, so the next, I guess, proposal for the board or committee to consider in relation to the subdivision servicing bylaw is a proposed amendment for proof of water and allowing an exemption for that. And again, you're going to see a trend with my presentations here. I've got some background slides that just kind of chart the evolution of some of these regulations over time. And so I'm again starting with subdivision bylaw number 300 back in the 70s, which, as I advised the board in the previous discussion, was enacted primarily to address water issues within the electoral areas as parcels were being subdivided. And so this bylaw established a requirement for potable water and established a quantity at that time of 2,275 liters per day. And it also required written confirmation that, and this is a direct quote from the bylaw, the chances of constructing successful wells on a parcel could actually be achieved. And there was an exemption for non-residential uses at that time. And of course, with the other regulations you'll see today, this changes over time. And there's a lot of similarities with some of the sewer requirements, water sewer requirements. There was an exemption introduced in the mid-80s that allowed for proof of water not to be done at subdivision if a no-build covenant was registered on title. That was subsequently removed in 1992. The board also had written requirements for groundwater from hydrologists and geologists, and that was introduced in 1987. The big change, however, came in 2003, shortly after the current bylaw was adopted. The board took a position that the responsibility for determining water quality and quantity from a private water source was to be delegated to the owner of the land being subdivided. RDOS was no longer to check quality and quantity of water from private water sources. And the regional district also made a statement that, going forward, even if proven at the time of subdivision, that necessarily wasn't a guarantee for quantity over time or going forward. Now, so of course, the issues that's raised for us at a staff level, so we have requirements that speak to potability being proven in subdivision. We also have requirements that state to minimum flows. However, we've delegated or vested this responsibility entirely with property owners. We're not really supposed to be reviewing well data, nor are we ensuring that the water is potable. And that this wholly resides with the property owners going forward into the future. So, and I just want to clarify too, that when a local government subdivision servicing bylaw doesn't specify a regulation, there is a default, which is the Local Services Act subdivision regulation from 1970. It does provide basic standards in the absence of a local government bylaw. However, I just want to point out that the regulation is silent on water quantity and quality, and the approving officer has advised that they feel they cannot request water quantity and quality information at the subdivision stage. I might have misspoken in the reports that are before you today about their ability to do that, so I just want to get that out of the way. Now, the reason this is before the board is we do have a couple proposals. One's formally been submitted, one hasn't. This particular parcel here, which is in electoral area I, but you can see where it's located in proximity to OK Falls. It's currently the subject of subdivision application. The parcel is 64 hectares in area. The proponent is seeking to do 3 parcels, each of which would be 20 hectares area or greater. And of course, the subdivision servicing bylaw requires proof of water to be established, and for parcels these size, that would be in the form of a well. The applicant is seeking an exemption, and the rationale they put to staff is that with parcels this big at the subdivision stage, they don't know where subsequent owners are going to be potentially constructing dwelling units or other structures related to uses on the site. And so they're concerned that they'd be putting money into establishing water and wells that may not suit where future owners want to construct. The other proposal that we have currently is a formally submitted development variance permit application. It's for a single property in Colmont, electoral area H. You can see here the image is showing 2 parcels. It's actually a hooked parcel, so that's one legal property here. It's 138 hectares in area. Unhooking it would result in a 70-hectare parcel north of town and just under 60 hectares south of town. The applicant, again, similar to the one in Area I, feels that the requirement to provide proof of water at subdivision for parcels this large is unreasonable, and for a lot of the same reasons that really when it comes time to develop this parcel under potentially a future property owner, it's unclear where that development might occur, and having to place a well now might be totally unrelated to that development footprint. So this application is asking the board to waive the requirement. And because of that, well, actually, before I move on to the next slide, this particular applicant also pointed out, because he's based in Merritt and does a lot of development in the Thompson-Nicola Regional District, pointed out that regional district has an exemption in their servicing bylaw, and he thought it was unreasonable that we didn't have something similar, which is what's prompted this whole discussion this morning. So staff did do a quick survey of other regional districts in the southern interior. Obviously, we've been alerted to the TNRD bylaw, and it does allow for exemptions on parcels 8 hectares and 16 hectares. TNRD does tie that to specific zones, their agricultural, forestry, and rural zones. Central Okanagan has a similar exemption, except for it being 30 hectares in area, and that would apply to any zone that happens to be that large of a parcel. North Okanagan also has a similar exemption. There is a 7.2 hectares in area. They do require a covenant, though, so it's not a clean exemption. It just defers the requirement to the building permit stage. And East Kootenay has structured their servicing bylaw in a similar way, 8 hectares subject to a covenant. East Kootenay, that's applicable in all their zones. Nord, I should have mentioned, has that only applicable in 2 zones. So taking all that into consideration, we thought we would test the committee's appetite for a similar type of exemption. Staff are recommending that if the board is open to this, that we feel 20 hectares might be a suitable area for our regional district. And that's primarily on the basis that we have the existing resource area zones, primarily in the Okanagan electoral areas, which establishes a 20-hectare parcel size for subdivision. And the way the bylaws are written, I mean, our expectation for the RA zone is that these are generally unserviced parcels of land. This would address the flexibility issue that has been identified in the previous 2 examples I just highlighted for the committee. But we would flag, though, that we recognize that this type of an exemption, that there may be challenges in certain areas establishing water after subdivision. So just for the board to be aware of that. Option 2, which we put before the committee, would be the status quo, no change at all. And that we continue to require all parcel sizes, regardless of whether they're 20 hectares or above or small, to prove water at subdivision. This would ensure, although I guess there's arguments about this, but that the cost of proving water is borne by the developer, although I guess theoretically he would then pass that on in the sale of any parcel to new owners. And we also recognize that prospective owners may not understand or realize that potentially larger parcels that they're acquiring may not have had a well established on it. So the status quo would continue to require that at subdivision, so new parcels are seen to have that. Option 3, which staff at least aren't really keen on, but obviously it's an option for the board, would be to have potentially maybe a lower parcel size exemption if the board's open for that, but not to have it as a clean exemption. It's simply that the use of a statutory covenant be included with that to transfer the requirement from subdivision stage to building stage. Again, this would provide flexibility at subdivision, but would require the administration and upholding of covenants at the building permit stage. This could create logistical challenges at building permit, particularly if a property owner is having difficulty proving water but wants to get underway with construction. I would just flag too that we do charge a $500 fee for covenants to be drafted by our solicitor, whereas the fee for a DDP is $400. So there may be, under this scenario, a financial incentive for people to forego this option and simply seek a clean waiver or exemption through the DDP process. And so all that being said, staff are recommending for your consideration that the proposed amendment be made, that this allow for a 20-hectare exemption, and that's it. So that's the end of my slides. I'm happy to try to answer any questions the best I can. Pass it back over to the chair.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Garish. Bearing in mind that time is limited, are there any questions for Mr. Garish on this subject? Seeing none. Director Coyne, Senior.
So are you looking for a motion then on this?
There's an administrative motion or options, or one of the three options.
Somebody to put the administrative recommendation on the floor, Mr. Chair.
I'd like to make the administrative recommendation then.
All right, thank you. Second, Mr. Director Roberts. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Item F, proposed amendment to subdivision servicing bylaw, on-site sewage disposal system requirements. CAO Newell, please.
We'll just get Mr. Garish to keep rolling, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Garish, please.
Sure, thank you. Okay, in the interest of time, I am going to skip some of my background slides because there is this particular presentation and the next two. I just want to flag are primarily addressing documentation requirements that staff feel would help us in the processing of subdivision referrals from the ministry. Although I appreciate any discussion on these, documentation requirements does have policy implications. So I'm just going to skip some of these background sections. So I'll start here. So in 2007, and this was primarily in response to provincial changes that removed health agencies such as IHA from the approval of septic systems and downloaded this to qualified professionals, which the board is familiar with as the professional reliance model. And these qualified people, which we refer to as registered on-site wastewater practitioners, are now charged with designing septic systems. So the board removed from the subdivision servicing bylaw the previous detailed regulations related to perk tests and some other aspects of septic design. And this was done to reflect this new regulatory environment. And also, I just wanted to flag too, and again, from previous presentations this morning, that between 2007 and 2009, the board did implement the provincial 1 hectare policy, which again had implications for septic design, septic regulation, primarily in that septics are only allowed on parcels greater than 1 hectare in area now. So the issue that we have currently with the subdivision servicing bylaw is that we are requiring capability of on-site sewage disposal to be proven at subdivision, or at least it's a stated requirement in the bylaw for parcels greater than 1 hectare in area. But we don't actually specify how this requirement is to be met, like what we require in terms of documentation from property owners so that we can tick this off as having, meeting the requirements of the bylaw. And then we also understand or acknowledge that, of course, as I was just saying, the design of septic systems is now done through professional reliance. And there does seem to be some, although there's a question of this, but some senior level of government oversight or involvement to a minor degree in the design of septic systems. So, I also want to flag too that even though we have delegated or our bylaw now reflects that professionals are basically designing septic systems, at staff level, we do think we have continuing interests in on-site septic sewage. That's in relation to two aspects, the use of holding tanks and the location of septic fields. Although, having said that, neither of those are actually governed in the current subdivision servicing bylaw. And so just for the board's benefit too, and sorry if I'm jumping around a lot here, there is an existing holding tank bylaw that was adopted by the board in 1986. It only applies to electoral area A. So the way staff have interpreted that is that even though it makes accommodation for holding tanks in A, holding tanks in all the other electoral areas are prohibited. Really in area A, holding tanks can only be used when there's no sewer system, an existing septic system has failed, and a new one can't be permitted. So there's very limited circumstances around that. This bylaw has some shortcomings. There's no application fees associated with us having to inspect or approve these, and there's no ongoing monitoring to make sure that these holding tanks are being operated in an appropriate way. And I also just want to add to at the end here that IHA advises that holding tanks are not really considered a sustainable method for sewage management. It's a temporary solution only. And sorry, I know we don't have time, but I was just going to give a quick overview of the difference between a holding tank and a septic field. One holds septic waste, has to be pumped out. The other one allows the fluid to be dispersed into the soil. This is just a reference to the Northwest Sewer and why we think the holding tank bylaw in Area A may be redundant now, because of course most of the issues that it was adopted to address we think may have been accommodated through the extension of the Northwest Sewer. So moving on to options, so we are recommending that some written confirmation requirements be built back into the bylaw to help us when we're administering subdivision referrals. And again, we're taking some guidance here from other regional districts and how they deal with this issue, and how we understand IHA is potentially involved in the process, which is that they only look at systems on parcels less than 2 hectares in area and just provide a really high level confirmation that everything's okay. This would allow, we think, us to say to any parcel greater than 2 hectares, we don't require confirmation. We are proposing regulations to require that all septic systems be on the parcel to which they service, which is one of our interests here. And then we also just want to clarify and make it clear that there is an existing prohibition on holding tanks, and that this would be applied to all the electoral areas, including Area A, which would require the removal of that or repeal of the 1986 bylaw. Other options that the board may consider, although we're not recommending these, but that we defer or delete all references to the sewage disposal for like on-site septic from the bylaw, fully buy into the professional reliance model. We don't have any regulations in relation to holding tanks or the location, that we again defer to other levels of government for that, and that really we don't have a role to play other than on parcels less than 1 hectare, where we would continue to say septic is not an option. They have to connect to community sewers. Option 3 would be the opposite, and it would be reestablishing full requirements. And again, and further to the discussion we just had about proof of water, this could require hardship on larger parcels, particularly when it's not known where a septic can go. But it's not, and again, I just want to clarify, it's not that we're asking for the actual design of the septic, it's just that we're asking for confirmation capability. So again, I'll just repeat the recommendation that we're making: written confirmation for parcels less than 2 hectares from the relevant authority, clarifying that disposal systems must be located on the same parcel they're serving, clarifying the prohibition on tanks, and then also recommending that bylaw number 927 be repealed. And that's it for my presentation. I'll try to answer any questions the best I can.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Any questions for Mr. Garish on this? Director Coyne Sr., please.
Yes, so Chris, my concern is the one where it has to be on the property that it's serving. So that eliminates basically, I'm just going to use an example of say Tulameen or Missoula Lake, where we have water bodies that are close by. So 2 or 3 properties couldn't get together and hook it up and put in a package plant and do sewer treatment on a 3rd lot or 4th lot.
Well, that, sorry.
Would there be the availability to do that sort of thing?
Mr. Garish?
Yes, if I understand correctly, situations like that where it's a shared system, would no longer be considered a septic, and they probably put themselves into the realm of what the bylaw considers, quote unquote, a community sewer system. I should clarify for the board, a community sewer system is not necessarily one that is run by a local government. I mean, the way the bylaw is written, it's a system that has 2 or more connections to it. It could be run by a strata, it could be run by a local government, or it could be a corporate entity as well. So, and this wouldn't preclude that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Roberts, please.
Thank you to the chair. I got a question in regards to like this composting toilets now. We talk about holding tanks were as a fix in the years before, but now when we see a rise now in composting toilets with just drain fields for liquid, is there places for that? Is that something that's coming up more, or is it just something that I've come across?
Mr. Garrish, please.
I can't speak to the frequency with which they're coming up. And again, just because of the way our bylaw is written, there's nothing that would preclude that. I mean, really, it would be up to the property owner to work with their registered on-site wastewater practitioner to come up with a suitable design that accommodated those kind of compostable toilets, if that's the direction that they wish to go.
Thank you, Mr. Garrish. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, anyone like to move the administrative recommendation, please? Director Roberts, a seconder. Director Coyne, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We are running very close to the line. Can we go over on the next 2 items, or should we postpone them for another meeting? Chair Bakovich.
I would keep going, Chair Knodel. We could probably cut into corporate services by 5 minutes or so. So please continue.
Thank you. Next item, item G, proposed amendment, subdivision servicing bylaw document requiring confirming water service. CAO Newell, please.
Just over to Mr. Garrish, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to go as quick as I can here. I might skip some of my background statements in the interest of time. So I'm just going to start with the issues. I mean, one of the background statements I already just covered off in the previous presentation, the 2003 amendments, which basically said that the regional district would no longer be confirming water quality or quantity. So the issues that's raised is that we continue to require potability, we continue to require minimum flow and capacity requirements, but we're not actually able to check at a staff level. And so again, for us to be able to confirm with applicants when they are trying to establish compliance with our bylaw to get to the next stage of their MOT subdivision process becomes a challenge. We're also concerned too that not being able to check has turned the regulations more into suggestions, because nobody's, at least at a staff level, is able to know if a property owner is meeting those requirements. So there's a number of options for the board to consider. Our preferred option, and the one that we're recommending, is that written confirmation of water source connection be written back into the bylaw as a documentation requirement, and that come from a qualified person confirming quantity and quality of ground or surface sources. When a property owner is seeking to connect to an existing community system, that the written confirmation be in the form of a letter from the operator of that system saying the capacity exists and all the fees that they require to connect have been paid. Certainly there's other options for the board to consider. This one is more or less the same as option 1, except it's only dealing with quantity, not the potability issue, which I think was one of the driving factors of the 2003 amendments. Otherwise, this option is the same. Option 3, which again, certainly it's an option, but we think it's probably the least desirable option, would be to remove all quantity and quality requirements from the bylaw, and just not even get into this as a subdivision requirement. Again, I just want to flag the approving officer has advised that they believe they cannot request either of these as part of their review of a subdivision. So they're really relying on us as a local government to have quantity in our bylaw, potentially quality if the board wishes to maintain that potability. And then finally, the fourth option, the status quo, no change. So we would continue to have regulations in our bylaw, but we wouldn't require any confirmation from property owners as to compliance with that. And just to sum up, we are recommending for option one, which is the written confirmation requirements. And I won't repeat this. And that's it for my presentation. I'll try my best to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Questions, Director Roberts?
I'd like to make the staff recommendation, option one.
Seconded by Director Pendergraft. Is there any other questions? I do have one. I'm concerned about the quality aspect of this. Would we be liable for anything should the quality items change and the water quality requirements have changed over the years? And I'm afraid we're putting ourselves in a position where we may be assuming a liability. Can you answer that, please, Mr. Garish?
I mean, my first inclination is to say I don't believe that we would, but I feel comfortable if I could get back to the board on that at first reading and just do some investigation on that.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, I'll call the question.
Hang on, Director Knodel or Chair Knodel, we have a comment from CAO Newell, please.
Thank you.
I would just comment on that last question. Chair Knodel, only on our systems would we be responsible for the quality once the subdivision was approved?
I've got a little confusion there, but we can carry that on at a later date. At that case, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next motion, proposed amendment subdivision servicing bylaw 2000-2002 requirement for confirming a sewage disposal system. Mr. Garish, would you please?
Thank you. This is actually a short one because we've already touched on most of the issues I would raise here anyway, and there is some duplication with some duplication with bylaw 2000.13. So sanitary sewers. So again, primarily this is just the documentation requirements that would allow staff to facilitate confirmation of subdivision requirements for sewer connections with the bylaw. The issue is we do require connections to community sewer systems, or as we previously discussed, the on-site sewage disposal systems of subdivision. However, we're lacking documentation requirements to actually be able to confirm that a proponent is meeting these requirements. We are concerned that this creates confusion for property owners as well as staff, trying to answer their questions and determine compliance at the same time. So we have basically just two options for the board to consider. Documentation standards be reestablished in the bylaw. This be in the form of written confirmation regarding sewage disposal, written confirmation from the operator of the sewer systems, very similar to what we just considered in relation to water, but this time for sewer, that there's capacity within the system and all fees have been paid. And then we also proposing that where new systems are being contemplated for development, that there's professional confirmation of design standards are meeting provincial requirements, that the RDOS be involved in the review of that design when it's intended for us to acquire the system, and also that there's an ability for us to request additional capacity be built into the design of the system when it's being constructed. The other option for the board would simply be the status quo and that the bylaw not be changed. And I won't repeat the recommendation because there's only two options. So this is to support written confirmation being put in the bylaw. And that's it for my presentation. Happy to try to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Any questions for Mr. Garish on this topic? No, would anybody like to move the administrative recommendation, please? Director Gettens, Director Bauer. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none opposed, motion carries. Looking for a motion to move out of the planning development. Director Bauer, Director Robinson, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, directors. We're going to on Services Committee meeting. Have a look at your agendas. I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Moved by Director Bauer, seconded by Director Robinson. Call the question, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. We just have one item on the agenda, and that's the communications policy. CIO Newell.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So over the last few months, the board has been discussing really some of the fundamental aspects of the communication policy, and that is who represents the board or an electoral area when issues of significance are being discussed publicly. So with those discussions, and then most recently with the presentation from Jan Enns, public relations professional, we wanted to give committee one more chance to have this discussion on a proposed policy amendment, and then we'll move it forward to the board. So I believe Ms. Malden has a presentation on this, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Ms. Malden.
Hi, thanks very much. No, I have no presentation on this. Basically, I wanted to just bring it back and see if there were any more comments based on those previous discussions in the Jan Enns presentation moving forward. So the board has, or committee has the policy in front of you in a marked up version with those proposed changes and a few other minor ones, which is some housekeeping ones, updating Local Government Act references, and actually changing the language in this policy, and I'll note any other policy going forward, to ensure that it's gender inclusive. So instead of having the his, her, we're going to there on all of them. So this is one of the first ones that we're making that adjustment on. Other than that, I thought I would just see if there was any more feedback from the directors on this.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Malden. Directors, any questions or suggestions? Seems like people are happy with the changes. Oh, Director Monteith, go ahead, please.
To the chair, I didn't see a spot in the policy regarding disasters or emergencies.
Ms. Malden, I'll go to you on this.
Okay. I'm just pulling up the draft version here. So the policy is never addressed specifically EOC. So I think, you know, that's a different sort of area of focus. This is just basically about your day-to-day communications and that sort of thing. So if there's further discussion to be had on emergency operations, that could certainly be had. And if that's to be embedded in this policy, there is legislation under an EOC which sort of discusses the chain of command and everything. So we didn't focus, as Jan noted in her presentation, this policy is not focused on that at all.
Director Bauer, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. That does bring up the matter. So in the one addition where it says the electoral area directors are the spokesperson on matters pertaining specifically to the electoral area. So I'm wondering if it wouldn't be expedient for future directors if we would clarify that, because I'm still struggling with what is an RDOS matter and what is an area specific matter. So if we could get some clarification, I think it would be a good thing for at least the future elected officials. Thank you.
So, sorry, was that a question for Ms. Malden, or we're looking for feedback from EA directors?
No, that is a question for Ms. Malden, I guess, to see if there's a way that we can clarify what that means, so we don't have a constant discussion on what is a regional matter and what is electoral area matter. That's, you know, just one or two examples to clarify would be good.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Malden, are you able to give some examples?
Off the top of my head, no. This is where I'd be looking to the board for some feedback on that. We wouldn't want to presume to guess incorrectly on what might or might not be. I mean, I think when we look at if something's very specific to a electoral area, we certainly would be looking to the director. So recently we put out an information release on Fire Smart in a specific electoral area. So what we've done is we've included making sure that we involve the director in getting a quote from them, and also they're the co-signer on the information release that goes out to the media. So those are the sorts of things, those changes that we're starting to make that shift. But again, you know, this is where it would be super helpful if there's expectations or understandings from any of the directors to get those embedded. So if we need to make our policy more clear, we can.
May I
Right,
follow up with that, Chair?
Sure, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so that exactly, I think, sort of exemplifies the issue. We need, you know, this is a communication policy, and by nature, this should be clear, not ambiguous. So rather than having discussions later on, I think this is the time to make sure that we clarify what that means. Thank you.
Thank you. I think an example might be if an electoral area installed a new tennis court or pickleball courts, and the media was interested in finding out more about that. That would be appropriate for the EA director to speak to, because it is very area specific. Another example, if I could use Area I with Sickle Point going back a few months, Director Monteith, at the time we did the board decision to go ahead and go out for an AAP. So Director Monteith would have been at that time, if this was in place, in my opinion, able to speak to the community involvement, the community desire to protect that land, and at the same time I would speak to the board decision to pass the approval to go out to AAP. So in my opinion, that would be a bit of a partnership approach. Does that make sense, or did anybody have something different to add to that? I think Director Monteith, your hand is up, correct? Go ahead, please.
To the chair, I guess it's also continuing in that there were meetings that happened around Sickle Point with external committees that I wasn't included in. And, you know, is that covered in this communication policy where I would be included in those meetings?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what meetings you're referring to.
Well, there was, sorry, to the chair, there was some meetings with First Nations that I wasn't included in. So, I mean, if I'm going to be speaking on behalf of it, then I should be included in those meetings as well.
I don't know.
I'm just giving it as an example.
Yeah, I'm not aware of other meetings that were booked specific to Sickle Point. There may have been a meeting with Chief Gabriel where he mentioned and discussed the importance, but it wasn't specifically booked as a Sickle Point meeting. It came up as part of some areas of concern and interest. So that was meant as a chair and chief meeting with CIOs, and that came up, but it wasn't the specific only discussion point of that meeting. There's many other things involved. But I understand what you're saying, but sometimes things come up when we have meetings with First Nations that aren't you know, necessarily going to be on the agenda, or they're added to the agenda when there's multiple other areas of interest in that meeting. Okay, let's hear from some others. Director Gattens, go ahead, please.
Great, thank you to the chair. I think just following up on Director Monteith about having meetings about your area when you're not there. So one of the administrative reports defined what roles of a chair, so not the Local Government Act and not the presiding roles or the figurehead role or anything. I think that's pretty clearly laid out. I think what can happen, especially when there's meetings where more than one topic is being discussed, and your area is brought up in that meeting, but you're not part of that meeting. And then we don't, and I know for me, I know that's happened for me, and I don't know about the meeting until the chair's update after a few, you know, in the next few weeks, because I know that we want to update the board all at the same time. And I think that, like, for me, that's the word promoter, which came from one of the administrative recommendations, that it is the discretionary role of the chair, that there's this kind of promoter and relationship building role. And I think if there's something happening within, like, Area F, for example, and there's a conversation about a water system, but I'm not at that table, then I think we're missing that citizen's voice. And I think that's kind of what Director Monteith, I don't want to speak for her, but I think that's what Director Monteith is referring to, fully recognizing that as the chair, a chair is going to have an opportunity to speak about the region, and then information and different topics come up. And if there was an understanding that it was just really important for the directors to be maybe notified more timely if it's about that area, I think that would be helpful. But I think that's kind of the part about that promotion role. And when you're not able to be at a table about your area, it's a bit of an uncomfortable feeling as the director. So if that helps clarify, I think that's what Director Monteith was heading towards.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Gettins. We'll go to Director Obrick. Oh, I think we've lost.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you. We can't see you, but go ahead.
Yeah, I noticed the screen's frozen. I have no idea why, but thank you to the chair. And just to throw a few examples out to help Director Bauer, we have a sewer extension in Area I, Kaleden, which I think is kind of specific. The wording in the policy to me looks rather clear. It says matters pertaining specifically to their electoral areas, so that's pretty specific right in the wording. In Area D, we have Vassal Lake water quality issues that have been before this board with interest, and I could go on about 3 or 4 with that one specific. We have the Astor on the beach. We've got a governance review towards possible incorporation. Those are all pretty specific to Area D, for example. So in terms of examples, there's many examples. And even when we get into emergencies, I think emergencies can be specific to an electoral area. If that emergency is specific in that area, I think that's specific as well. So I think there could be some overlap. And I think Jan Ann's kind of touched on that a little, if I remember her comments correctly. I thought her presentation was excellent. So I hope that helps. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are these new hands, Director Monteith? Go ahead, please.
To the chair, just like when I had the news about Sickle Point, I wanted to make sure that everybody heard about it before the media. Like, it was important to me because it was something in my area that you guys were all aware of what was going on. So I do feel at times that information comes late, like Director Gettins mentioned, that sometimes we don't have all the information, and it makes it hard to represent our areas if we don't have all the information, because staff are busy working on things, and we as directors are probably having meetings and conversations and going maybe a different direction, and we don't know unless we know what's going on in our areas, and we don't always do. And I guess that's a little bit of a, at times it can be a bit of a miss, and it would be nice to be a complete team working forward with staff and making sure that we're all going to the right places at the right times and have all the information.
Okay, thank you, Director Obrick. Is that a leftover hand? Yes. No?
No, that was a new hand arising from what was just said a moment ago. But just very quickly, and I'm building on what Director Gettins and Director Monteith have said already, but I want to reframe it just a little bit. You know, the chair and the board as well have a real important role to play in all of this. So that the word team is what caught my ear. And so, for example, on issues that are very specific to an area, there may be communications with the minister, for example. It would be nice as an electoral area director to be included as a courtesy, but more than that, you know, the community is very concerned on these things, and the elected area director being involved because it is specific to that area, and they can speak because they know things that perhaps others at the board may not know as well. So there's real benefit to the community, to the board, and to the organization, and that's when I'm hearing what Director Monteith and Director Gettins are saying. You know, these are the benefits of these conversations, is ideas come together. And so I just wanted to add those thoughts because those thoughts came to me as they were speaking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or suggestions? Otherwise, we're looking for a motion. Director Knodel, go ahead, please.
So I'll move the motion to accept the policy as written.
Okay, thank you. Director Gittens, are you seconding? Yes, okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Director Roberts, go ahead, please.
Hi, sorry, and I know my head hasn't been in the game this last month. I'm not sure about this presentation that I keep hearing about. Is that something that I missed while I was gone?
Yes. Yeah, this has been, what you're seeing before you today, Director Roberts, is due to some work that's taken place with the board and feedback to Ms. Malden. So these changes are out of feedback to Ms. Malden, plus we had the session with Ms. Enns, the communication session, and that was quite helpful. We're also expecting Ms. Enns to come back in the future to do a social media session with us.
And was Ms. Enns, was that last meeting?
Yes, is that correct? Yes, you missed that session,
Okay, I just wanted to
Robert.
make
So
sure.
you may want to, sorry, I was going to say you might want to access the video and watch her session. I think it was about an hour and a half with us.
Okay, thank you. At least now I don't believe I had a stroke then.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, we do have the motion on the floor that the Board of Directors adopt the amended communications policy. Seeing no other questions or comments, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Hands can come down. And was anybody opposed? I'm not seeing anybody opposed. Motion carries. Thank you. And folks, I'm looking for a motion then to adjourn corporate services, moved by Director Coyne Jr., seconded by Director Sentis. All in favor? Thank you. Anybody opposed? Okay, that carries. And so folks, we're at 11:50 a.m. And I'm just wondering, next meeting is community services after lunch, and if Chair Bauer would be able to maybe start that 10 minutes early then, since we're ahead of schedule, and start at 12:20.
Sorry, Madam Chair, we have a consultant presenting on the plan.
Oh, we have a consultant, so we cannot start early, so that's fine. We will start promptly then at 12:30 with community services, folks. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back here then. Okay, directors, good afternoon. We're going to get started, please. So I'm going to turn things over to Chair Bauer for Community Services Committee. Go ahead, Chair Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. Call the Community Service Committee to order. May I have a motion to approve the agenda? Director Coyne, seconded by Director Gettens. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So a year ago, the province of British Columbia through UBCM initiated a couple of childcare planning grants available to local governments. And we had applied for the planning grant, and then there is another one available that's larger for actual facility construction. But the first step in this process was to do an assessment of the regional district and determine if there was a need for additional spaces. So we've got the draft report back, and our intent right now is to present that report for discussion to committee. So I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Woods, and then he can introduce the speakers. I think Augusto Romero, our Manager of Planning Services, is going to speak, and then I think we have the consultant that did the report as well. So we'll turn it over to Mr. Woods to start us off.
Okay, Mr. Woods, you're up.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry to take more time, but no, we'll turn it over to Augusto. He's going to do a slight, quick introduction for the consultant, and then they've got a presentation for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Romero, are you ready?
Thank you to the chair. I would like to introduce Sandra Menzer and Monica Pitek from Social Planning and Research Council of BC, and they've prepared an overview of the South Okanagan-Similkameen Child Care Action Plan that we had, again, started the work back in June, July of last year, and have basically completed that work. So on that, I'll pass it over, I believe, to Sandra, first of all, to start us off. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Committee Chair Bauer and directors, for having us here. We're pleased to be here today to present the South Okanagan-Similkameen Child Care Action Plan. I'm just wanting to do a tech check-in if I can. I don't see my colleague Monica on the call, and Monica's going to be hosting our slide deck and also speaking. So I'm hoping that if Danny or Augusto can help us with that. And apologies for this, folks, always with the technology, hey?
So we have
what
Monica
would we do without it?
Will Monica be the presenter?
Monica will needs to do the screen sharing, yes.
Okay, that should be active now.
Yeah, so I can see Monica on the screen, so she should be okay.
Lovely. Thank you, you guys, and apologies for the delay. So again, really pleased to be here today to present the draft, the South Okanagan-Similkameen Child Care Action Plan. My name is Sandra Menzer. I'm an independent consultant who have had the privilege of partnering with Monica Pitek from Spark BC and with independent consultant John Foster on this work. And Monica is here co-presenting with me today. And the timing of this presentation is also great, as May is Child Care Month in BC. So this is a perfect time to look at a child care report, and it is a time to recognize and honor the vital work and dedication of early childhood educators and all child care professionals in the province. It was a real pleasure working with the regional district and all of the partners on this project. It was so great to learn a bit about your amazing communities and to meet many of the local government staff and the public and community service providers. We know that you've received the full report already, and we've put together a brief presentation that will provide you with a high-level overview of the work that we did, the current context of childcare, the strategic priority areas that we're recommending, and some of the key actions that have emerged. And of course, we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Next slide, please, Monica. So the project in the action plan reflects a really unique partnership and a commitment to work together to address childcare needs. There's a strong understanding across your region of the critical role that childcare plays in the economic and social well-being of all your communities. And knowing that your communities are interconnected, you recognize that by working together, you will be able to more effectively support all of the families and children. We also want to note that while the City of Penticton was not part of this detailed action plan, they were a member of the project steering committee. And in fact, Monica and I recently worked with Penticton to complete their childcare action plan. And so these two plans are aligned. I'm going to turn it over now to Monica to share a bit of the work that was done in this plan. Monica.
Sorry, just looking for the unmute button. Thank you, Sandra. So I'll begin with an overview of the research and engagement activities that we completed as part of this project and that informed the final action plan. So the first was a needs assessment and community profile. And this was a compilation of key pieces of data about families and children in each of the partnering jurisdictions, including each of the electoral areas of the RDOS. We also conducted research on promising practices, on what it takes to create really high quality childcare programs and systems, as well as a review of the local policies and bylaws already in place in the different jurisdictions of the South Okanagan that are relevant to childcare planning. Following that, the biggest chunk, we did a wide range of community engagement activities to better understand the needs of families in the region and to identify local opportunities for action as well. So this included an online survey of parents and caregivers. It received 254 responses from parents and caregivers with 432 children aged 0 to 12. We also conducted interviews and questionnaires with a total of 71 stakeholders and partners, including childcare providers, community agencies, public partners, Indian band representatives, as well as families from more vulnerable or underserved populations who may not have been fully represented in the survey. Following that, we hosted 3 virtual solutions workshops grouped by geographic area. And at those workshops, we presented what we'd learned so far from these different research and engagement activities. And most importantly, that was an opportunity to facilitate discussion about key priorities and action ideas to be incorporated in the final action plan. And so those 3 workshops had a total of 37 attendees, including many of those key partners, municipal staff, school district representatives, community agencies, and other community members. So I'll now hand it back over to Sandra to give an overview of the broader policy context for this action plan.
Thanks, Monica. So the plan we've presented fully acknowledges that the primary responsibility for childcare funding and childcare policy rests with the provincial and federal governments, not with local governments. And at the senior government levels, there is indeed lots of action and lots of commitments being made about universal and publicly funded systems for childcare. So first, at the federal or the national level, there has been funding provided for childcare serving some particular populations, as well as funding flowing to the province through agreements that have been focused on affordability and supporting more vulnerable families. Recently, 10 days ago, the budget committed to a national childcare program in Canada with a $30 billion investment. And those commitments made include bringing childcare fees to an average of $10 per day in regulated centers by 2025, the expansion of not-for-profit licensed childcare, new investments in Indigenous early learning and care, and an Early Learning and Care Act, which enshrines these commitments into the federal system. At the provincial level in 2018, the province committed to a universal accessible childcare system to be completed within 10 years. The province articulated this as a high quality, affordable, and accessible childcare for any family who needs and wants it. There were a number of new initiatives that rolled out, including some fee reductions for parents, some wage increases for educators and staff, and some capital funding for new spaces. And more recently, in the budget a week and a bit ago, the province committed to integrating childcare into the broader learning environment by moving childcare to the Ministry of Education by 2023. There is a goal of having no family pay more than $10 per day for childcare. And there's work that will be done to provide universal access to before and after school childcare prioritized on school grounds. There's a commitment to another wage increase for educators and a doubling of the amount of $10 per day prototype sites that already exist in the province. At the local government level, as I noted earlier, the action plan really does recognize and acknowledge that local governments do not have the legislative mandate or the resources to address childcare needs on your own. There must be support from senior levels of government. However, as local governments, you do have authority over local planning and land use. As well, you have the most in-depth understanding of local context, needs, and the economy. And you've recognized the critical role that childcare plays in your community. So a leadership role of bringing people together, of planning together, and sharing assets that do exist is what we recommend in the plan. Next slide. So what we learned, and likely no surprise to any of you, there is a significant shortage of childcare spaces, especially for children under 3 years old and those in school. Childcare is expensive, and there's a shortage of qualified experienced early childhood educators. And these are the same challenges that exist across all of BC and indeed much of the country. Next slide. The 10-year action plan that we have presented provides 37 recommendations for the region and 4 additional ones for specific partners. These are organized into 4 key strategic goal areas, which closely align with the province's Childcare BC plan. So these are to increase access, to improve affordability, to focus on quality, and to strengthen partnerships. In the next part of the presentation, Monica will provide you with an overview of the current state of childcare, some of the issues and challenges, and some of the recommended actions. Monica.
Thanks, Sandra. So the number 1 priority is to increase access to licensed childcare spaces. This is an overview of the current spaces that currently exist. As you can see in the partner communities for this project, so that's the entire regional district excluding Penticton and Masoyas, there are a total of 19 licensed childcare spaces for every 100 children aged 0 to 12. And that includes all types of childcare, all types of licensed childcare. So that's center-based group care, licensed family care, part-time preschool programs, and so on. And for comparison, that's pretty similar to the rate across the province. BC has a total of 20 spaces for every 100 children, and a bit lower than the national rate of 30 spaces for every 100 children. However, as you can see in the boxes to the right, availability of childcare varies a lot by age group. So looking specifically at group care spaces, which are based around specific age groups, while there are 31 spaces for every 100 children aged 3 to 5, but not yet in school, that preschooler age group, there are only 4 spaces for every 100 children under the age of 3, and only 14 spaces for every 100 school-age children. So a key part of this project and one of its funding requirements was to develop childcare space targets for the next 10 years to increase access. And these targets are based on the current number of spaces, on demographic trends, as well as what we heard in the community about the needs of families. And so we're recommending facilitating the creation of 1,100 new group childcare spaces across the region over the next 10 years. And in particular, we're recommending bringing the number of spaces for children under the age of 3 from its current rate of 4 spaces for every 100 children up to 33 spaces for every 100 children, so a 33% coverage rate. And to bring the coverage rate for children 3 to 5, but not yet in school, from 31%, where it is now, up to 50%. And to bring the coverage rate for school-age children from 14% up to 33%. So 33, 50, 33. And the graph on the left shows what that means in terms of the number of new spaces that would be needed to meet those targets. As you'll see in the report, we also recommend that each of the 5 partnering jurisdictions adopt these space targets for their communities. So here we want to present some key findings that highlight why increasing access is so important, as well as a little bit more detail about what that means and what that would look like. So from the parent and caregiver survey, we heard that due to limited number of spaces, 73% of children were on wait lists for a childcare space for over 6 months, and that 42%, almost half, were on wait lists for over 1 year. We also, as I mentioned, that there's a very significant gap for infant, toddler, and school-age children. We also know that access is not only about increasing the overall number of spaces. There's great need for childcare spaces and childcare options that match parents' work schedules. And that includes parents who do shift work, parents who work on weekends, or other schedules beyond typical 9 to 5, Monday to Friday hours. We also know that families who are already underserved, who already face barriers, may face additional barriers to accessing the already limited supply of licensed childcare spaces. So the report includes a total of 18 recommendations to improve access to childcare, but just a few here to highlight. The first is to endorse those space targets that I just described, as well as developing a South Okanagan regional childcare policy and an ongoing childcare action group to implement and do ongoing monitoring and reporting on the action plan. Another key recommendation is to work with other public partners, such as the school districts, to identify opportunities for childcare development and to work together to access capital funds to build new spaces. So the second priority is to improve affordability. We know that to really be accessible, childcare also needs to be affordable. We know that high costs are currently a major barrier for a lot of families. Those high costs create a lot of stress, and along with the limited availability of spaces, result in families having to make really difficult decisions, like whether or not it's worth it to go back to work, or being forced to choose a lower quality care option when you can't afford a preferred option that's more expensive. We also know that high costs have a disproportionate impact on low-income families, families who are already facing other challenges, including the 1 in 5 children in the region who live in low-income households. We also heard from the parent survey that for parents, lower fees are the #1 factor that would help improve their childcare situation. So again, just some highlights from the recommendations to improve affordability. The first is to support not-for-profit childcare operators, for example, with grants or leases to government-owned land made available at low or no cost to help them in turn charge families lower fees. Another important recommendation is to partner with the Childcare Resource and Referral Program to more proactively promote BC's affordable childcare benefit to both childcare providers and families. So this benefit, it's available for families with incomes up to $111,000 per year, and those families are eligible for subsidy to help with childcare costs. But many families may not even know that they're eligible for the funding or how to access it. So working to promote those existing supports. Another key recommendation is to advocate to senior governments to reduce the cost of childcare for families. Our third priority is focusing on quality. So we don't just want more spaces, we also want to ensure that those spaces are offering high quality care to children. And the research shows that on average, not-for-profit and publicly operated childcare programs tend to offer more reliable, high quality childcare. We also know from the research that high quality indoor and outdoor space, as well as well-trained, well-supported staff are really critical to quality of care. Across the province and into South Okanagan as well, a major challenge there is that it is difficult, as Sandra mentioned, to find and retain qualified and experienced staff. So some key recommendations in this area include increasing local ECE, early childhood education, training, and practicum opportunities, and encouraging young people to enter the field. Another key one is to support the province's early care and learning recruitment and retention strategy, as well as facilitating collaboration to ensure that the needs of children who require additional supports are also met. So I'll turn it back to Sandra now to talk about the fourth key priority, as well as implementation of the action plan going forward.
Thanks, Monica. So the fourth priority area is to really strengthen partnerships. So we know that improving the childcare situation must include each jurisdiction and other partners working together to really make a difference. No one partner, no one jurisdiction can do this alone. And we also learned that you already have some really strong partnerships that exist. So some of the recommendations in the report are to really strengthen the partnerships with the school districts, the move of childcare to the Ministry of Education, and the commitment to universal school-age childcare offers some really great opportunities. It will also be important to advocate to the senior levels of government for support and for the needs of your families, especially as all these new policy and funding initiatives begin to roll out. And sharing information and collaborating with the City of Penticton and the town of Osoyoos will be key for looking at the region as a whole and for planning together. Next slide, Monica. So the last but certainly not least piece that you'll see in the main part of the report are some recommendations to help with moving forward on the actions and to keep the plan alive, relevant, and up to date. So a few key things we suggest are to establish a regional childcare action group. This is a working group that will plan together, will coordinate, and will keep things moving forward. We also think that preparing annual reports that document the work done, the challenges, the lessons learned, that would be really valuable for sharing with the broader community and with senior governments. And finally, given the ever-changing policy context of childcare and to help with ongoing planning, it will be critical to adapt the plan as new information becomes available. For example, as new census data comes out, it would be good to review the changes in demographics. And as childcare moves to the Ministry of Education, there may be policy or funding changes that impact programs. I'm going to turn it back one more time to Monica for some regional district specifics.
So we wanted to highlight a few key pieces of information specific to the electoral areas of the RDOS. And so you can see the slide shows a map of all childcare spaces currently available in the electoral areas, as well as child population. So as you can see, only electoral areas E, D, and I currently have any licensed childcare spaces at all. The other electoral areas have no licensed care. And so because of this gap, the electoral areas would really need to be prioritized to meet the overall 33% coverage rate targets that we described earlier. And in total, meeting those targets would require about 600 new group childcare spaces over the next 10 years in the electoral areas. In addition, we recommend that the regional district support childcare by strengthening statements in its growth strategy about the importance of childcare to the region's social and economic well-being. And as you'll see in the PowerPoint that we sent out and in the full report, there is more specific information available about the electoral areas and about all of the other jurisdictions partnered in this project.
So thank you. Thank you from both of us for your time today. And thank you for the opportunity to do this work with the regional district and the partner jurisdictions. Thank you to the amazing project steering committee. They're listed in the front of the report. And thanks also to the leadership that Augusto provided throughout the work here. So we're happy to hear your comments and we'll do our best to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Sandra and Monica.
Thank you.
Would you mind taking off the presentation so I can see better who is...
See everybody.
Yes, well, so directors, are there any questions of Sandra or Monica regarding their presentation? I see, starting with Director Gettens. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. To the Chair, I'm just curious about the regional action group that you were suggesting. And is there funding to support an action group like that, or is that supposed to be taken on by local staff already on their own? Thank you.
So thank you. Thank you for that question, Director. There isn't a particular pot of money that is, easily, readily available, tomorrow for that work. The suggestion is that coming together with all of the public partners and coming together with the community service providers, this planning work could take place without huge additional resources. There are some models that exist in other communities across BC where there's been kind of a co-partnership chairing approach to help facilitate and move things forward.
Okay. Director Monteith.
Sorry, to the chair, more of an info sharing for the City of Penticton directors. I do know that there are residents of Penticton that are bringing their youngins to Kalihi to have care because they can't get care in Penticton. So having Penticton as part of this or bridging municipalities, rural communities that surround them is definitely important because I definitely see that. I guess my question is, when it comes to school districts and plannings, is School District 67, 53, were they engaged in this process? Did they see the need for childcare? And are they going to, is there policy considerations? Are they considering anything? I guess I'm just looking for growth. And I was also curious if you did any investigation at Apex, because they do have education or daycare spaces up there. And I don't know, I didn't see that in your report.
Thank you, Director, and I apologize, my internet cut out. Your second question I didn't catch. If we looked at a particular area, sorry, I missed that.
Sorry, I'm specifically thinking of Apex. They have a childcare up there.
Right. So thank you for those questions. So first, for the 3 school districts that are in the region that we did the planning for, they were absolutely involved. They were key stakeholders that we interviewed. They were engaged in the workshops. The school districts do see a need and hear the need for childcare from their families. They have made some great suggestions, and those are reflected in the recommendations. What is happening provincially is that there is this commitment now that's been made to move childcare into the Ministry of Education, and that will happen in the next kind of 18 months. That official shift. Along with that will come the commitment that the province has made to, $10 a day childcare for everybody, increased wages. It's not clear yet what exactly the governance or service delivery model will look like, though, when it moves to the Ministry of Education. It's not clear yet what the school district's role is going to be. All of those things are still being unpacked and planned now. We know that the provincial government is going to be embarking on some engagement and doing some, intentional work out in the public in the next number of months to hear from school districts, to hear from parents, to hear from providers and so on about what that model might look like and about, how this will look on the ground and in real life, how those commitments will actually all be made and done. So lots to percolating and lots to come, but also not lots of information yet on what that end will look like.
Okay, thank
Chair
you.
Bauer.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Just to add CAO Newell to the list of questions or comments, please.
Yeah, there is a hand up in the boardroom. I'm going to get to that, unless the CEO wants to interfere with.
No.
No? Okay.
It's okay.
Director Holmes.
That's not
Yes, thank you. I have 2 related questions, if I may. The report seems to focus on licensed childcare spaces, and I'm just wondering if you looked at the role, potential role or risk or whatever of unofficial spaces that are out there, and secondly, how do you define spaces for school-age children? Would that include things like the Boys and Girls Club, after-school activities, either in school or out of school? And here in Summerland, we have like junior kindergarten programs like Montessori at Unisys at the private schools, and would those be included? So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Director, for that question. So the focus of the plan, and we looked at all child care that currently exists. And so that is licensed child care in group settings or in family child care settings. We can't and didn't look at the informal sector because there is no way to know if it isn't part of the regulated licensed sector. It is impossible to actually figure out, where all of those other services might be happening or where those other childcare spaces might exist. Our focus for the plan was really looking at where you as local government and where the provincial government is putting priority and where you have the ability to influence. And so you have the ability to influence in the group child care sector. It is harder to influence family childcare providers, for example, because those can come and go, and yet they do play a critical service role now. And if they are licensed, they are, considered within this plan. But our recommendations are really focused on that group and group spaces. So with respects to after school, again, because the plan was focused on licensed childcare, it is about spaces located anywhere in the community, but that are actually licensed. Those could be operated by not-for-profits like the Boys and Girls Club. They could be operated by local governments. They could be operated by school districts, like what is happening in Oliver right now, where the school district is operating the before and after school. But when we talk about school age in here, it is about licensed school age. We do, though, make some comment about the need to really look at those services for children who are kind of 10, 11, and 12 years old, that the license system doesn't necessarily meet the needs of those kids as well. And so partnering with, recreation programs and partnering with those other service providers that provide that more informal after school recreation type of programming will be critical to really meet the needs of those older children.
Okay, thank you, Sandra. Moving on to Director Bush.
Thank you. How is coordination going to happen, or who's going to coordinate, like between our partners with the Indigenous or our Indigenous partners, and how's the funding going to work for something like that? Because like in our area in Costin, we have the facility at the Lower Similkameen Indian Band, but for some reason now it's not in operation, and I would think it's something to do with funding. So I'm just wondering if we could get these, I mean, the facility's already there. Could we get something like this in motion now?
Great, thank you for that question. I can't speak to why that particular facility is closed right now. What we do know is across the province with COVID, there's been some real shifts and impacts, and programs have, reduced the numbers of spaces and so on. So I can't answer that specific question. What I can say is that our recommendation is to work with all of the partners to really look at what those spaces are that currently exist. What are the assets? And I would, consider that an asset that exists, to look at where there's underutilized spaces and to really focus on those as priority spaces, and to really include those Indigenous bands in, the working group and in a concerted effort and in that partnership that we recommend. They are a key partner, and there's also different pots of dollars that flow to Indigenous serving organizations. There's federal dollars for childcare, and there's unique pots of funding also provincially that flow that are targeted to those populations.
Okay, thank you, Sandra. Mr. Noor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a couple of different issues that I was hoping to get some response to. I'm wondering if there was any attention to governance. I know right now you've pointed out that the main responsibilities, mainly through the province as far as implementation for childcare, and it always causes us great concern when there seems to be an indication that this may be downloading or that the integration with local governments would mean we would be the implementation body. But for a regional district, of course, if we were to be an organizing body for this, we'd have to get a regional service because we have nowhere to charge our costs for this right now. So I'm wondering, first of all, if you did a governance section and if that was considered. And then secondly, I'm just wondering about the implementation on this. Has there been some indication from the province as to how they're moving forward with childcare? Seems to me they're putting money towards it, but are they looking towards local governments as the implementation of future programs?
So thank you. Two really great and heavy, great questions that you've posed for us. So in response to the first one, I mean, the project did not specifically look at what should your governance role or model be, you know, in the South Okanagan-Similkameen. We're very clear that, you know, childcare, you don't have the mandate, you don't have the resources, you can't do this on your own. We say that in a number of places in the report, and we recognize that loud and clear. And so in the report and in the work we did, we show the policy context that exists at the senior levels of government currently. However, that is shifting. So at the provincial level, what they have said is, and the commitment that they've made is that childcare is moving to the Ministry of Education by 2023. It will be the Ministry of Education's responsibility when this is done and finished. This childcare system is done and finished. What is not clear yet, Director, is what is that, what at the local level is this going to look like? Are the school districts going to be responsible? It's not clear. It's not clear what that local kind of governments or the implementation or what the service delivery model will actually look like. That is work that the province is doing now. They are going to come out and they are going to do, you know, engagement, public engagement. They're connecting with going to be connecting with local governments, with school districts, with parents, with childcare providers to get feedback on what that model ultimately will be at the end of the day. They've made big commitments, you know, a system, childcare available for every family who needs it, who wants it, that, you know, is no more than $10 a day, you know, as well compensated staff, et cetera, and meets all the unique needs of communities. Those are big commitments, and they're going to need to figure out this governance and service delivery model, and that's the work that's underway now.
Okay, thank you, Sandra. Does that kind of answer your questions, Bill, or?
Well, we've got some work to do internally, I think, to figure out our role in this. Yeah. Oh, okay. Could I ask one more, Mr. Chair?
Absolutely.
Is there an urgency to moving forward on this? Like, are there program deadlines for the capital funding applications or anything like that?
So thanks for that. Right now, today, there is no funding deadline that is in front of us. The provincial government in their budget a week and however long ago that was, did make a commitment to new spaces and funding for new spaces, but we don't actually know, you know, when and, you know, what kinds of spaces and so on. So there isn't an immediate sort of provincial funding deadline that you have right in front of you.
Okay, thank you, Sandra. Director Bush, you still have a hand up. Is that a follow-up, another question, or are you just? Director Bush, are you still on the farm? Are you there?
He's missing in action.
I guess he left his hand and his chair. Okay. Just if there's no other director, Director Spencer Coyne, go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, who is?
Go ahead, Spencer.
Okay. I'm a little concerned that we're the ones doing this study, and then now we're talking about the Ministry of Education taking over. We're unlike the rest of the regional district, and it's, you know, we're stuck over here with the Merritt School District, and the inequities between Merritt and Princeton are quite vast when it comes to funding in our end of the district. So did we know anything more about this, or is it just government's just decided this is the way it's going to go, and we're going to have to wait and see how they're going to roll it out?
Thank you. I'm not sure if that is Bill, did you want to respond to that? Is that why your hand went up again, or?
That's because Director Sentis has a question from the boardroom.
Okay. So Sandra, any comments regarding Director Coyne's comments?
Yeah. So Director Coyne, we are all in this kind of strange wait and see position where we've got, you know, a federal government making huge commitments and fairly tight timelines, assuming of course there isn't a federal election. Those things will start to play out. You know, at the provincial level, the commitment is to, you know, the commitment's been made to move the responsibility for childcare into the learning system, into the Ministry of Education. There's a commitment that there will be spaces available eventually for all children who and families who want and need it. They will be affordable spaces. You know, we have to wait now as this planning unfolds and as the governance and service delivery model unfolds to know what does that look like. But you know, what I say to the directors is, you know, think about this as it's a publicly funded system at the end of the day, much like other publicly funded systems, which means that, you know, again, in theory, I always say this, in theory, there is, you know, a standard across the province. There are targets across the province. There is consistency across the province. Unlike the real world that exists that we're living in right now, where there are great differences across the province and from region to region, and to your point, from district to district. So, you know, I keep thinking the gold star and the end star here and what the province has committed to will hopefully, you know, address some of those inequities, but we are in a wait and see pattern, and we've got a little bit of time ahead, and it's important to as you guys are thinking about implementing, I think, any of these action items, you know, to really continue to pay attention and you know, close ear to the ground on you know, as that is unfolding, what that actually means for you guys and for your communities.
Okay, thank you, Sandra. Director Sentis.
Thank you very much, Chair. I guess I just want to make a comment of concern. This issue of child minding is beyond urgent. I mean, this has needed addressing many years ago, and so the issue has compounded by your data. It's absolutely frightening, and it creates what those of us in some child minding scenarios fear about the underground, where there are unlicensed and perhaps scenarios that are not always secure. So I think it is an urgent matter, and it almost feels to me like the province is finally recognizing some of the issues, and so they want to hurry up and yet wait. So I think we need to keep the our foot on the pedal, if you will. I am concerned, though, as as the CAO says, for regional districts, there has to be the process acknowledged. You can't just jump into this without a service, being indicated. So there's lots that's left in the wings while giving us the impression of it moving forward. And as I say again, it's just, in my opinion, beyond urgent. The greatest treasure of a society is its children. They are our future. And it traditionally has been the underserviced part. So just, my concern, it is urgent, but it does need to go forward properly and in, engaging, because in fact, every area has different needs. They'll come up with some different solutions too. So just that urgency stays in the language around this topic. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Sentis. Any comments in response to Director Sentis' comments, Sandra, or?
I appreciate, Director, the comments. Absolutely. Childcare's been in a crisis, and the pandemic, in fact, has highlighted this even more. It's highlighted the need for childcare. And I think that's why it's on everybody's agenda. I want to say everybody nationally and provincially. It's the first time both senior levels of government, in fact, are aligned. But to your point, there may be some short-term, interim, almost tomorrow steps around really beginning to do some of that lobby advocacy that we suggest as an action to really stress the importance to the province of moving forward on this quickly, and stressing the needs that you're seeing and the urgency of this. That may be something that is a fairly quick step to continue to promote that need. But it is absolutely an issue, and it's a huge issue for more vulnerable families. They're not even accessing anything right now. So, agreed.
Okay, thank you, Sandra. I don't see any other directors, so maybe I don't know if Augusto or Mark would like to.
Excuse me, my hand has been up for a long time. Could I have a turn, please?
Sorry, Director McCordov, you are in the dark. I'm suggesting to use the raised hand on the participants list.
I did. My hand is raised on the raised hand.
Oh, it is? Oh my God.
And so is mine.
Go ahead.
It's been there for a while.
Go ahead. My apologies.
Thank you very much. So you noticed, of course, that Osoyoos is not involved with the childcare action plan. And I've been thinking about this, and my assumption is that town staff did not take part in this, partly because we do have the Osoyoos Child Care Center, which is on town land, which we helped to build. And a couple of years ago, we applied for and got a grant to expand the child care center, which is right beside the school and beside the community center. So it's very well situated. And actually, the town has taken on overseeing the expansion of the child care center, and we're in the process of doing that right now. And because we're right beside the school district, we have had some dealings with them over property and property lines and that type of thing for the last couple of years. So we are well on our way there. We also have several private licensed home daycares, which have been in operation for quite some time and have and are very well respected in our community. I'm not sure how many spaces we require still, but I think it was because we were dealing with several things in our own community that we did not take part. That's my thinking on it. So thank you.
Thank you, Director McCordov, for the explanation. Director Roberts.
Thank you to the chair. I have a bit of a caution or concern. I look at a need that we have in another social area and how it was taken care of. And when we throw a lot of money at something with direction on education requirements, etc., but we make it that in a lot of rural areas, it's unsustainable. We have a large facility in the Similkameen Valley that just by where it's located, by what the standards, what the the direction are from the different ministries, for a very needed facility, for a place that's opening and creates spaces for something that's been marked in the province as a crisis, like childcare, but it's at the jeopardy of always being closed because it's not, for whatever reason within the mandates and how it's put in place, even though a lot of money was thrown at it, it's not running, it's not sustainable in that model. So my fear is, if, like you stated in before about the cookie cutter approach, that we have something that maybe it's not about talking about us taking over, but that we are a voice and we can find the way and the ebbs and flows of how to make something work in our community. Because as you talked about with Director Spencer, there's, there are inequities, and we don't want to be in something where all of a sudden there's a mandate put in place, a bunch of money thrown at something in the Similkameen Valley, but then all of a sudden the program and everything just kind of like shuts down because it's not sustainable, because it was given such stringent guidelines that it became impossible. So it's just a thought in regards to its process when it initiates.
Thank you, Director. Sandra, any comments on that?
Director Roberts, I understand childcare. It's one of the most complicated things, businesses, services to operate there. It relies on parent fees. It's difficult to, find qualified staff. It's difficult to pay staff, decent wages. All of those things come into impact. Again, I think about a publicly funded system in theory. Again, keep wanting to say in theory, there is the funding to make these things be sustainable, to provide high quality, to provide affordable for the long term, not for the short term. I think about how schools are there for the long term. They're not there for the short term. So I guess I'm putting on my optimistic glasses half full hat that we're maybe in a different time with both senior levels of government looking at this differently and taking responsibility.
Thank you, Sandra. Director Coyne, or you just took the hands down, okay. And Director Roberts, when you're successful with your OCP, don't forget land use planning for childcare places. That is a big one now. Yeah. Okay. Any other director with questions that I don't see? No? Any hands? I don't see any. Okay, shall we go to, we have a couple of minutes left, not too much. Mr. Wood or Mr. Romero, any comments on process or questions to our presenters?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just add, just as a matter of process, we brought this into committee so you can have the discussion that you've had. And next steps for us would be to bring it forward to the RDOS board with a recommendation to receive the document as a guiding document for future discussion and deliberation on this subject. But that's all we have for today.
Okay, and I understand that some of the councils will discuss that separately at council meetings. I know it's coming forward to our council meeting next.
Yes, that's correct. It's going to each of the participating membership municipalities in the coming weeks here.
Okay, Mr. Romero, anything before we conclude?
Through the chair, nothing further on my end, and just again, thank you to Sandra and Monica for their work on this as we continue to move it forward.
Okay, well, Sandra, Monica, very nice, good presentation. Looking forward to the next steps. I think it's not going to be overnight, and there have been plenty of promises made in the past, as Director Sanders alluded to, by various governments. So we will see what's going to happen. And at our level of local government, we will certainly be on our side with OCPs and land use planning and all that kind of thing, and any other support we can give in terms of lobbying resolutions and so forth. So thank you very much. And
Thank you. Good luck, you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And with that, can I have a motion to adjourn? Okay, Director Monti seconded, Director Robinson, all in favor, and that is carried. Back to the chair.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Chair Bauer. Directors, we're going to move on to the next meeting, which is the hospital district meeting. So I'm going to turn things over to Chair Sentis. Go ahead, please, Chair Sentis.
Thank you. Welcome, directors. I just would like to preface the continuing agenda with two comments. One, that I would like to reaffirm how much I am convinced of the decisions of the board being respected. But my second comment to, in fact, include that is it has come to my attention that following the last meeting at which a decision was made, several directors still felt uninformed. They felt confused. There was concern that they had been called to a vote that they really weren't comfortable or ready to make. So I apologize for that. Agendas are set with some timelines that are required in order to proceed through. So with all of that on my mind, I was of the opinion to take advantage of the opportunity as chair to bring it back to try and address some of those scenarios. So having said that, I will call this meeting to order and ask for a motion to adopt the agenda. Director Robinson and Director Holmes, I thank you for that. All in favor? Thank you. Are there any opposed? Seeing none, we will proceed then. The minutes of April 15th, 2021, I'd ask for a motion to move the administrative recommendation. Moved by Director Trainer and Director Robinson. All in favor? Are there any opposed to the motion? Seeing none, we will then proceed. Item C on the agenda is the supplementary funding request, and I would refer this item to CAO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So during our last discussion regarding the Urgent and Primary Care Center, it seemed apparent at the board discussion that communication from the ministry and from IHA was a concern for the board. And there was discussion generally around the concept of expressing this concern up to the minister. So whenever the corporation sends correspondence to a minister, it's always good to have a resolution behind that action. So we do have a recommendation for the board to consider, Madam Chair, that we go ahead and express that concern formally to the minister.
Thank you, CAO. In order to have further discussion, should that be asked for, we need to have the motion on the floor. So could I ask for a motion to move the administrative recommendation? Director Spencer Coyne and Director Trainer. I just would like to pause for a second to acknowledge that Petra Ventimella has joined us from Oliver. Petra, it's nice to see you and thank you. So with the motion that is on the floor, is there any further discussion? Director Holmes.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I mean, we're sending a letter, but I don't know if we can pin this all on the ministry. At the last meeting on April 15th, we were told Interior Health had a lot to work to do with stakeholders to go ahead with the UPCC. They had to get an agreement with the doctors. And at the same time, we were told that they weren't at liberty to speak with us, that their hands were tied under the direction of the ministry. But I kind of have a hard time believing the ministry would say, you can speak to those stakeholders, but you can't speak to these stakeholders over there. I do understand that the ministry might say that, you know, whatever discussions you do have with stakeholders, that you keep them confidential, that you don't want anything in public before the announcement. So I'm just wondering about, you know, what about our own processes here? If Interior Health wasn't aware that we could discuss something in camera, I would have thought that they would have come to us and say, you know, we've got this thing we need to talk about. How do we do it? And we would have been able to say, well, negotiations with other government bodies is an allowable reason to close a meeting to public, and it could have come to us that way. So if Interior Health just didn't bring it forward, that's something they need to fix. If it's something that we didn't tell them, that's something we might need to fix. But I think it's very easy to blame the government. But I think we need to be asking ourselves where our responsibility lies, and not necessarily just pin the blame, complaining to the ministry about their process when we should be looking at our process as well. So that's my concern.
Thank you for your comments, Director. I will acknowledge that Carl Meadows and Dan Koffner from Interior Health are joining us. They will not be making a presentation, but they are available as a resource. So do either one of you wish to add comment to that of Director Holmes?
Sure, it's Dan here. I mean, definitely I fully appreciate the confusion and frustration that this process had created, and certainly we recognize that, and we'll be doing everything we can certainly to try and smooth out the timelines in terms of planning and engagement with our stakeholders with any chance we can. I mean, certainly when we can, we do try to make sure we're starting to serve the public. Well, there's still procedural details that are left to be finalized, and I think in this case that's what happened, and some of the experiences we've had with a lot of the primary care network and urgent primary care center rollouts.
Thank you, Dan. Are there any other comments? Director Bauer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering now, in the first motion, we are asking for a redesignation as a hospital, and it has the specific address in. So now I'm wondering if IH, because this would set precedent, feels that now all the primary care units will be applied for to come under that designation. And if not, why wouldn't we do that? Because what you're doing is, under this motion, you're just applying for this particular building, but if there's one built in Oliver or Osoyoos, do we have to go through the same process again? So, and this is the follow-up really of our very first conversation about primary care units. We were not really willing to finance them. And now we're at this stage. And I think that's where also part of the confusion is. Thank you. Can you please comment on it?
Again, I appreciate the comment. Thank you. And would our IHA representatives care to comment?
Sure. Yeah. Dan here again. Definitely the Hospital District Act designation's an important legislative detail that certifies a clinic or a space as being a healthcare facility under the Hospital Districts Act. I mean, for the most part, the process is largely a formality, but once it's designated, Interior Health is certainly expected to meet certain criteria and maintaining high standards of care in that facility. And really it applies to instances where we need to set up a clinic or create a new location that is not one of our own facilities. So in the case of the UPCC in Penticton, it's a commercial space that we're leasing and therefore wouldn't have had this designation before. So if we find that in a community that's our best option as far as creating that space, then we would in the future need to go through this process again. But I will say that generally speaking, the process is sort of, they're sort of part and parcel. So normally we would seek funding approval from a regional hospital district with the contingency on that we do get the designation from the Ministry of Health. So they sort of go hand in hand. And so in this case, we've started engagement already with the ministry as per the previous motion that was passed at the last meeting. And so now the next step is getting the confirmation of the funding piece for the full designation to occur.
Director Bauer, does that help with some clarification to your question?
I think it's just a contribution to the overall conversation. We should probably move on, Chair Sentis.
Okay, I thank you for that. On deck, I have Director Spencer Coyne, Petra Ventimiglia, Sabrina Monteith, and Director Knodel. So I'll begin with Director Spencer Coyne. Sue, I have you.
Okay. As to the motion on the table right now with the letter, maybe what we need to do, thinking about what Director Holmes said, is maybe we need to amend that so that we send a letter both to the Interior or the Minister as well as Interior Health, asking for that transparency and openness in the future if we're going to deal with any of this down the road. Because I agree with Director Holmes. I think there was, I'm not sure who the blame is to be put on, and I think both parties need to understand if we're going to be a funding partner in this, then we need to be treated as a funding partner, not as somebody who you just go to and request money from. I'm sorry, guys, but that's the way a lot of people in my community feel, is there was just pony up, right? And that's not acceptable. So if maybe Director Holmes, what do you think? An amendment?
Well, first off, Director Coyne, no apology necessary. You're making a fair and valid point. And maybe to the CAO, would you have a comment about amending the letter?
No, Madam Chair, that would be a board responsibility.
Okay, so that's the correct procedure then. Does the board wish to entertain an amendment to the letter? Do you want to make that motion, Director Coyne?
Sorry, yeah, I will.
Okay, and a seconder would be Director Roberts. Is there any further discussion to the amendment to the motion? Director Holmes?
Yeah, I just think we need to look at ourselves as well. And have we played a role in this? Have we been? Did we? Like I don't know what goes on behind the scenes with the Interior Health and the discussion. So did we make it clear to them that there was an avenue for them to come to us to discuss this? I don't know, but I would hope that we did.
Okay, thank you for the comment. We're still talking at this point about a motion to amend the first motion. So are there any comments related to the amendment? Director Ventimiglia?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to be here today and to see all the faces on the Hollywood squares. I wasn't at the last meeting, but I did have an opportunity to watch it back. And some confusion came for me, as well as I think the other board members, because the motions that were coming forward weren't being read out. And so I would just ask that the amendment be read so that we all know what we're voting on. And we have a couple of motions to get through today, so that the motions are read before we vote on them. Please, thank you.
Fair enough. Can we ask for Ms. Malton? Would that be the appropriate reading of the current amendment? Amended motion, that is. Christy, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, thanks. So
that's a fair comment, and I apologize, Petra. That would be appropriate to have it read back. So, Christy, if you could do that in this occasion, please.
Sure. So what the board is talking about right now is the amendment, and the amendment reads that the motion be amended to include interior health in the letter that's to be sent out. So that's the amendment. So if the board votes on that, then we'll go back and vote on the motion as amended. So right now it's to amend the motion to include interior health in that letter, in the recipients to the letter.
Is there any comment? Director Traynor.
Just to confirm that we'd be sending the same letter to both levels, asking that there be more transparency. It would be the same letter, but sent to both organizations.
That would be my understanding. Is that correct, Ms. Malden?
That is correct, as the resolution reads right now, or the recommendation reads right now.
Okay, and I just to add to Director Holmes, I think maybe in that letter too, it would be important to acknowledge that we have a role in this as well, and that we want to make sure that we're being as open and transparent as possible, and that we're willing to come to the table as well. So just that we all accept a role in this, so that hopefully it doesn't happen again.
I appreciate the comment. I think all directors do as well. So if there's no further comment, what we're looking at is an amendment to the motion. So with that duly on the floor, I will call those in favor. Are any opposed? That is carried. So that brings us back to the amended motion. If I can have a mover and a seconder for that, we can continue the conversation. So the amended motion needs to be on the floor. Thank you, Director Bob Coyne. And a seconder? Is it already on the floor?
What?
Not amended. It's been amended.
Okay.
We just need a seconder. Thank you, Director Spencer Coyne. So we'll continue with the conversation, if I may, on the amended motion that is now on the table. And I have Director Spencer Coyne, Director Petra Ventimilla, Director Monteith, Director Knodel, and Director McCorduff. So I will proceed with those questions. Director Spencer Coyne.
No, nothing for me.
Chair Sentis, they took their hands down. It's just Director Knodel up right now.
Okay.
And now Director Ventimilla's.
Okay. Director Ventimilla.
Thank you, Chair. I actually just have I'm supportive of the motion as it's been amended. I just have a question on process because we have a couple of motions to get through this afternoon. So once a motion is on the floor, once it's been moved and seconded, can we have a dialogue and conversation from presenters, or is that the time where there's just dialogue and conversation between directors?
It would be my understanding that the resources that are here in both Mr. Kaufner and Mr. Meadows can participate, but is that correct, CAO?
Well, by the time a motion is on the floor, Madam Chair, it is in possession of the board, and they should have enough information in order to discuss it amongst themselves.
Okay, thank you. So the any other question, Director Ventimilla?
No, that answers the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Director Monteith, did your hand came down? Do you no longer have a question? No? Okay. Then Director Canodal?
I'm just wondering, are we not kind of getting a cart before the horse here? We're going to vote on the funding issue in the next motion, and we're voting to send the letter out before we've actually gotten to the horse, so to speak. Secondly, I think it's quite clear, way back in the budget, $1.4 million came up in the budget for interior health, for primary care, and we unanimously voted it down. So there's no culpability on our part. We made our position very clear back during the budget. And I distinctly remember CAO Newell speaking to that particular point. So I'm even more confused why, where we're at with this letter. Thank you.
Director Canodal, I think the letter, in my opinion, is necessary to underscore where the board of Osher feels their involvement should have been. So I think that's still a fair statement. While there's been conversation, there hasn't actually been anything in writing. So unless someone else has a differing opinion, I think the letter is appropriate. We'll go to the chair. Director Kazakovich, please.
Great. I just wanted to add, I agree with what Director Knowles said, but I do agree that the motion on the floor, we do need to get a letter sent out, because it's just simply saying we have issues with the lack of transparency and openness, and that moving forward, we'd want to be involved much earlier on before something is built instead of after the fact. So I do support this motion right now that we do need to send a letter out. And I find that separate than the whole funding issue.
Yes, I would certainly agree. Thank you for the comment. Now I recognize that I had two people on the list whose hands are now down. Director McCordick, did you change your mind, or do you still wish to make a comment?
I did. If I might speak, please. I was going to, I do like the amendment. I was going to even take it further if I'd had the opportunity to say that this was happened after the fact, and that we would certainly not entertain any other motions further down the line to accept it for any other primary care centers, and that we were, but we wanted it to stop. But I'm convinced that what the motion that we have on the floor now is essential. They both need to know that that this was inappropriate, and no matter what happens further down the page on our agenda, this letter needs to be sent for sure. So I'm totally in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Director McCordick. Director Robinson, you had your hand up. Are you? You're good now. Okay.
Director Coyne.
And do I see Director Spencer Coyne? Would you comment further?
Did I get promoted to a doctor?
You did. You did. And be careful. We need doctors. You might get an offer.
No, I was just going to speak. The reason we need this motion is Director Canodal said we voted down the 1.4 during budget, and that was because there was no transparency and there was no designation for that money. It was just for primary care with no further information. And again, Interior Health came to us for the funding after the fact. The facility was opened, it was already up and running, and then we get this request for $1 million. So I think this is a very important motion. I think we need to send this message to both parties that if we're going to be a funding partner, then we need to be treated fairly, and we need to be treated as an equal in this funding formula. I know it's 40%, it's not 50, but it's close enough. And our taxpayers deserve that respect from Interior Health and the province.
Well said, Director Coyne. Would there be a comfort in having Ms. Malden read the amended motion so that everyone is clear? Ms. Malden, could you read that amended motion, please?
Yes, I can. So the motion is that the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District send a letter to the Minister of Health and a letter to Interior Health expressing the concerns with the lack of transparency and openness with regard to the Urgent and Primary Care Center developed at 437 Martin Street in Penticton.
Thank you, Ms. Malden. I think we've had significant conversation. The motion is on the table, duly moved and seconded. So I will call the approval of the motion. All in favor? Are there any opposed? That motion is carried, and I thank you. We'll move then to item D, which is the motion to reconsider. And I will again refer this item to the CAO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So we had a motion, a two-part motion on the board at the last meeting. And a member requested that the motion be split so they could vote on each paragraph separately. So the first part of the resolution was adopted, and that is identified in the report. And that's the one that says that we want IHA to move forward with the designation of 437 Martin Street. So that's done. The second part of the motion was defeated, and that's the one where we were talking about the $1 million that came in as a request from IHA on that facility retroactively. Since that time, we've had an indication that the chair wants to bring this back as a motion to reconsider, and the chair has that right under our procedure bylaw. So in that case, and there's no debate on that, and there's no secondary required, so that automatically comes onto the agenda, and the chair then has that right to put that on the floor and then open that for discussion, and the board will discuss whether they want to have that reconsidered. And if it's approved, then we can discuss the rest of it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, CAO. With that information, I in fact will move to have the motion reconsidered. And as it does not need a seconder, as Mr. Newell has indicated, I open it up for questions. Are we clear on what is on the table? It is to reconsider the motion.
Yes.
I'm not, oh, I do see some hands. Director Ventimilla?
Thank you, Chair. So the only motion that we're looking to reconsider, or the motion that's on the floor to reconsider, is the funding motion, which, as far as I understand from what was described earlier, the reason this is being brought back is due to confusion over what was being voted on at the last meeting and not in relation to new information. Again, I watched back the last meeting, and I think there was confusion with the first vote, but there wasn't, in my opinion, there wasn't any confusion with the second vote, so I would not be supporting the motion to reconsider.
Thank you for your point. I will just say again that I heard after the fact that people were unclear, that people were still seeking more information. So I'm respectful of your opinion, but I have one that differed. So I will go forward with Director Spencer Coyne.
Yeah, so I'm having a real hard time with supporting this motion, just because it was done after the fact. I mean, there's no way we would ever get away with doing this to the province. You know, we build something and then ask them for the funding afterwards. They wouldn't do it. That I've heard from numerous residents in the area, and they're not supportive of this either. It's not that they don't see value in the urgent primary care. It's just how does that benefit everybody outside of the greater Penticton area? And that's the question that I have is this mean that the Princeton Primary Care Network is going to receive funding from from everybody as well, or the Osuis Oliver one?
Again.
I keep getting feedback.
Judy, this is just.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I can support this.
Director Coyne, I'm just being counseled by the CAO that this is for the reconsideration of it. It's not the actual voting on it again. It's just to have it reconsidered. So that's fair. You're indicating that you do not think it needs reconsideration. I'm respectful of that. Director Roberts?
Thank you to the chair. My apologies again. I wasn't a part of the last meeting and did look into it. And from what I gathered, the information that was looked at upon the first motion, and by accepting the first motion, the second motion basically was stating if the first motion goes through, then we're accepting to spend the money. Is that clear? And I do support Director Coyne's comments in regards to making sure that we have fair and equitable use or resources provided in the rest of our area, either Similkameen or down in South Okanagan and Oliver Soyuz area. So again, with that, looking at that during the conversation is important to me as well. But I just wanted to find out, did I clearly understand that first motion was basically stating that we want to be able to have the funding models and the process set in place that it met the obligation for the hospital board, and that if this happens in the future, then we will spend said money, which was the second motion. It was tied to an if. If I could have a little clarity on that, that would be handy. Thank you.
You've stated it correctly, Director Roberts. The big word in the second part was if. If that designation comes through, then the agreement as per the legislation would be that the funding would follow given the designation of the hospital. So in my opinion, you've assessed it correctly. So the question at this point is, do we reconsider? And as I say again, I was just taken aback that so many were fearful they didn't have enough information or they didn't understand it correctly. That's why I'm bringing it back. I want to make sure everybody feels comfortable that they're understanding, have enough information. So I'll go forward then. Director Pendergraft?
Thank you. I am supportive of the motion to reconsider because our last statement or our last vote basically said we weren't going to pay any money for this facility. And it was based on a message, sending the message to the province that we were not happy with giving info after the fact. But the message we would be sending to the province is that we will not fund these types of facilities. Therefore, anything we ask for in the future will go to the pile. We will no longer even be eligible for funding a primary care unit in Oliver, Osuis, or any other place. Be cautious how you look at the message that you're sending. Please reconsider this.
Thank you, Director Pendergraft. Director Kazakovich?
Thank you. I agree with what Director Ventimilla said. I thought it was quite clear last time what we were discussing, and our issue was, I know people said there wasn't enough information, but really there wasn't information because it wasn't a transparent process. We weren't able to get information, and back during budget time, we agreed that we didn't want to move forward on funding when we didn't know what we were funding and the details of that funding. So I thought it was quite clear what we did last time, and therefore I can't support a motion to reconsider. And I think sending a strong message to the province will help in the future with being more included so that we can further approve funding. And this may be an opportunity based on the letter going forward to for the Hospital Act to have that designation. you know, maybe this comes back in the future for a different dollar amount. That's less than $1 million. Just something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Director McCorduff. McCorduff. I'm getting my directors mixed up. I apologize for that, Carla. Director McCorduff, your comment?
Thank you very much. I think the confusion the last time was that the motions were separated, and in fact, they should have been together because one made a difference on the other. So, but I definitely support Britt putting this back on the table. And my biggest concern is I see the problems and the concerns that many of you have expressed. My concern is if we say, no, we're not interested in supporting this and looking at this motion, I'm afraid that Interior Health and the ministry are going to say, whoa, the RDOS does not think that this is an important issue. And I think it is totally a really important issue. And I think that they may say, well, there are other areas, and I know there are other areas in the province that are dying to move forward with some primary care centers, and they would be happy to work with Interior Health or the Ministry of Health in order to set those up. I'm afraid that if we say no to this, they're going to say, whoa, the Okanagan-Similkameen is really not in favor of this. They really don't want to support any primary care centers. And yes, we made a mistake, and they need to acknowledge that this was not done correctly. But I think we need to be bigger than that, and we need to say, yes, we are definitely in favor of primary care centers, and we will go ahead with money that we already have in reserves and do this with the proviso, and we've already said it, that this letter goes to them and say, we're not happy with this and we don't want this ever to happen again, but we want primary care centers. So I will definitely support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Director McCorduff.
Madam Chair, just a point of order. So do you want to put this back on the table for discussion, or do you not? If you do want to discuss it, then you need to reconsider it.
Is there understanding to that? Like because the discussion is moving into the actual motion, whereas the first step in today's process is we have to agree to reconsider it, and then we can go further into the conversation.
Yes, if you vote to reconsider,
Yeah.
it's like the vote never happened, and you go back into it's moved and seconded, and you go into your discussion about the motion. If you don't want to talk about the motion, then just don't vote to reconsider.
So
could I just say that I definitely want to reconsider? That was why I said what I did. Thanks.
Thank you, Director McCorduff. I think the CAO has put it fairly succinctly. So at this point, the question is, do you want to reconsider? So that's on the floor, duly put forward. So I think at this point, the question is called to reconsider the motion. So all in favor of the reconsideration? Oh, help. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
We'll get the names of those opposed.
Okay. Hands down, thank you. Those that are opposed to the reconsideration, and if you'll give us just a bit of a chance, we need to record those that are opposed. So Ms. Malden, can you see?
No, if you could read them out to me, sorry, Chair. I don't have a good view.
Okay. So those that are opposed are Director Gettens, Director Monteith, Director Holmes, Director Robinson, Director Ventimilla, Director Canodal.
Watt. Director Watt.
Did I miss Director Watt?
Yeah, he's at the top.
Oh, I'm sorry, Director Watt and Director Kazakovich. Do I have everyone? Did you hear your name? So did you get that information, Ms. Malden?
Yes, So I have 8 opposed, so the motion carries.
The motion carries. Okay. Then the motion to reconsider the following motion, which was defeated at
So
the
the
meeting
motion to
of.
reconsider is passed, so that this
sorry.
motion is now back on the table.
Okay. Okay, they're holding my hand here, so bear with me. So the motion to reconsider is supported, and therefore the original motion is back on the table. And that is that should number 101-437 Martin Street be designated a hospital, the request for $1 million to assist with the funding of an urgent and primary care center be approved, with funding to come from the hospital reserve. So that is on the table. We can now have discussion on that motion. Director Bauer.
Yeah, thank
Sorry,
you, Chair.
Point of order.
Director Robinson.
Yeah, last time we voted on this, those were 2 separate motions. How can we conflate the 2 of them now? That would make it a brand new motion.
We just brought back the second motion.
We're having some discussion about your point, Director Robinson. I'm not sure.
So the first part of that motion was that IHA be advised that to seek designation, and that was approved. The second motion was if they were successful in that, that the regional district would contribute their 40%, which is $1 million. So we've already asked them to seek designation. What we're discussing today is whether we would pay the $1 million if it's passed.
Is that clear, Director Robinson?
Unfortunately, no.
Well, let's try again, Director Newell, or CAO Newell.
The regional hospital district can only raise property taxes if a facility is designated as a hospital under the Hospital Act. Right. So the first part of that was, and it is not right now, Martin Street is not right now. So the first part of the resolution was the hospital district telling IHA to go ahead and seek the designation. That got passed.
Right.
We can't designate funding unless it's designated. So if down the road, the province comes back, Ministry of Health comes back and says, yes, we're designating Martin as a hospital under the Hospital Act, this resolution says that we will pay 40%.
But the word is if. If that designation is put in place, which we've asked for. So does that help, Director Robinson?
Well, it would have helped if maybe somebody had listened to me at the last meeting, because I believe I pointed that out, that we designated it a hospital and in turn would no doubt have to pay in the future. And then we turned around and said we weren't going to pay this time. So clear as mud.
Thank you for your comment, Director CAO.
Yeah, Director CAO.
Elevating you or not.
So the board doesn't have to do anything. It's your choice whether you fund a request from IHA. Okay. So even if 437 Martin is designated, you don't have to pay your 40%. That comes in as a request from IHA, and they have submitted that request. So if down the road, the Ministry of Health under the Hospital Act designates Martin Street, what you're arguing now is, are you going to pay your 40%? That's what's on the table.
Thank you, CAO Newell. Director Robinson, there's confusion on your face.
I'm sorry to belabor this, but there was no discussion at the last meeting about paying 40%. It was a one-time only payment for capital expenses of $1 million. So now we're talking about something completely different. And I'm sorry, it's starting to get irritating.
No, I think you're complicating it, Director Newell, or CAO Newell.
That is the 40%.
That is
$1 million is the 40% of Martin Street. They're just, all IHA is asking for is, are you going to, as per policy, pay your 40%? That translates to the $1 million.
Okay, then I totally misunderstood it last time because I was under the impression it was a one-time only capital expense, not ongoing maintenance and yeah, thank you, Director Monteith. Somebody else gets it.
Thank you, CAO.
This is a one-time capital request for the 40% contribution towards Martin Street. We don't pay operating expenses on anything. All of the requests we get from IHA are capital. Always.
Okay, I had hands up here, so let me just identify who's in line and see if I've missed anybody. I have Director Holmes, Director Bauer,
Actually, Chair, if I may do, I already was on it when Director Robinson did a point of order, which went a little beyond the point of order discussion in terms of rules and regulation. So if I may continue.
Fair enough, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. So I find myself miraculously agreeing with Director McCordup. As unfortunate as this whole process was, and painful and confusing perhaps for some, I think we have to ask ourselves for the last 3, 4, 5 years at least. I know that Director Coyne and Director McCordup, we've been talking about rural primary care and how we can implement it and what needs to be done. And now, if we don't pay for this, even so, this was very badly done, then what is the alternative in terms of financing future primary care units wherever they are? So I think, yes, the letter is correct. It's all good. And I'm sure that they understand that there was some mistakes made on all sides, but definitely in favor of moving ahead now. And hopefully the next time it will be a better process. Thank you.
And my apologies, Director Bauer, I did not mean to offend you. I'll go now to Director Holmes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I think we need to look at the Urgent and Primary Care Center in Penticton as part of the whole primary care network for the region. And either we fund all of it or we fund none of it. And to make that decision, we need to see the full PCN model for the region. Where are all the primary care centers going to go? How much is it all going to cost? And over how many years do we have to pay for it? We need that big picture. At the last meeting, Interior Health said they were going to come back to us with those details, that they're just waiting for the province. I say there's no point sitting here waiting for the province if it's just going to be sprung on us the way the UPCC was sprung on us. There's no point waiting for the province if we're not interested in funding the whole thing. So I would like to ask, like, share the plan with us now. Let's see if it's something we can all get behind, like we all got behind the hospital tower all those years ago, and figure out a way to fund it. If we're not going to support the primary care centers throughout the region, or if the province isn't going to support primary care centers throughout the region, then what we're talking about here right now is funding Penticton UPCC in total isolation from the PCN. And to me, that looks like IH centralization or primary care centralization. And I'm not really interested in more centralization myself. So I wouldn't be able to support it by itself. So that's why I think that splitting up the motion that we did last time was the right thing to do, because It sends the message we're open to the idea of funding the project as part of the larger PCN, but we're not interested in funding it in region in isolation. And if we can fund it in retrospect, so to speak, once we know the bigger picture and we make that greater funding decision, then we can proceed that way. But I'm not confident right now that that's going to proceed. So that's the way I feel.
Thank you, Director Holmes. I'll go to Director Monteith.
To the chair, Director Holmes, is completely exactly what I wanted to say. I have been saying all along, we need to ask the ratepayers if this is something that they want. Do they want us to expand our services? Do they want us to do this? Because we haven't done that. We keep talking about it. We've had so many meetings and we've had to review whether we even could do this. And then we found out they had to be designated as hospitals. Like, we've been through all of this, but we've missed the important part of asking the ratepayers. And I'm really uncomfortable to commit even to one, thinking possibly there could be more down the road. Or if there isn't, that breaks my heart for communities like Oliver, DeSuis, and Summerland, Princeton, that all deserve the same opportunity. I'm Clayton, very close to Penticton. No, like, I go to Penticton for care, but as a regional district, we need to be thinking about the entire region, and we need to be thinking about the ratepayers, and we haven't done either of those things.
Thank you, Director Monteith. Director Knodel.
Sure, thank you. I'm still a little conflicted with the idea that we've said no to this, went all the way through the budgeting process and came up as no. And then we said no to it again. So how many times do we debate renaming this park? I mean, it's a really bad precedent that we're setting here. Secondly, I'm hearing a lot of this, well, we have to agree to it now because we're afraid. Since when do we vote on being extorted by money? That is absolutely insane. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Director. I'll go to Director McCorduff.
Thank you. I think there might be some confusion, and I would like to ask either Mr. Meadows or Mr. Goffnauer to explain the 1.4 million that they was originally asked for in the budget was for continuing the primary care centers in the regional district, is my understanding. And that this particular ask for the 1 million for the UPCC was added on later. And I'm just wondering if we could have that explained by Carl or Dan. Would that be acceptable, Chair?
Yes, it would, in my opinion. So I will look to either Carl or Dan. Are you willing to provide comment?
Sure, I'll kick it off and Carl can fill in any gaps I might have missed. So yes, Dr. McCorduff, or Dr. I'm doing it too, Director McCorduff. So we did, when we requested the 1.4 million, the intent was not for UPCC, that was for other communities for PCN. I think we jumped the gun perhaps as far as the information we could provide, and hence why you had turned down funding that at that time and had asked for additional information before you might be prepared to fund that one. So the 1 million is specifically for Urgent Primary Care Center in Penticton. And our intent would be to share more information with the RHD when the time is right, when we can share that information about any other primary care networks and where those would be located. It's difficult for us to sort of package those all together because just the way that the PCNs and the urgent primary care centers have been rolled out and approved by the Ministry of Health has been a phased approach. So with the UPCC coming first, and then further work around potential future PCN expansion sort of next. So, Carl, I don't know if there's anything you can add.
Thanks, Dan. No, can you all hear me? Because I'm having some network. Just supporting urgent primary care and clinic, we can focus on emergency patients at the hospital, prevent delays and strengthen services. And it does provide support across the region, particularly around congestion and other things. So it is a regional urgent primary care. It's not, while we know that it's in the, in where the population is the greatest in Penticton, but it is going to be a service for everybody across South Okanagan. And I have nothing to add to what you just said, Dan, around the intent. And I do apologize because the process piece is clearly something we are going to do better.
Director Bob Coyne, you've had your hand up. Are you still wishing to make a comment? Okay, please go forward.
Yeah, so I see this as a little bit of a delicate situation in that the big issue here is lack of trust that I see. When you guys came to the board back in budget time and you said, please believe us, we're going to take your $1 million and we're going to spend it nicely. We're not going to squander it. And we said, well, no, not till you tell us what you're going to do with it. So time goes by, and then all of a sudden we come back and you want $1 million to pay for something you've already opened without any kind of real consultation with the board members so that we could discuss it with our constituents. Because we all serve the same taxpayer here at the end of the day. And we're being asked to make decisions that we're not really 100% confident of where this whole thing is going to go. Yeah, the $1 million is going to go pay for this center that's already been built, but it's the whole program that is in question here. And as Dr. Holmes, as Mr. Holmes said, we really need to know what the big picture here is, because we're only getting little tidbits at a time. And how are we as elected officials supposed to have faith that you guys are going to come back to us with something that's going to be good for all of us? Right now, it's going to be really good for the people, Area D, I, F, City of Penticton, not so bad for people in Summerland, but the rest of it, you can call it regional if you want to, but if you're hurt and it takes you 1.5 hours to 2 hours to get to Penticton, not really we're going to go to the local hospital. But the point being that the members sitting around the board, the way I see it, don't have the faith in Superior Health being forthcoming with this. So I'm having a really hard time making this decision. It's a good idea for the folks over there, but unless we know, the rest of the people in the valley know that there's a plan for the rest of us, is it a really good deal for everybody? That's my comments.
Thank you, Director Coyne. Director Pendergraft, is that still a hand up, or do you have something further to comment?
I would like to comment, please. If I might, I tend to agree with what Director Coyne said here, but if we're asking Interior Health to come and tell us their plan, we're too late to the party again. We need to sit down amongst ourselves and say, if we want primary care units, where do we want it first? Then we send that message to Interior Health and ask them to advocate on our behalf. Come to us with their suggestion, we're too late to change their mind. Let's deal with this urgent primary care right now. It's there. I dislike the fact that it was built before they came to us as much as anybody else, but let's move on and get the rest of this right. The message needs to be sent, and I think it's being sent with the letter and everything else, but we should be making the decision where we want it, advocating for that next location. That's where we're dropping the ball. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Director Oberek.
Yes, thank
You
you
wish
to
to
the chair.
comment?
Pardon me?
You wish to comment?
Yeah, yes, I do, please. May I, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much to the chair. With respect to the mistakes made, and I think that's a polite way to put it, I absolutely think that transparency and openness and process could have been better. And I think on that issue, the letter that's already been voted on sends the message. And I think that's an important step. And then we need to separate that step from this step. And in that context, for Director Knodel, I just wanted to say this is not about naming a park. That was a different meeting. The $1.4 million matter that Director Knodel said was unanimous. It was not a unanimous vote. I supported the 1.4 for primary care network. That was specific for areas outside Penticton, and I still support that. And I've heard Carl and I've heard Dan today in the last meeting and the meeting indicate that there was that commitment to the rural area. As Princeton, Asuyas, I agree with Director Bauer when he agrees with Director McCord. I agree with Director McCord. And Director Coyne, Area D needs primary care, and we need health care, and we need it as bad as Princeton and Karameas and Tulameen do. We all need it, and we need it too. And I want primary care in this. But when we're dealing with this issue, Penticton has a serious problem, and they need this facility, and we have to get past this bickering with the province. They're not perfect, and neither are we. I'm just making it clear that I support this motion. And I think it's in the regional interest and in the interest of all of ours. And to Director Monte's point, I can tell you, I have no doubt in my community, the ratepayers support investment in healthcare. We need health. We're in a pandemic. We need healthcare. People are suffering in Penticton. Pathways shut down. They need this help. And we're going to, I don't know, bicker and not help. I for one, I want to help. And I want to make sure primary care goes into Asuyas first and then Okanagan Falls second. Thank you.
Now, once again, directors, I'm going to say I'm conscious of the time. I don't want to feel that anyone is being left without questions answered. So if you have something new to point out or to comment on, we're very keen to hear that. But if it's repetitious, then I'm going to ask that you maybe consider whether you wish to speak again. So with that, I have Director McCord.
Thank you very much. I just want to point out that for the last 5 years, Penticton, Karameas, Oliver, and Asuyas have been holding meetings. For the last year, we haven't been able to, but before then, we had monthly meetings where we discussed the need to help each other and to bring primary care networks, when they were announced, into the picture. And I would hate to just see that go by the by. I think we need to support this motion now and pay our 40%. And then I think Carl and Dan have heard loud and clear that we need to get on with the rest of the area. And I'm willing to, I'm not trying to be badgered or held for ransom, but I think that they know that this is important, and we will continue as an RDOS board to push for this, and we've made it loud and clear. So I am totally in favor of this motion going forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Director McCorduff. Director Knodel?
Thank you.
Is that a left hand or?
No, thank you to the chair. I'm a little concerned that by saying yes to this, we're actually going to say, yes, we're in favor of centralizing our healthcare. So we could have the absolute reverse effect than what's being said here. Thank you. That was my point.
Thank you. Director Roberts.
Thank you. Of course, I understand everything that has been said. I've been a part of some of those same discussions for the same time as Director McCorduff, Director Bauer. I want to wear my other hat. Centralization, the issues you're worried about, concern, the fact that urgent care is dealing with Penticton, not regional, it's just not true. I have a picture right now of my ambulance pulling into Penticton Regional Hospital, and there's 7 ambulances ahead of me. We have need to be able to redirect people to appropriate resources so that we don't have bottlenecks. We already have development of different strategies in regards to STEMI bypasses, which is in regards to cardiac and people going to Kelowna because that's where their specialized care is. There's a whole infrastructure, a whole need to be able to move people to the appropriate care they need. And even when you're out in Tulameen, you need to be able to know that you have access to a particular place or not, and it's the right one, whether or not it's tertiary care in Kamloops, tertiary care in Kelowna, whether or not we're sending a helicopter to pick you up or whether or not one of my ground units is picking you up. Urgent care is needed. We need to have further resources in regards to what particular issues that you're dealing with. It's not, it's part of a greater picture is what I'm saying. And I don't want to take my foot off the pedal in regards to primary care, in regards to how and what it would look like in Karamias and related to Princeton and how it would support people out there. I think it's important, though, that we move forward in regards to this choice we're making. And that is my educated opinion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Director Ventimella, you had something further to add?
Yeah, just a comment and a question, and I appreciate those comments from Director Roberts, kind of coming at things from a different angle. Lots of thoughts rolling around in my head, but I think that what I'll say is that Director Coyne, I think, hit the nail on the head when he said that, you know, it seems that this issue kind of is about trust. And I think he's right. Trust and lack of transparency and kind of not knowing where things are going. Director McCorduff pointed out that many of us have been collaborating for the last however many years it's been, working towards what we all believed to be sort of a regional plan. And I guess it seems as though my feeling from what I've heard from others and continue to hear today is that the way this went down was just kind of a slap in the face to that whole process. My question is around funding, because I've heard a lot of things thrown around today and last meeting that regarding funding that I don't think are fully accurate. And it is confusing. This is all very confusing. There's lots of acronyms. There's lots of different names for things. And maybe it's confusing by design. I don't know. But there's been some talk about being, you know, if we don't fund this, then are we going to lose out on the funding in our other communities? And my question is, what sort of clinics specifically will be up for this sort of funding, will be up for 40%, you know, interior health funded and 40% hospital district? Because to the best of my knowledge at this point, it's the UPCCs, which have, you know, restrictions around where they can go based on a lot of factors. And to the best of my knowledge, you know, there's not a lot of other places in our region that those would fit. So the kind of clinics that we've been talking about as a part of our larger rural growth plans in Oliver and Asuyas and Summerland and Princeton, those more sort of community-based clinics, are we, you know, is that something that Interior Health would be coming forward and funding and looking for 40% funding for, or those more community-based initiatives?
If you will allow me, Director Ventimilla, and of course CAO, you can please advise me as well. I think the whole scenario has been very clear that our ability legislatively has to be to a hospital. And then if the request comes forward for a hospital designations capital project, then in fact it's a 40-60 split. So this scenario, while currently it's referred to as a UPCC, the request is that the designation be given hospital to it. That's why this is a consideration at this point. If that designation comes through, that's when we would be called upon to give our share. And so I say the critical word in the motion is if that designation of hospital comes through, which is being asked for, then the requirement to fund it is clearly in the legislation. But perhaps Mr. Newell, would you care to comment on her question?
Well, I think Director Ventimilla's got a good point, but on that question, this is each request from IHA is individual. So if the board were to approve this resolution to contribute to Martin Street, if it's designated as a hospital, that does not commit them to future capital requests.
I know that's been a concern. So is everyone comfortable with that answer? Director Ventimilla, would you like to continue?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Sentes. And with all due respect to your comments, I think that was exactly my point, or exactly the point I was trying to make in a roundabout way. That we're not talking. So there's talk about us missing out on funding for clinics in our other more rural communities, but that's not on the table. That's not going to happen. Yeah. That's not a part of the plan, as far as I understand. And so I would just like to hear from either Carl or Dan, am I missing something? Or really Interior Health, you know, as mandated, you know, from the Ministry of Health, or however that chain of command works, they're funding UPCCs. They're not looking to fund our smaller, rural, more community initiative clinics.
Judy, am I allowed to just answer that question?
Yes, please do.
So enhancing access to primary care services in every region of IH, Petra, is a top priority of ours. And I don't know what precedents could be set from the decisions made today, but no matter what, Interior Health wants to be a partner and move forward together. And part of that plan, when we had first come in front of this board, we did not have the details that you all wanted. And those will be, again, lots of lessons learned. I'm hearing very loud and clear. It was bumpy, lots of improvements we need to make. But this today is around the urgent primary care center that services all of South Okanagan in various ways. And the vision is that primary care clinics will be coming across South Okanagan from Princeton to Karamias to Oliver, Usoyas, etc.
Thank you, Carl, for the comment. Director Bush, you've been very patient, but the CAO would like to comment, and then I'll come back to you, Director Bush.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I can see the conundrum between designation and funding is still causing some concerns on the board. So in our current context, Penticton Regional Hospital is designated a hospital. The South Okanagan General Hospital is designated a hospital. Trinity Long-Term Care Facility is designated a hospital. Princeton is, and Karamias is. Each year, IHA comes forward with a request for capital funding on, and it could be on any of those facilities already designated, So Penticton Regional, South Okanagan General, Princeton, we have contributed to Trinity on capital requests before. What this is about is now us asking the province to designate Martin Street as a hospital, and then each year, if they get funding, initially they have to have funding from the Ministry of Health. IHA would then prioritize and come forward to the hospital district and say, here's the capital projects we want to do in this next fiscal year. Will you pay your 40%? And the board then has discretion as to which capital projects they want to contribute to. We have turned down projects in the past, and obviously we turned down the request for the 1.4 million for primary care networks this year. So each year it's a new request that the board considers for those facilities that are already designated as a hospital.
Thank you. Director Bush?
Yeah, so to me, this is just about healthcare. You know, I don't want to get into all the arguments presented before, but to me, it's just about healthcare. It's something I would support for my community. The little bit our area pays for towards it is not much. It helps half a dozen people. I mean, it's just, there's no question about supporting healthcare. It's a good thing, and I think we need to continue with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bush. I have two more people on deck, Riley Gettens and Ron Obrick, and we are already 10 minutes over. So I'm going to go to these two people, and then I will call the question. So Director Gettens.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking for a comment on how we pay for this. If our budget's already been submitted, does this money then come out of our reserves? And is the plan for IH to come back with the other request that we declined for the primary care network and looking for that money as well? And would that also come out of our reserves? Like, how do we do this? Because I know our reserves are limited. And I think if I can answer that question, and then I do really like the idea of hearing the bigger plan so that we can talk with our constituents about it. I do feel at this table, it's not sending a message for me, but it's doing our job that when we have stewardship over local taxpayers' dollars, which in a way it's almost like a second tax for healthcare because we already pay for it in our income. And then we have this as an opportunity to partner with our healthcare providers to really let them know what we need in our communities. So I guess, yeah, my main question is how are we paying for this? And if there's an opportunity for IH to come back again for the primary care network ask that we didn't agree to last time, and can we afford doing that? And I guess what does it look like for tax season next year if we use these funds now?
Thank you, Director Gettens. And we'll finish with comments from Director Obrick. I seem to be handing out different designations today.
Nope, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Director Gettens, you had further comment?
I just would like an answer if that's possible, please.
And I was going to say the same thing. If you could answer Director Getton's question, that would probably be better.
Would you like to rephrase that, Director Gettens?
I think I got the question, Madam Chair. Just waiting for you to ask me.
Okay, that's fine. He's got it. So CAO, please.
Thank you. So there are funds in the hospital district reserve right now to cover the $1 million without putting us in jeopardy. To tell you the truth, I think the next is a two-part question. I'm not sure that just general funding for the primary care network fits as a designated hospital. I don't know how we fund that. I think that would take further discussion. Could the Interior Health Authority come back with another request to the board at any time? Sure. Doesn't mean the board has to approve it. And in that case, we would be suggesting that no, that needs to wait to a future year.
Director
Can I
Gittens?
ask just a quick follow-up? Thank you. What is the amount in our reserves right now, CAO? Do you recall?
Oh, geez. I had it at the last
Sorry, I
meeting.
don't recall
didn't
either.
pick it up again.
No, that's okay.
I think we've got like 2.5 million available. So the 1 million
okay.
does
And
not complicate us.
And so just really quickly with your answer to the question then about primary care network planning, is it an approach that we have to take that's similar to the tower, like the Penticton Tower, where we figure out a way of making it happen because it's a bigger than what we normally would do, and it would need a plan and we would need to start taxing for it? Is that what you're suggesting with the second part of the answer?
Boy, I think I heard that. With the patient care tower, that was strictly a regional hospital district board initiative where we were not on the list for funding under the Ministry of Health at that time. And we did significant lobbying. We came up with a enhanced reserve policy to allow us to fund our share when that became available. And we were the initiators on that. In fact, we went ahead with, there's a 3-part planning process for new hospitals. We went ahead and completely funded the business plan for that patient care tower. We paid 100% of that. And then we asked IHA to pay their 60% retroactively, and they did. In this case, yes, I think that was a good point. I think Director Pendergraft made that we should be taking the initiative. If we want primary care network facilities in other areas, let us approach IHA about that and get them to fund their 60%. So, yeah, I think there's more discussion required on that.
Okay, thank you, directors. I'm very conscious that it's now 1:45. I think we've had significant conversation. I thank you for allowing me to ask that this be reconsidered to try and clear up some of the confusion. So I think at this point, Director Gittens, your hand is still up. Is there still? No? Okay. And Director Holmes, do you have something different to add?
Yeah, I'd just like to note that, in January, I believe we did have a vote. We did have a discussion and vote not to change our funding formula in order to fund PCNs. And so now it's coming to us in this piecemeal fashion. And that's why we need to really have a discussion at the board and say, are we going to fund this or not? And because it's just going to be this complete little piecemeal thing with everything coming to us with having to bring forward a designation for it to be a hospital or not. And until we agree or not agree on the big picture, there's no point doing that in a piecemeal way like this, because somebody's going to lose out and there's going to be resentment. And so I think let's do it. If we're going to do it, let's do it properly.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to call the question on the motion being that should number 101 at 437 Martin Street be designated a hospital, that the request for $1 million to assist with the funding of an urgent and primary care center be approved, with funding to come from the hospital reserve. Is everyone clear on the motion? I will then ask for those that are in favor. The hands down, thank you. I will then ask for those that are opposed.
Read them out, Judy.
Okay, we have Director Campbell, sorry, I'm following in our mayor's footsteps there. Director Robinson, Director Ventimilla, Director Canodal, Director Holmes, Director Kazakovich. And it's weighted. So what
Director
is
Monteith.
Director Monteith, did you have your hand up? Yes, okay. And I think I forgot to count myself in the approved. So Ms. Malden, I would have been there. I apologize for that. What then is the standing, Ms. Malden?
So with this, Chair, we have sufficient numbers on both sides that I want to run this through our weighted voting matrix. So if you can stand by for one moment, I'll just do this. And I want to confirm again, those opposed were Directors Watt, Robinson, Ventimilla, Canodal, Holmes, Kazakovich, and Monteith.
Right, and did
that
you have
correct?
me as a
Just the
have me
opposed
in
is
the
fine.
affirmative, please? Thank you.
Yeah. Bear with me for one moment.
Thank you.
Get the Jeopardy music on.
We need to have that music.
I could sing while I'm doing it, but I get too distracted. Okay, so the voting comes out 54.9% in favor of going ahead. So it would pass.
Okay, thank you. And I thank all of you for your patience. Let's hope that further decisions are not quite so complicated. I think both Carl and Dan have gotten the message very clearly to take forward. And thank you very much, all of you, again, for your patience and your attention. So
Thank
with that,
you.
I'll
Thank
call
you so
for-
much, everybody. Appreciate it. And we will take the feedback to heart.
Thank you, Carl. And with that, I'll call for a motion to adjourn. Director Bauer, Director Spencer Coyne, all in favor? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, directors. We're going to get going with the regular board meeting. I'd like to welcome alternate Director Petra Ventimilla, who's filling in for Director Johansson this afternoon. Have a look at your agendas, please. This is your only opportunity to remove an item from the consent agenda. Did anybody want anything removed from consent agenda? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Moved by Director Bush, seconded by Director Roberts. All in favor? Thank you. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. And I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda corporate issues. Moved by Director Bush, seconded by Director Coyne Sr. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Motion carries. I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda development services. Director Pendergraft and Director Bush, all in favor? Anybody opposed? Motion carries. That takes us down to B, development services, building inspection. B1, UBCM Local Government Development Approvals Program, grant application, CAO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So the province has been promoting this grant program over the last short while. It came out fairly recently, and they are implementing it through UBCM. We want to submit an application for digital application software, and for $91,500 on that one. And then the District of Summerland is also applying for a grant, and we want the board's support for Summerland's grant, which would be similar to our basic gov software that we purchased 2 years ago. And so we could do a sort of a regional, sub-regional portal if they have the same software. So we're recommending that the board approve both of those, and this application threshold closes tomorrow. So we're just getting in under the wire.
Okay, thank you. Director Bush, are you moving this? Thank you. Is there a seconder? Director Pendergraft, thank you. Any questions or comments on this? Director Holmes, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. So this came to Summerland Council and we had quite a discussion on it actually, and a couple of things that came up. One is in Summerland, we're in the process of reviewing all our building processes and try to streamline them and make them simpler. And so it came up that we need to complete that that process before we kind of entrench them in the computerized world. And so I just want to bring that same comment to the board, that if are we happy with the way our building processes applications are right now, and if there's any tweaking that needs to be done, we should be doing that before we implement this rather than afterwards, because then it'll be too late.
CAO?
So this is a different program that the regional district will be applying for than Summerland. The regional district purchased the software that Summerland is considering 2 years ago. We did our Lean Sensei Kaizen about our building inspection process. It just, once you actually purchase the basic gov program, it takes a long time in order to develop it for each organization. And then there's also how you merge it in with the rest of your electronic programs. So we've been working on this already for 2 years that Summerland is just about to apply for. What our program is really about allowing our residents to submit electronically rather than having to walk in plans and to pay in person. But yeah, we've done our review of our building permit process.
Okay, thank you. I know Summerland's always behind.
Any further questions or comments? Okay, I'll call the question. This is a corporate vote. All in favor? Hands can come down. And anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. We'll go down to C, Development Services, Rural Land Use Matters, C1, Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch Referral. Area D, Cannabis Retail Store, CAO.
Yeah, so it's a requirement of the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch that the local government support applications for cannabis retail stores. So that's the reason this is coming forward, Madam Chair. This is a third cannabis retail outlet in Okanagan Falls, and we're recommending that we support it, and we've provided comments that we would submit with the support if the board resolved to support it.
Sign it before she goes.
Thank you. Ms. Malden, you're not muted. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go to Director Obrick.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And CAO just mentioned this is the third in OK Falls. The Advisory Planning Commission has recommended that this this matter go for additional consultation from the public. And so I'm going to move the alternative number 1 in the report. And I'm going to speak to this later today in director's motions. I'm going to bring a motion that will relate to the same matter in a different way. But with respect to this matter on the agenda today, I would like to move the alternative number 1, please.
What is that?
Okay, thank you. And Director Bush, you're seconding. Thank you. So I'm just going to read it out, folks. Alternative number 1 is that the RDOS Board of Directors recommends that the subject development application be deferred to allow for additional consultation in the form of a public hearing, and that the holding of the public hearing be delegated to Director Obrick or the delegate, and that staff schedule the date, time, and place of the public hearing in consultation with Director Obrick, and that staff give notice of the public hearing in accordance with the requirements of the Regional District's Development Procedures Bylaw number 2500/2011. Okay, so that motion is on the floor. Any comments or questions? And this is a rural vote. Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed?
I am opposed, but I wanted to thank Director Vasilaki for joining us in the electoral areas. We welcome you to the team. Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. We're going to go on to C2, Development Variance Permit Application Area A, 17857 87th Street, CAO.
This is a two-story garage with a deck, Madam Chair, and they're looking for a front yard variance from 7.5 meters to 3 meters and a height increase from 4.5 meters to 7.4 meters. We're recommending against this, Madam Chair, just that they're in a watercourse development permit area, they're in a floodplain. There are the aesthetic issues with an overheight garage, and there is a covenant placed on their septic area. So we're recommending that this be denied, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And just to point out, there's been some additional letters come in that you would have received on this. I'll go to Director Pendergraft.
Thank you, Chair. I will move the staff recommendation, please.
Okay, you're moving the recommended motion, seconded by Director Bush. Okay, so this is a recommendation against, so we want to see if we have the applicant on the line to speak to this.
Mm-hmm.
So just having a look. Danny, do you know if they're on the line?
I believe so, yes.
Is that Todd and Leah?
Yes.
Okay, so we will bring them into the meeting.
Back up. I'm not backing up anymore. I can't back up anymore. Hi.
Hello, is that Leah?
It is Leah, yeah.
Yes, hi, welcome Leah. So
hi, thank you.
If you'd like to go ahead and address the board to make your case, please.
Okay, sorry. I'm just trying to teach my daughter's driving. She's trying to parallel park at the same time. My apologies. Okay. Actually, is Joanne on the line?
Joanne
Peachy there?
Yes, she is, and Chris Parrish, yeah.
Oh, okay. Joanne, did we not send in we amended the sorry, I've just got a lot of feedback here. Joanne, we sent in that amendment for the height variance. We took that off and the deck in that. Did that not get submitted to this meeting?
Incorrect information.
We can get that when we open it up to the board for discussion.
Yes, so Leah, we can get that information from Joanne when we open it up to the board to discuss. So right now we just would like to hear your statement of your application, and then the board members will ask you questions if they have any questions for you. So just let us know what your request is. And, yeah, thank you.
Okay, sounds good. So basically we just are requesting for the additional garage because we just for our own personal use for storage for our boats. And that's basically it. It's only the sole purpose of it is to use it as a garage. I've seen the letters from the neighbors saying that, it could render, sorry, I'm just going to turn this off here. It could render renting out, I think, rentals and different things, which is not the case. The case is we plan on moving up there, and for our personal vehicles, that's why we've requested the additional space for storage. I know that we have a 3-car garage. I get that. However, the unfortunate part is the front of our field is a septic field, and that is why we can't make the garage bigger or extend it. And the other side was our original septic field. So now that we are hooked up to city sewer, I understand that is not an issue.
Okay, thank you. Hang on, Leah. I'm going to find out if any of the directors have a question for you. Did anyone have a question for Leah while she's on the line? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands up from the directors, so thank you, Leah. We're going to now move on to any discussion amongst the board of directors. So directors, did you have any comments to make or
Madam
questions?
Chair, the delegate indicated there may be new information. I haven't seen any, but you may want to ask planning if they have any new information.
So I'll go to Joanne and Chris to see if there is any new information to add to what we've got in our agenda packages.
Are you on mute, Chris?
We can't hear you, Joanne.
No.
Still can't hear you.
Can you unmute them, Danny?
Did you need to come into the boardroom? Oh, 1 minute.
Craig's, he's just down the hall. How can it be?
Always got technology issues. We good now?
Can you hear us?
There you
Yes, there we go.
There we
Go
go.
ahead,
Okay, good,
please.
good. Okay.
Great. Thank you. This application was amended after it went to the Advisory Planning Commission. It had originally had, it was originally 2 stories with a deck. And the application that you have in front of you is an amended application. It doesn't have a deck and it has a reduced building height that still requires a variance as well as the front parcel line setback variance. So there is no new information for the board, but there was a change in the application from the time that the APC reviewed it to the time that the board is looking at that application.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. So the measurements that we have in our package are correct. Director Ventimilla, did you have a hand up or are you okay now? You're good. Okay, anybody from the board with a question or comment? Okay, I'm not seeing any. This is a rural vote, so the motion on the floor is to deny this application. I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? None
Director
opposed.
Bush.
Oh, Director Bush is opposed. Thank you. Anybody else I missed? Okay, so 1 opposed, motion carries. Thank you. We're going to go on then to C3, Development Variance Permit Application, Area E, 2870 Outlook Way, CAO.
This is for 2 retaining walls that have already been constructed, Madam Chair, and they're looking for a variance permit to increase the height of the retaining walls, one from 2 meters to 4.4 meters, and the other from 1.2 meters to 2.6 meters. And there is no structural assessment on them right now. That would come at the building permit stage, but they are imposing. And I think from an aesthetic point of view have attracted the interest of adjacent residents. So we're recommending that this be denied, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And just to point out, you did receive additional letters into your email as well. Looking for someone to make this motion, please. Director Pendergraft moving, seconded by Director Coyne Senior. Thank you. So this is a motion to deny. So I want to see if the applicant, I believe the applicant is on the line, Simon Strong. Did you want to go ahead and speak, Simon?
Yes.
Oh, we've got a lot of feedback. It looks like you're logged in 3 times. Okay, try again, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. It's Simon speaking, but I also have Trevor, the owner of the property, who's going to state our case. Can you pull us back up? I don't know whether we can, Joe. I don't want to. Hold on a sec. See if we, sorry, we just.
The video won't work.
They're trying to do a video.
Hang on a sec.
We can hear you okay if
You can hear us. Okay, okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
We can't see you.
We can't see you and we need a visual.
Okay.
No, go ahead, please.
Okay, this is Trevor Kane. Simon's with me. I'm the owner of Chase Valley, and Simon is our contracts manager. So he's here to answer if we have any technical questions. Firstly, the particular property in question, the slope of the site is quite steep compared with a lot of others in the development. We have a layer of bedrock running through the middle, and the house is located slightly above the bedrock. When building retaining walls, stepping is always the preferred choice. And in fact, the rear slope stability, we have successfully done step in there and kept the retaining walls within the permitted limits. Turning to the front now, do we have the images available? To show?
The board members have them in their agenda package.
Oh, right. Okay. Can you refer to the first image, please?
Okay, so directors can look at the first image in their agenda package. So go ahead, please.
Thank you. So the first image is the wall as it is now. Just from the base of the wall down to Outlook Way, we've got a layer of bedrock that runs along really not far below the surface. And this is the problem of why we cannot do stepping to the front to reduce the impact of the wall.
One of the images that I had emailed you about this particular one?
Now, the appearance of the wall, I think a lot of the objections are from its appearance, which basically is what you're looking at now, and that is how it is today. The wall, as it's shown at the moment, is from its structural fill right to the top. So you've got a pure visual of the entire structure. And I think this is probably what a lot of people are concerned about, and that we understand. If you look on the wall, you'll see there's pink dots, pink marks going along the wall. These, we haven't done the grading yet. Now, when the grading is done, that is the finished level of exactly what we'll be looking at. So if you can refer to image 2. Now this image shows exactly what the wall will look like once the grading is done. And you'll see the impact of the wall is far less than its appearance right now. So
Have on display.
If I could just interrupt, the images you're referring to, we're looking at our agenda package, so Danny's just trying to load those up. So we're looking at the 2 images that came in the agenda package.
Oh,
so
right.
Folks,
Okay.
You can't see the pink dots. I know where they are because I've physically been there, but we're going to try and load those up.
Okay, if you can load them up, that would be really helpful.
But you could continue if you wanted to while we get those.
I actually need those visuals up showing in order to.
Okay, now they're up.
Excellent. Okay, so we're looking at the first visual. I'm at a disadvantage. We've lost our visual of yourselves, so I can't tell exactly what you're looking at. So I'm hoping you're looking at the first image.
Yes. Correct.
You'll see, so on that first image, just backtracking a little bit, you've got the base of the wall down to Outlook Way. That is where, if we were to do step in, it would have been done. But because of the bedrock running under the surface there, it's not possible. So you're looking at the full wall in its entirety. If we now move across to the second image, okay, if we can go back one image, please. So this is how much the impact of the wall is reduced once the grading has been done from Outlook Way up to the wall. Now, what's important with things like this, when this is our only means of access to the property. And so once you've got this grading, it'll reduce the impact. The next point that'll also reduce impact is the vegetation. Now, on this image you're looking at now, we've just put down trailing images showing, but of course there would be ground planting as well. I didn't put it on this illustration because it's easy just to hide a wall with a load of trees, and that's not the object. The object was to show what can be achieved with trailing, and also if you can envisage careful structured tree planting and bushes in front, that will reduce the image of what we're looking at considerably. If we can now move forward to the next image. So this is the second retaining wall, and this is the entrance to the garage. Again, that is how it is right at this moment. If you look carefully, you'll see our pink grades showing, pink dots. If we can move to the next image, that is how much the grading will hide the section of wall. The other point here is that you will see a pink line on the driveway. Now that is the edge shown of the driveway. That's a 12-foot. It needs to be 14 feet. So that line will move closer to the wall, but we have the ability to grade from that line up to the wall. So we're looking here at the worst case scenario. Our objective will be to lose one more course through careful grading here. If we can move to the final image, and this again shows what it'll be like, excluding the final grading, but what it will be like graded to our pink markers, and also with planting of trailing. In summary, I understand the representations that have been made, and I've looked through them very carefully, and I do agree. I think, you know, the wall as presented right now, it is very imposing, but this is our only means of option, and we're trying to work of ways of reducing the visual impact and making it more pleasing to fit in with the environment. And we fully believe we can do this. Just alone from the grading is going to make a big difference. The final point I'd like to mention is I noticed that there is reference to that it's not in keeping with the strata guidelines. The problem with guidelines in hillside developments, the two don't always run hand in hand. I mean, on Outlook, some of the homes are relatively easy to build and get vehicles to, but there is going to be ongoing applications, I'm sure, as the development starts to build, where retaining is necessary. And the guidelines are guidelines, and we must all do our best to maintain within them. But I think sometimes we hit necessity where we have no option. We have to go outside the guidelines. But in doing so, we need to be sympathetic to the environment. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to see if there are any questions for you from the Board of Directors. And so directors, do you have any questions for this applicant? Director Bush, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so what happens if this is denied? What else can they do?
Is your question for the applicant? Yes, okay, go ahead, please, Simon.
Our problem is that when we first put an access road in that spanned from the property adjoining, which we also own, up to the house. And that was fine for work and construction. Once that was done, we then needed a permanent solution, and Cora were brought in, the engineers. And they looked at every possible avenue for us. And this was the only way in which they could get the vehicle up to the property and keep the grade at a realistic level below 120. So it's certainly not our choice or our want to have to retain this nature, but it was the only option left open to us for vehicular access.
Yeah, I'll go to Director Bob Coyne.
Yeah, my question is the same as George's, so.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions for the applicant while they're on the line? I do have a question. I have real serious concerns with the fact that this was built before getting the variance. And, you know, this is one of the issues from the neighbors, is that folks in Outlook and Cattle Ridge who have needed variances have applied, received them or not, and then moved forward. This was built and it's more than double the allowable height, both of them, and now there's an application for variance to approve something already built. Why did you not wait to find out if you were approved before building this?
We put in an application for this variance in September 2020. We waited for a couple of months and the time restraints were moving against us and we still hadn't heard anything. So a decision was made to just do the preliminary work in preparation for putting the driveway in. We still hadn't heard anything at the end of the year, and we progressed to start doing work outside that wasn't needed for the variance, and we were fully expecting to have received something back during the course before we got to a height of above 2.2. We had occupancy for the house and we needed vehicular access to it. So it wasn't us having a total disregard to procedures. Having put it in September, we firmly believe by the end of the year we would have had something positive. I would have hoped it hadn't been turned down, but if it had and they said, well, no, do this or do that, we had the ability to work with it. But this wasn't forthcoming, and now we're through to May. So it wasn't a disregard of procedures. It was a making a start in doing the prep work so that we could actually get vehicular access to the house we had occupancy for.
Any other questions for the applicant while they're on the line? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Okay, thank you very much. Now we are going to go to the Board of Directors for further discussion and debate. I'll go to Director Monteith. Go ahead, please.
To the chair, I guess I'm looking for a staff perspective on, is there another option?
I'll go to Chris and Joanne.
Can't hear.
Would you
Oh, there we go.
go
I
ahead.
do believe that there are certain options that that can make this retaining wall a bit more palatable. The application that they have in front of them, is something that after going through the APC, they look to kind of push up some fill to reduce the spacing of the wall, and also added provisions for a bit of landscaping at the base. We feel that there are potentially other options to make it more aesthetically pleasing. Some of those are presented to you as part of Chase Valley's presentation today. But it is not up to staff to try to redesign their work.
Thank you. And can I ask, there was a comment made by the applicant about they had applied in September. Could you comment, why did it take so long to get to us?
Yes, so we did receive that application. We did check for its completeness. It was incomplete and put aside until that application was fully completed and then processed.
Thank you. And can I ask, do we have any engineering report on file for this wall, both walls?
I don't believe there's an engineering report. The drawings were prepared by Ecora based on an engineering team that I believe Chase Valley hired.
Okay, thank you. I certainly have concerns with the appearance of it, as the neighbors do. If you've been up to that area, it really does jump out at you as not fitting in with the street. Many of the neighbors have used large natural rock to build their driveways, and this lot is a steep lot. There's one, a couple, 2, 3 down that's steep as well. That's part of what happens when you build on a hillside. But even a delay, in my opinion, doesn't mean you go ahead and build a brand new home and driveway and then ask for forgiveness after the fact. Chase Valley has, I believe, 5 lots in a row, and I think there may be a way that this could have been handled differently, or still could, in the sense of a easement. You could have a joint driveway. They could register easements. There needs to be something that makes this look nicer for the community. I'll just look at some of my notes here too. I think there could have been a better option with siting, and I'm just concerned with the planning of this home and driveway. To build a home, I believe accessing from the back of it instead of up through the front might have been part of the problem why we now have an issue with the driveway for access to a home that's already been built being the issue that we're faced with. But I do think that there could have been better planning. There should have been better planning. We should not see retaining walls more than double the height built and then asking for forgiveness. And I don't support that. I do think that Chase Valley or Ecora did know better, or should have known better, because they are actively involved, not just in the Armada, but throughout the valley with building. And I can't support that this was done, especially when I know many of the neighbors in the area have come to us and put in their applications and followed the correct process. So I would like to see this come back with a different plan and be more aesthetically pleasing to the neighborhood and not so obtrusive for everybody that's just bought and built in that neighborhood. Did anybody else have a comment? Director Ventimilla, I see your hand up. Go ahead, please.
Sure, thank you, Chair. I haven't had the opportunity to see the retaining wall in person, but from the photos provided with the additional fill and some landscaping, just seeing the one on its own seems like that potentially is a viable option. I don't know, but I guess if it is, my question is, could the inclusion of landscaping and fill and all of those things that would sort of bring the height in a little bit more in line with what it's meant to be included, requirements for those be included as a part of the development variance permit?
I'll go to Joanne on this, or Chris.
Yeah, so they certainly can be, although I would say to the board that our preference would be that we had those included in the plans that form the schedules for the permit, so that not only is staff aware of what this means, but that the board can also see how they're proposing to address the landscaping and the backfilling requirements, if that's the direction the board wishes to go, as opposed to leaving it open-ended and to be resolved after the board makes a decision on the permit.
Thank you. My understanding from looking at it is there are those stackable blocks. So I'm just wondering what the developer could do in the sense of, taking off a layer or two of those stackable blocks and readjusting so that it's not so much in your face. From a person being on the street, it just really jumps out as not the right fit amongst the whole neighborhood. And I completely understand the concerns of the neighbors, and I just can't support that work was done without getting the approvals. And even if there's a delay, that doesn't warrant going ahead and building 2 walls double the height of what we permit. Director Watt, you have your hand up. Go ahead, please.
Thank you to the chair. And to be very honest, knowing the message that we'd be sending is that build it and then see what we can do after. And I think that that's unfortunately the wrong message to be sending. That we have policies, we have procedures, and as many of you may already know, certainly my colleagues do, I'm about procedure. And because an answer is delayed does not excuse needing the answer before you move forward. So I just wanted to interject on that.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll go to Director Obert. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you to the chair. And I just want to say I agree with Director Watt, and thank you for your words. I think that is the biggest point here, and that is a concern in my community. I think it's probably one we all hear, and I just wanted to thank you. I agree with you completely.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Director Bob Coyne.
Yes, so if we don't approve this today, what do? Put a notice on title and potentially injunctive action and have them take it down, or do we just send it back and tell them to redesign it?
I'll go to Chris on this one, please.
Well, ideally from staff's perspective, if the board refused this variance, we hope that the applicant would take direction from that and either redesign the wall so that it complies with the zoning regulations, or that the redesign, if it still requires a variance, that it's not as an intrusive variance as what this current proposal is. If they chose to do nothing and left the current wall there, then yes, I suspect we would have to move towards injunctive action.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? This is a rural vote, so we do have a motion on the floor to deny. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And is anybody opposed? Director Bush is opposed and Director Knodel. Anybody else? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. We're going to move on to C4. Development variance permit application in Area H, 187 Lucky Road, CAO.
Yeah, so this is another overheight accessory building, Madam Chair. It's a garage storage area, and they're looking for a variance from 4.5 meters in height to 7.5 meters. And we're recommending that this be denied, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to Director Bob Coyne.
I'd like to make an alternate recommendation and allow this to move forward.
Okay, so Director Coyne is moving the alternative that the board approve development variance permit number H2021.010. Is there a seconder? Director Knodel, thank you. Are there any questions or concerns on this one? Director Bob Coyne, go ahead, please.
Yeah, this went to the APC and the APC recommended to support the administrative recommendation. But it was under a very strange circumstances where the proponent couldn't get online until after the APC meeting was already over. And there seemed, after just open discussion, it seemed like it probably wouldn't have passed the APC if they would have been allowed to make their presentation. So I reached out to neighbors in the area, and nobody that I talked to out there had any problem with the building. It'll be the same roof line as their house, and it'll match their home. So that's why I'm making the recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? Okay, the motion is on the floor to approve. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go to C5, OCP and zoning bylaw amendments, Okanagan Falls Commercial Zone Review, Okanagan Falls Town Center Plan Phase 3. CAO?
Yeah, so this is to complete this process on the Okanagan Falls Town Center zone, Madam Chair. So we're recommending that this be given first and second reading and that it go to public hearing on June 3rd before the board.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Olbrich.
Yes, thank you. And I have a question. I'm not sure if it's possible to refer this to the Advisory Planning Commission. COVID's been an odd year, and I think if it was not COVID, I'm sure there would have been more public engagement and input. Not opposed to getting this work done, but not sure it's urgent. And I think what has value is getting some community engagement and public feedback. And although there's public hearing on the first, with the first and second reading and proceed to public hearing, the APC gives a different process where questions and discussion can be very productive. And I think there could be a real benefit for us getting this done with a little more cautious attention. So that my question is, can I make a motion to refer to the Advisory Planning Commission?
I'll go to CAO Noel. I don't see that in the alternatives, but can Director Olbrich go ahead and make that?
He could, Madam Chair. It's already been to the APC.
Oh, did it go there once?
Yeah.
Okay, so I didn't see that in the report.
No, I don't either.
Oh, sorry. It says Planning Development Committee of the Regional District.
Okay, so it hasn't been to the APC?
No.
Okay, so yes, Director Olbrich, did you want to make that motion?
Yes, please. I'd like to move that it be referred to the APC.
Okay, is there a seconder? Director Bush? Thank you very much. Any questions or comments? I'm not seeing any. So we'll vote. I'll call the question. All in favor? Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. So now we'll go to C6, zoning bylaw amendment, area F, 8475 Princeton Summerland Road, CAO.
This was one of the public hearings that we had this morning, Madam Chair, and it is for that 2-lot subdivision in area F, and we are recommending that this be read a third time and adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll go to Director Gettens.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and move the recommendation, please.
Okay, is there a seconder? Seconded by Director Canolo. Thank you. And this was the public hearing this morning, folks. I'll go back to Director Gettens.
Thank you. And can I make a recommendation that we defer this decision until there's been enough time to host an additional public information meeting and a second public hearing, please?
Okay, so motion to defer. Is there a seconder for that? Director Bush is seconding that. Thank you. So no discussion on deferral. This is a roll vote with 2/3 majority. I guess there's not 2/3 majority on deferral.
Not to defer,
Okay,
no.
so just a straight roll vote. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go to C7, zoning bylaw amendment, areas D, E, F, and I, regulation of solar energy systems, CAO.
This was the other public hearing this morning, Madam Chair, just slapping some rules on around solar energy installations in the designated areas, and we're recommending this be read a third time.
Okay, thank you. Looking for a mover for this. Director Roberts is moving it. Is there a seconder? Director Gettens? Thank you. Any questions or comments? This is a roll vote. Director Ventimilla, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate that it's a roll vote. And I feel a bit silly because I had a question and maybe it was answered during the public hearing this morning, but I think I should ask it anyway. There was just some really good feedback attached to this agenda item regarding, encouraging greater uptake of solar initiatives, et cetera, et cetera. And so I was just wondering when I read through, was consideration given to smaller lot sizes for these sort of standalone solar installations?
I'll go to Chris Garish on this. Go ahead, please, Chris.
Sure, thank you. So the original version of the amendment bylaw that was considered at committee and that went out to the APCs for feedback had suggested a 1 hectare minimum requirement. So in order to have the larger freestanding ground mounted systems, you'd have to be 1 hectare or greater. We had a number of APCs, I think formally and informally raised concerns with that land area requirement. And so the amendment bylaw was revised at the direction of the committee from 1 hectare down to 1/4 of a hectare land size. And really the concern here is just ensuring that, that there's not an adverse impact in the residential zones from the potential installation of these larger ground mounted, I think tree systems is what they call them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director O'Rourke.
Yes, and thank you. And just further to Director Mella's question, at our APC meeting, it was a very good job done by staff, and the commission was so engaged, and there was so much conversation and discussion. I found it incredibly worthwhile, lots of learning, and I think took value away. But this is an area that is fascinating because the nuances of this new technology and the desire to have it, and at the same time be respectful of others. It's a tough balance, but I can say that process did contribute to this. I think being better than it started, and I really want to thank staff because it was a very productive meeting. We even had people from the community show up and contribute. Some were installers and experts, so it was quite a thorough and productive consideration of issues that I know I myself would not have thought of but for that process. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else with a question or comment? Director Monteith?
To the chair, I would just like staff to verify that variances are an opportunity in this bylaw. Residents that I've spoken to, some are in favor of regulations and some are not really excited about a regulation on their property, especially with us looking at trying to be green with society. It is a balance, and I appreciate where we've gone with this bylaw. We've had a lot of discussion around that, but I just want verification that variances are an option.
Yes, go ahead, Chris.
Thank you to the chair. Yes, variances are an option, and of course, I should have mentioned this earlier. They are an opportunity to ensure that neighbors do have the ability to comment and review proposals for potentially intrusive solar energy systems before they just show up on an adjacent property. So yes, it is an option.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? The motion is on the floor to be read a third time. It's a rural vote. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go down to C8, Development Procedures Bylaw Amendments, ALR Exclusion Requests, CAO.
The province has decided, Madam Chair, that all ALR exclusion applications have to go through local governments now. So this Development Procedures Amendment bylaw is to set up our procedures for how we're going to deal with those applications for exemption. And we're recommending that it be read 3 times and adopted.
Okay, thank you. Looking for a mover for this. Director Bush and Director Pendergraft, thank you. Any questions or comments? Director Monteith?
To the chair, I actually had a few calls specifically from residents about this policy. And I guess concerns of, as a board, what sort of applications would we approve? Would we approve property coming out of ALR for subdivision for residential? Are we targeting specifically farm worker accommodations? It didn't really, the policy they felt didn't really address those concerns about removing ALR land.
Thank you. I'll go to Chris. Go ahead, please.
Well, I suppose at a staff level, when requests from individual properties were to come forward, our assessment to the board, which would inform our recommendation, would be looking at such things as whether the area is serviced, whether it's in a growth area, whether the official community plan or the RGS envisions growth happening in there. We would take all that into consideration as part of our recommendation. Conversely, what we see going forward, and that's kind of played out with our assistant to village of Caranias and our OCP review, is that, as we embark on currently the Area G and the Area E OCP review, we will be looking potentially at, the growth needs in those communities, how they can be accommodated, and, separate and distinct from what property owners may put to the board, that we may make recommendations to the board through the OCP as to formally how the community might support parcels coming out to meet their growth objectives going forward. So I hope that gives a little bit more guidance on how we use the policy and the proposed procedure.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Any further questions or comments? This is a rural vote with a 2/3 majority required. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go to C9, Electoral Area A, OCP Bylaw number 2905-2021, CAO.
So the Area A official community plan process is complete, Madam Chair, with the public hearing. So we have 2 resolutions. One, we'll get Director Pendergraft to acknowledge that the minutes are correct, and that is a corporate vote. And then we're looking for 3rd reading and adoption of the bylaw, and that is a rural vote.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Pendergraft on the first motion.
Okay, I'll move that motion, and I also declare that the minutes of the public hearing were accurate.
Great, thank you. Seconded by Director Bush. Okay, any questions on this? This is a corporate vote. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. I'll go back to Director Pendergraft on the next motion.
I'll move for 3rd and adoption, please.
Okay, and seconded by Director Knodel. Thank you. Any questions or comments on this one? This is a rural vote requiring a 2/3 majority. Director Pendergraft, go ahead, please.
I would just like to thank staff for their help on this. It was kind of a trying process to do a review during COVID, and I thought Chris and staff did a real great job at it, so thank you.
Great, wonderful to hear. Anybody else? Okay, rural vote. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Congratulations, Director Pendergraft, on knocking off the OCP review and update. We'll move on to Public Works. D1, landfill concrete crushing services contract award, CAO.
Yeah, we get lots of concrete at the landfills, Madam Chair. So this is a contract to crush it up so we can reuse it. And we're looking to award that to OK Excavating for $115,000 per year over 3 years.
Okay, thank you. Looking for a mover. Director Bush is moving it. Director Pendergraft seconding. Any questions or comments on this? It is a weighted corporate vote. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. And is anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go down to E1, Community Services Award of KVR Trail Improvements Project, CAO.
So we got a $450,000 grant last year to do trail work, Madam Chair, through the Forestry and Rec Sites BC program, and they fund 100% of these projects. So they've done the assessment, and we are looking to do the trail between Little Tunnel and Chute Lake, and we want to award that work to McKinley Clark Paving for $151,435.
Okay, thank you. Looking for a mover for this. Director Sentis, thank you. Is there a seconder? Director Pendergraft, thank you. Any questions or comments?
You got our auditors, Danny?
This is a weighted corporate vote. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Okay.
As can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll go down to F, Finance. F1, Audited Financial Statements, CAO.
Yeah, so this is our 2020 financial statements and the audit report on those, Madam Chair. So we have our auditors on standby, but we'll turn it over to Mr. Zaffino and he can introduce them.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Mr. Zaffino.
For having us, and this I'm glad to present and proud to present the 2020 financial statements with a unqualified audit statement from the auditors. The auditors are standing by. Yes, I see that they are to make a presentation to the board. And again, I'd like to say thank you to the staff of the regional district. Accounting staff was phenomenal. And one of the things that I noticed, and you don't see it very often, is the management letter has no issues. So that's something that I find very awesome, and I'm very proud to be part of this department. And I'd like to thank Noelle, the supervisor of the county department, and John Cote and the remaining staff for phenomenal work. And with that, I will pass that on to the auditors.
Okay, thank you, Jim, and thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Marcus, and I'm with BDO, and we'll just cover a few quick highlights in the information that's in the board package. So I'll maybe just endeavor to share my screen and cover just a few quick highlights in the audit report. So that starts on page 780 in the board package. So just very briefly for the benefit of the board, get my scrolling here. So just to summarize verbally some of the key points. At this point, the audit is substantially complete, pending the board's approval of the financial statements, which I believe is on the agenda for today. And confirm for the benefit of the board as well that materiality that was used for purposes of planning that was 1.1 million, which is the same as in the planning stage of the audit process. I want to confirm for the benefit of the board, as Jim mentioned, the overall audit resulted in no management points and also no unadjusted differences to report to the board of directors. So we would identify those for you if there were any, but all adjustments were made by management, and so the financial statements have no unadjusted differences to note. With respect to audit findings on page 6 and 7 of this report, there's 4 areas, which is not an exhaustive list of the areas that we review in the audit. Of course, it's more extensive than that, but just to confirm for the benefit of the board, here's there's four more notable ones. Of course, COVID-19 had some impact on workforce in general, not a significant impact on the regional district, but of course, we make sure to consider that any of those impacts on all of our audits, and pleased to report that in all of these areas, the audit testing was performed satisfactorily and there was no issues noted. Revenue recognition, particularly with grants, is also a complex area of accounting, so we look closely at that. Of course, we do test internal controls, as Jim alluded to, and we're pleased to report that we noted no instances of management's override of those controls. That's just a standard audit procedure we have to perform, so that's not specific to the regional district. That's just one that we are required as auditors to perform. And finally, of course, the landfill closure liability is also a complex area which requires a fair bit of estimation, and so we did do a fair bit of work there, and pleased to report that all of the audit testing was performed satisfactorily. And so the only other page I'll just stop at briefly, very briefly, is just the appendix, just to confirm for the benefit of the board. As Jim alluded to, we're at a point where we're prepared to issue what's called an unqualified audit opinion, which confirms for the reader that the financial statements present fairly in all material respects the consolidated financial position of the regional district at December 31st, 2020, which is the opinion that you would want to see attached to the financial statements themselves. So really quickly here, I'll just switch over to the financial statements, touch on just a couple of highlights. And really, I suppose, year over year, what you see here is a statement of financial position, which summarizes the assets and liabilities of the regional district for the end of 2020 compared to 2019. And there's a lot of consistency year over year. In fact, the only sort of notable change really is the reduction in debt recoverable from member municipalities, which is a consequence of regular debt repayments made by those member municipalities. And as a consequence, the long-term debt position of the regional district also decreased by 6 million on both counts. Net financial assets is a measure of the difference between financial assets and liabilities, and that has increased by 2.8 million year over year from 12.9 million to 15.7. Tangible capital assets increased on a net basis by about 3.5 million, just about 2 million of that in the form of land and land improvements, and a little over 1.5 million in the form of work in progress for projects that are in progress during 2020 but weren't complete. And I'm just going to move to the statement of operations as well very briefly. And again, what you see is a very consistent financial performance compared to the previous year, as well as budget. And so overall revenues, very consistent with last year, only a couple $100,000 less, so 38.6 million versus 38.9. And expenses also very consistent with last year in total, and total expenses for the year 32.4 million versus 32.9 million in the previous year, so $500,000 less than the previous year. And what that results in is an annual surplus for the regional district of 6.3 million this year in total versus 6 million in the prior year. So I wanted to move through that fairly quickly, but I want to be available for any questions that the board may have with respect to the final report, the audit report, or the financial statements themselves. I will do my very best to answer any questions that may arise. All right, I'm not sure. I guess no news is good news in some cases. So hopefully that's the case. Well, thank you for the opportunity to present. Certainly make myself available if there's any questions for myself or for Keila or for anyone else on the BDO team. Thanks again for the opportunity to present.
Sorry, Director Pendergast, we were on mute. So were you moving the administrative recommendation?
That was my
Yes,
plan, please.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Is there a seconder? Director Santos, thank you.
And I'd like to speak to it if I might.
Okay, go ahead, Director Santos.
Thank you very much, Chair. You know, I think this is no small accomplishment to Mr. Zaffino and his team. Anytime that you can get a clean bill without any sort of recommendation to be better, I think that's amazing. And just as a side note, the city of Penticton just got the same sort of review for their financial statement. So I think it's a huge amount of responsibility that I think Mr. Zaffino leads well, and I think you've been complimented by this report. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Director Santos. Any other comments or questions? This is a weighted corporate vote. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And was anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Marcus and Kayla, for joining us this afternoon. And once again, thank you, Mr. Zaffino, for all your hard work in this exciting department called Finance. We will move on to F2, bylaw number 2930, Coalmont Fire Hall and Wildfire Protection Equipment, CAO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So Area H has a capital facilities reserve, which they fund out of the Vermilion Forks Community Forest Corp. And they have a project underway to build a satellite fire hall in Coalmont, so part of the Tulameen Coalmont Fire Service area. And that's a $351,000 project, and Director Coyne wants to fund $80,000 of that through his facilities capital reserve. And then the second part of this resolution is he wants to contribute $30,000 towards wildfire protection equipment. And the Tulameen Fire Department and the Town of Princeton Fire Department are working together on this in order to get their area better protected against wildfire. So we're recommending $80,000 towards the Coalmont Fire Hall and $30,000 towards wildfire protection equipment out of that reserve, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Bob Coyne.
And I would love to make that recommendation, please.
Thank you. Seconded by Director Bush. Any questions, comments? This is a weighted corporate vote with a 2/3 majority required. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go down to G. Director Bob Coyne, did you have a hand up? Go ahead, please.
Yes, I'd just like to say thank you to the board for supporting that. This is 6 years in the making, and it's mostly all going to be done by volunteers and donations. So thank you very much to the board for your support.
Great, thank you very much. Legislative Services is next. G1, Dog Control Service Establishment Amendment Bylaw, CAO.
So this is a continuing effort to recognize the new Area I in some of our services that were previously just referencing Area D, Madam Chair. So for the Dog Control Service Establishment Bylaw, this now brings Area I as a separate entity into that service.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Monteith.
And I'd like to make the staff recommendation, please.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Seconded by Director Pendergraft. Any questions or concerns? This is a participant vote, so it's areas A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and I. I'll call the question. All in favor? Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. G2, ministerial order regarding Caledon Ascent vote. CAO?
So this is for the Caledon Sewer vote that will be coming up in June. We applied to the ministry for additional mail-in ballot capabilities during COVID, and the minister has submitted that order, so now the board can choose to implement it, Madam Chair.
Okay, great, thank you. I'll go to Director Monteith.
And I'd like to make the administrative recommendation, please.
Thank you. Seconded by Director Pendergraft. Any questions or concerns? This is a corporate vote. I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, hands can come down. And is anyone opposed? Motion carries. Go to G3, video surveillance, Similkameen Recreation Center, CIO.
Yeah, so we've done the privacy impact assessment on the Similkameen Recreation Center, Madam Chair, for the placement of cameras, and we're now recommending that the board authorize the installation of those 4 video surveillance cameras.
Okay, thank you. Director Bush, you're moving this, are you? Thank you. And the seconding is Director Roberts. Thank you very much. Any questions? Director Santos, go ahead.
Thank you. I know there was a time, both the city of Kelowna and the city of Penticton, when there was a challenge to cameras and that it was an invasion of privacy. Do we have any concern of that nature here, or has that hurdle already been addressed?
No, there's very strict guidelines as to what you can use video surveillance cameras for, and that's why the privacy impact assessment is done, to make sure we comply.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or concerns? It's a corporate vote. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Okay, that takes us to CAO reports, verbal update. CAO.
Nothing new from me, Madam Chair.
Okay, Chair's report, just a couple of things. So many of you participated on the 28th in our SILGA AGM. So thank you very much for those of you who were able to attend and participate. Director Sentis and Director Spencer Coyne were re-elected as directors at large. So thank you for those who voted. So we've got a strong representation of 5 members from the Regional District Okanagan-Similkameen area on the executive. We did have 6 resolutions submitted from the RDOS. 5 of 6 were carried. 1 did not get endorsed by SILGA, and that was the one on organ transplant. So I believe that's coming to the board in 2 weeks. So directors will see that, and we can decide if we'd like to put that forward to UBCM directly from the RDOS. It just wouldn't show that it's endorsed by SILGA, but we have that option to go directly to UBCM. So we'll see that in a couple of weeks. And on April 29th, I participated in the video that we're doing for Local Government Awareness Week, and I know many of you have participated in that, so I have not seen it yet, but I'm sure Eric will have it for us to have a look at and get that out in the public eye. So that's everything from me, and we're going to move on now to director's motions, and we do have one on the agenda here that was deferred last time because Director Roberts was not able to be present. So we're going to go to that first, and I'll go to you, Director Roberts.
Well, thank you to the chair. A particular motion was brought forward regards to the chipping service that we provide, and coming to understand the premise that was behind the policy initially around clean air and versus tied to just a farming rebate. And one of the things that I would like to do now is just to ask if we could have Andrew Reeder and Cam come and do a presentation in regards to the idea, the objectives behind the chipping program and what it was. And what led to this is we had all our chipping funds as it stands now completed or depleted by February 19th. And, you know, it was in regards to some changing, taking certain kinds of trees out that weren't just fruit trees. And again, it's not that that's bad or good or otherwise. It's just that what are we trying to, what is the objective? Are we trying to do this in regards to clean air? Or is it just a farm subsidy? And so I thought it was, I think it's important that we have a proper presentation to become better aware of what the initial objective was, and then move from that point.
Okay, thank
so
you,
I'm making a motion to have that happen.
Good, he's moving that. Is there a seconder? Director Bush, thank you. Any discussions on this motion? I am not seeing any comments or questions. I'll therefore call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Is there anybody with a notice of motion to present today? Director Obert, go ahead, please.
Yes, and thank you to the chair. I'd like to make notice of a motion to amend zoning for retail cannabis stores in Area D. We have a lot of concern. We've had our third application come forth, and a lot has changed, I think, since when recreation use of cannabis was legalized, and looked at the report that came to the board August 16, 2018. There's some real interesting options in there. We'd like to look at what other communities are doing, like Penticton, for example. We understand that they have limits for a number of stores and distances. Our community is very concerned about this, and it's about balance. It's about supporting the community and encouraging and supporting the economic recovery and community development. And that's the notice. I'll work with Mr. Garish. I've talked to him already so that we can bring something back that's a little more focused. And I don't know if other areas are having a similar concern. I think OK Falls sometimes is unique because we have a school and a commercial area and a town center and all these things that make us a little different sometimes than the other electoral areas. And so we have issues and challenges that are a little different. So I don't know if anybody else is interested, but if some of the other areas are interested, of course, they may want to look at that also. So that's it. Thank you. Can people?
Thank you, Director Roberts. Sorry, I don't know how we ended up muted again for that you can't hear me. Okay, so sorry, I'll repeat that. Director Oberick, your motion will come forward at the next meeting. So we'll see that in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
And yes, did anyone else have a notice of motion to present today? Director Roberts, go ahead, please.
I've been in discussion with the MLA recently, and he suggested that I put forward a motion that could be taken to UBCM. And what I'm looking for is a notice of motion towards supporting a policy change at the provincial level of how we deal with multi-jurisdictional issues in electoral areas. And very similar to how we deal with emergencies in regards to roundtable solution-based system. But when we have known issues in electoral areas that then in turn get left until they become of danger to the rest of the population and or land values. So it's a different process, but it's very similar to how when we call an emergency or state of emergency. And so I'm wondering if this is the process to bring it forward in regards to something that we would talk about UBCM. Am I correct?
So, sorry, Director Roberts, are you proposing a resolution that this become
Yeah,
a resolution?
I know. Yeah, something to discuss about it and then make it a resolution. And I just wasn't sure. I just thought of it just now because I just got off the phone a little bit ago, not today, but with Rolly Russell, so our MLA. And so I just wanted to make sure I took this opportunity if it was a place for that. You know, does that have to be a motion before you put one of those together?
I'll go to CIO.
Well, we need a motion to submit, Madam Chair. Usually we get a prompt from UBCM when they're seeking resolutions to go to their next conference. I don't believe we've had that yet. But if Director Roberts wanted to forward some wording into us on exactly what he's looking for, we could certainly bring that forward.
Yeah, I would suggest if we're able to get it to the next meeting, because we're going to see the resolution that did not pass at SILGA come back for us to decide if it's going to go to UBCM, because I think their deadline's in July.
Yeah.
So would that be appropriate, Ms. Malden, if Director Roberts just communicated directly with you that this doesn't need to be a motion that comes back under director's motions, but it could come along with the other resolution for discussion at the next board meeting?
Yes, either one is fine.
Is that okay
Thanks.
with you, Director Roberts? Okay, so if you could
100%.
follow up with Ms.
You just
Malden.
prompted me with the other one.
Okay, good. So you'll follow up with Ms. Malden to get that information to her. Great, thank you. Anybody else with a notice of motion? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody else today. Okay, we're going to go then to board members' verbal updates. Did anybody have anything they'd like to report on out of their community? Okay, Director Monteith, go ahead, please.
I guess to the chair and to the board, I want to thank everybody for their support with Sickle Point and sharing my joy as things kind of unfold. I'm going to ask you guys all to stay tuned because there's going to be some more exciting news in the near future and hopefully a celebration. So you guys all be
wonderful. Thank you, Director Monteith. Congratulations. Well done out there, that community and the donor. That's just wonderful news to hear. So we look forward to getting an update in the future as to what direction things will be moving in. Director Ventimiglia, you have a hand up. Go ahead, please.
Sure, thank you, Chair. I don't know if I was next on the list, but I'll go. Just a couple of things in regards to the SILGA AGM. Thanks to all those who were on the board last year. It was a really great, concise, kept you engaged for the 6 hours or whatever it was type AGM. And congratulations to our chair, who is now our president or chair of SILGA.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and you mentioned that we had, we have good representation from the board, but I wanted to also mention that we have good representation from the region because our current president is our chair. Our vice president is Mayor Boot from Summerland, and our second vice is Councillor Grice from Oliver. So I thought that was pretty awesome. And what I wanted to report on was just an exciting day that we had in the South Okanagan yesterday. We had our first meeting of the South Okanagan Aquatic Center Feasibility Study Steering Committee, and this has been a long time in the making. At least 4 or 5 years, sort of this iteration of things. And at this point, it's an exciting endeavor because 3 local governments are involved, the Osoyoos Indian Band, all the towns of Oliver and the towns of Osoyoos. And we're going to miss Director Pendergraft and Director Knodel as they're not at the table with us at this time, but we look forward to them joining us at some point in time. And we're absolutely going to be information gathering from around the entire region to see if an aquatic center would be feasible. So who would use the facility, what it would look like, where it would go, and as a region, could we afford such a thing? And so depending on the outcome of the feasibility study, we may be looking to Director Pendergraft and Director Knodel at some point to join us and then make us 4 levels of local government working together. So I just wanted to share that with everybody. Mayor McCordoff or Director McCordoff is on the committee as well.
And can I please just add that Petra is the chair of the committee. So that's why we asked her to talk about it today. So congratulations, Petra. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And I'd just like to add congratulations to Oliver for winning the SILGA Community Excellence Award in Social Responsibility for their salmon sculpture project that they did with OIB. It's an absolutely stunning sculpture. If you haven't had a chance to go see that, I would highly recommend that you check that out, or you can go onto the SILGA website to see that award. Anybody else with an update from their community? Director Knodel, go ahead, please.
Simia had its annual general meeting. Obviously, COVID has held a lot of things back, so there wasn't a lot of recruiting. But just so you know, the chair is Director Boot again this year, and the vice chair is Director Robinson. So we have it quite local. Thank you.
Good. Excellent. Thank you. Anybody else with any update? Director Spencer Coyne, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I want to apologize for missing part of the meeting there. I just got back from getting my COVID shot. So if you haven't got your COVID shot yet, go register and get your COVID shot. It didn't hurt at all.
Not yet.
It will.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else with an update? Seeing any? If they're, Director Canoto, go ahead.
One other thing, just a lot of people may not know this, but the provincial government is right now just released the independent report on revitalizing the ALC. For those of you who are quite interested in farming, a very interesting document to read. It's absolutely outstanding. I was quite impressed with it. They've done their homework. It's a very good document. Support farmers amazingly, and I was very happy to see that done. Thank you.
Okay, if there is nothing further from anyone, I am looking for a motion to adjourn. Director Bush and Director Robinson, call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Anybody opposed and want to stick around? No. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for hanging in there. We'll see you in 2 weeks. Have a good night.